that my in-game / casting name is Third Wheel. And with that, we are going to pass things over to the fantastic IEM team. I'm hoping Anders is going to have his dulcet tones on this one as we take a look back at what happened in the quarterfinals.
After the dust settled on the IEM summer group stage, the remaining teams got a chance to catch their breath before heading into the playoffs. 6 teams made it there, but yesterday saw 2 depart leading into today's semi-finals. First up was Vitality and Virtus.pro. The Frenchmen of Vitality have looked good but at times inconsistent, but VP got to experience exactly none of that inconsistency. Starting on Inferno, Saiwu managed to drop 28 kills in total. Par for the course, you might say, but Masuta, who has recently been looking like one of the best pickups in recent Counter-Strike, was there at 24 kills. James did his best to try and turn the tides, but it wasn't possible. The map ends 16-10 in Vitality's favor.
Will they expect a second? He's checked him. Zywoo has bailed themselves out of trouble. VP's advantage is falling apart, especially now Zywoo's made it 27. Catching Kickert's push. Swinging for info, it's all Zywoo.
Going into the second map on Vertigo, there was a definite sense that this was not the real VP and they would surely make a recovery. Any such illusions were almost immediately shattered as Vitality went on a 6-0 streak to start the map with and won the first half 12-3. Aside from Kyojin stepping off the side of the building in hilarious fashion, the most surprising thing perhaps was that it was Apex leading the scoreboard with 24 kills as Vitality hurled VP out of the tournament, winning Vertigo 16-5.
He pushes with that flashbang. 1 remaining. Sanji can't do it. There you have it.
The second match of the day was destined to be a difficult one for EG as they took on Gambit, who are ranked number 1 in the world. The horrifying truth is that everyone on Gambit right now is a dangerous player. There really seem to be no weak links, and that goes a long way to explaining the 6-0 lead that began Dust 2 in Gambit's favor. At this point, it felt like maybe EG just weren't ready to play at this level, but as it turns out, EG had more to give. They recovered their strength already in the first half, fighting back to an 8-7 scoreline in Gambit's favor. In the second half, EG took the lead for the first time, winning the pistol and the following 2 rounds, getting up to 10-8. Not an easy task against the best team in the world. But Gambit decided to remind everyone why they have that rank, and won the next 8 rounds straight, taking the map 16-10.
Axel dropped down, confirmed his presence. Okay, that's enough to get Cirque off the line. Never mind off the line, he's out of the round. And perhaps EG out of Dust 2. Ooh, no, a chance.
The second map was Overpass, and following the pattern of the first map, Gambit started up 7-1 and finished the half 10-5 in their favor. After winning the pistol on the T side in the second half, Gambit had a lead of 13-5, and the suspicion that EG were out of their depth started to creep back in. Cirque and Breezy put on a great show, and EG managed to claw their way back up to 11 rounds before Gambit put an end to their run at IEM Summer, winning 16-11.
Oh, Shiro, that was the shot. He's just saved Hobbit's life. And then now swinging into the site. There's no pressure from Heaven. Stan in limbo, does convert. Finished off, and oh, the round does too. It falls apart.
wins the fight there, and they get a good trade. They obviously speed up on B. It's really, really fast to get there, and I think most of the reasons, that's the biggest reason actually why so many plants are happening there. And I noticed in many teams that played so far, they like to finish their round like walking into B, popping to B rather than A. That's kind of really hard to access late round kind of in a way, because if you don't get mid control, then you not get to the ring or connector, however people call it, and then there is only one way out into the A side, and that's a problem, while you have Cave and Banana on B side and probably less numbers. So right now it's going in a favor of B just because of that, but I think it's going to be like a little bit of adjustment on the map itself, like rework, and then we're going to see probably different numbers.
Now, only one of the teams that played Ancient in the playoffs remains, or in the group stage, I should say, remains in the playoffs, and that is G2. And as we look at these site stats, I was just wondering, boys, do you reckon that both of the plant spots are going to move or at least be adapted on these sites? Because that seems to be a common complaint, that there's nowhere safe to plant on this map.
Yeah, a B site, you can kind of maybe plant behind the pillar a little bit. There is an angle that you can use, and obviously there is going to be a smoke there. You can throw a molly and then block off that kind of spam spot. But on the A site is really problematic, because wherever you go, there's going to be a guy spamming you or killing you through some sort of a smoke, and it causes a little bit of problem, so we need a bigger radius there.
I think for me it's also a little bit similar to Vertigo in a sense. It also doesn't have a lot of cover, but it has enough cover that you can safe plan on both sides. So I think that's definitely something they're going to add. Just enlarge the pillar, or maybe just add a small box, something like that, so you can at least cover yourself from one angle, and then a teammate or utility can cover you from the other side.
The thing with Vertigo, you cannot get killed from different spots, right? You can the guy can be on Scarefall, the guy can be on CT, but there is he doesn't have a clear sight on you, while or spam you through the smoke. While on Ancient, it's really problematic, because you can get spammed through, how do you call it, candles or temple, and then CT, and obviously the ring, and back from flank if they're going out from team main or CT main, however you call it. So there's a lot of problems on A side right now for Ts and for CTs as well. So I expect the first rework to be done there.
Well, let's check out some of the highlights we've seen so far at IEM Summer on Ancient.
True blueness exclusive. I call that the Tribe Called Quest featuring Q-Tip. I do this coming out the wazoo with newness, shocking these con artists with the ruthless. Pioneers laid the foundation with the blueprint. All you gotta do is what you feel. Ain't no rules to this dish. We hostile, so when you see smoke coming out my nostrils, I'm about to breathe fire through my tonsils. Got you. Your opinions are not the gospel. If you ain't holding the door open, then you an obstacle. Dirty damn spitting out the wop bobbaloo. Without a DJ, none of these jams will be possible. I walk tall, carry a big staff, and when I go back to the home of hip hop, they call me Af. You don't see me where I'm at in the lab. With memories on my mind that never could be gentrified. You get down.
His career is on a tear. 3 in the round, and this guy, this map was made for him. Made for him. The orb dead as well, and the ace. Come on, Madden. Yes, baby. 36 and 14.
One short, one long. Glaive still finding headshots with his Deagle. Somebody needs to put him to bed.
Oh, Glaive!
4 with the Desert Eagle. Emmy's the last to find. He could do it. And he does. Glaive! That's absolutely magnificent. We talked about the Astralis Deagles. We should talk about Glaives.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Oh my God, guys. It's the semi-finals of Intel Extreme Masters Summer, and we should probably get this party started, to quote my friend Trace Stunner Soranthus. So we're going to go to a short break, and when we come back, we're going to have OG versus Vitality.
Do you think you know everything about CSGO? Then stay alert and look out for the DHL Drop Quiz on the ESL CSGO Twitch channel.
Yes! Nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
IEM Summer has given...
Chad, say it.
Hey, future pros.
Chad, do you want to get paid or not?
All right. Hey, future pros. IEM Summer has given us our first taste of top-tier pro play on the most...
You could expect while watching a match on Ancient.
It became clear very quickly that the focal point of the map for most teams was the B bomb site. So let's start there. First, let's take a look at the spawn timings. These were updated in late May. Using the best spawns for both sides, we checked out the earliest points of contact.
The B ramp has shown to be highly contested, with the attacking side able to establish control first.
The same can be said for lamps. Here you can see just how far the T side are pushed up before contact. Timing from middle to ledge offers a faster avenue of contact to B lane.
And this can be shortened even more so with a skill jump.
Now let's look at some of that utility used to make life easier. The newest ninja, LNZ, had a spawn to lamp smoke that helped cut down the amount of aggressive positions the Ts had to deal with while taking control.
FPX also had a smoke to help them get control of the B lane. This one from Zen smoked off the top of the B ramp, giving them a buffer to set up for pushes.
We saw a bunch of different variations of utility from the B defenders in their battle for control. Some successful, some not so successful, but with the meta of the map developing in real time, it's hard to pinpoint what will be prioritized in matches to come.
Now then, this is something you can use at home. As you can see here, the top ledge offers quite the shadow advantage. Pushing without a flash comes with huge risk, but used correctly, this position could secure you a few cheeky kills.
Alright Rush, how do you normally end these things?
I normally just say thanks for watching guys, really appreciate it, we'll see you in the next one. Keep it tight, keep it clean. See you next time.
Ready for battle, 'cause I got a thing to claim. Think that I'll crumble, I'll show you in the style. Where you see me coming, better run for cover, 'cause I'm not slowing down, I'm never going under. I survived the pain, I know it made me stronger. So meet the monster, I came to conquer.
For me personally, I think that Vitality is going to take the trophy, but I probably ultimately jinxed it right now because I've never predicted the winner of the tournament correctly before. So I'm sorry, Vitality, if you lose, you can blame it on me. There's not much I could do, but I had to pick one winner, and I just picked you because, yeah, I liked how you guys played against us in scrims and throughout the tournament. So I think you have a best chance out of these teams to make it into the final and win it as well. So if you don't, my mistake. Sorry.
Well, in my opinion, the reason why Vitality is dangerous, like, first of all, they're obviously like a great team, but then they have these days where it's just a one-man army, you know. I feel like not to take anything away from the other players on the team, I just feel like Saibu is just, he has so much impact on the team. So if he's having an off day, they can struggle quite a lot. But if they manage to set him up well and he's like having a good day, which he usually does, then it can be super hard to play against them because they can be pretty unpredictable. And They also obviously have the new addition to the team, the Kyojin guy. And last time we played them, actually, it didn't go too well for us. So I think it could be like an exciting rematch against Vitality, to be honest. And I think a lot of their team is depending on Saibu to like show up, right?
Well, you heard the man himself, Valda from OG, saying, last time we met Team Vitality, it didn't go so well. And that's kind of an understatement. OG, they didn't have the best time at Flashpoint 3 where these two teams last met. But a couple of times before that as well, Vitality also took the W. So statistically, it's a difficult word, I'll have you know, the odds are not in OG's favour, Yanko.
Yeah, they're not. I think it's definitely going to benefit them here, the fact that they're in the boot camp. They weren't in one for Flashpoint. I think they're one of the teams that really elevates their performance more than perhaps some of the other teams. They're in a little bit of a problem that they picked a different map, both those games, lost it. Vitality does too, both times worked really well for them. So we'll see once we get to the veto. I think OG is going to switch it up a little bit. But I think the way they've been playing in this tournament, for me, the game is pretty even.
The thing is like that we cannot see on the graphics, and nobody like in the interview will tell us, is the fact that they lost last 3 games against Vitality, and it's when you have like a losing streak like that, it tends to get into your head a little bit. You feel,
but it goes both ways.
Does it?
You know what I do? It's like Vitality. Let's say Vitality is the better team than OG, right?
Yes.
But they're not going to beat them 5 times out of 5.
Why not?
They're going to beat them 4 times out of 5. Well, because one time OG is going to play like better, just by stats wise, you know, by probability, it's going to happen. So they beat them 3 times in a row. Surely now is OG's time.
Slammed the desk. We had a similar problem with NRG back in the day, or Navi. You know, whenever we, or Liquid, whenever we face them.
That's a lot of teams you have problems against.
Yeah, well, not against FaZe.
Sometimes you won matches against that, but
not
mostly
against FaZe, you know, and stuff like that. And not against Vitality, for that matter. That was one of the easier opponents for us. But anyway, the point is, like, when you lose a couple of games in a row, you tend to, like, put yourself in a kind of disadvantage spot, kind of underdog spot. Like, it's a psychological thing. I hope that doesn't happen to OG, because they have been playing a really good CS so far.
Yeah, something different you could see about Vitality there is Misuta, right? The big talking point for this tournament for Vitality. We heard it from Apex yesterday. They're telling he's been playing like this for months in practice. Just a bit, you know, holding himself back in official. Just let him have more freedom. Don't worry about dying, you know, or losing us around by some play. You can pull it off, and definitely the second star for Vitality in this tournament.
Helped them a lot, definitely. I agree.
Well, we've just seen the stats for Zyru Masuta. So Zyru is the #1 rated player at IEM Summer. He went into the playoffs with a 1.44 rating. After yesterday's performance, it's now 1.52. So he's getting stronger. He's
Frankie,
powering
this
up in the
segment is
playoffs.
going to be like 5-6 more minutes. Like, can we just with the grinding? Like, can
you tell us what kind of work is being done in your apartment today?
Is it still the garden or?
So I have this fiance, guys, and basically he's making me a tool shed.
Yeah. Well, for Manto and Flames,
I didn't realize he was.
It seems like they brought.
Anyway, yeah,
it seems like they brought. OG brought their sharpest tools out of the shed, Frankie. And for this tournament, it's Manto and Flames, both in the top 5. I think you can tell like the explosiveness from Flames in this tournament. Definitely not from FaZe.
Yeah, I know that.
And yeah, they've been doing really well. Manto very consistent with the AWP, and OG is a team that still has structure behind it. So it's not just out of nowhere they're having these rounds and good plays. There's setups, there's you know, support for them as well. So that's why I think it's very interesting to see this game develop.
Yeah, it's like Misuta Kyojin semifinals thing right now. It can be interesting.
Well, my point before I was interrupted by my fiance soaring things outside is that Vitality, they've got the #1 and #6 rated player at the tournament in Zyru Masuta, but Man2 and Flames are ranked #2 and 3 respectively. So when you look on paper, you've also got Shox and Valda. So these two teams seem to be quite evenly matched. And I do want to get your opinions on that, gentlemen. However, if we throw to an interview between Anders and Alexi B, I can shut me window. So let's hear what Alexi B had to say, and then we'll check in with you guys afterwards.
Welcome, Alexi B. It is time for the semi-finals. Things are about to get serious. So I want to ask you right off the bat, because I've been watching your games, and you seem to play a lot of the time on the T side. You're playing not always on your own, but you're often on your own, and the rest of the team is somewhere else. What is the benefit of that as a leader?
I think you can make way more
I wouldn't say way more better calls, but most of the time better calls, especially if you're prepared and you see or hear what they're throwing utility-wise. And sometimes you can even tell your team not to go because you know already that they're stacking the site or something else.
Interesting. Now, I've noticed OG is one of these teams that are very good usually at finding information when they're on the CT side. I've noticed even on maps where that can be tricky, like on Dust 2. I think you guys still do a very good job. Is that a philosophy that's built into the team about staying pretty active on that CT side?
Yes, because a lot of the times on official, things tend to get more stressful compared to constant practice online where people play with their feeling and there's no stakes on the table. But for us, we just implement some things, and when it comes to official, we just say a word or we do something that we have done plenty of times and people are comfortable with those, and we make it happen fast, and that's how it works.
All right, we've got to go straight into the veto, gentlemen, because this semi-final is almost good to go. Any expectations?
Sorry, Yanko, but I feel like it's a pretty obvious one. And then Ancient going for Vitality, Vertigo for OG, and then Vitality maybe throw us a Dust 2 here. Yep, and then Classic probably for OG Mirage. Yeah, and then I would like to see who is going to remove Overpass in the second stage.
I think that was the difference for OG, right? I think the Mirage pick is pretty clear for them. Vitality going with Dust 2, they beat OG last 2 times on the map when they faced each other as well. And we see Overpass as decided. I think this favors, well, I think because of Overpass, maybe a little bit Vitality's way, but Mirage, I think, is kind of set for OG. They have a map there for sure, so I don't know.
Vitality is aware of their Mirage
issues, yeah.
Yeah, and they have been working on it. They have something prepared. So far, we have seen really good game plans throughout the tournament. I'm pretty sure they're going to have a similar one, like a really good one, going into this one, because there was a 99% chance that OG is going to go for Mirage. Frankie.
Well, that sound tells us that we are ready to get into our first semi-final of the day, and we have the fabulous Machine and Sponge ready to take us through it. Who will secure the first place in tomorrow's grand final?
Yeah, I mean, that's the question, and I really don't know. Thank you so much, Frankie, and of course, Kassad and YMK. Dust 2 to start us off, Chadney. It is a screamy map pool. We just got that veto locked in before we've got ready to lock horns. And it does seem Vitality have the edge on 1x bear and have long. A flash coming out, and Masuta wants blood. 3 to contest. They're blinded. He's really taking some chances on these jiggles. He's lost Zywa already in the process.
Bomb's gone B, however. They're straight in. Kyojin and Apex taking the fight.
Yeah, okay. Nico, Valda tested. Nico's already knocking off heads, and Apex losing his as well.
That fake did not pull a single thing from that B rotation. The 3A defenders for OG standing tall, and now just Shox and Masuta making their way the long way around here through the backyard. They do have this P250 on Shox and a smoke, but to find 5 heads, this one ain't going to be easy.
Yeah, especially OG's very nice adaptation. If Valda does release his crouch, there's a world where that head could roll. Valda will respond as the smoke is deployed. Oh. And they've responded with a smoke of their own. Yeah. Well, that's a complete nullification of the only resource they had. Great.
Cancel out that util right there and sit still for about 20 seconds. That's actually forced Mantu into lower tunnels here, so getting locked on it even further.
The hunt is on. Mantu's first frag is not yet locked in. It's going to be Masuta that's caught him.
USP picked up, so things are looking a little bit nicer. HP obviously still a bit of a drama, but if Shox can pull a fight, Valde might stand up into Masuta's aim.
As soon as that bullet leaves Alexi's USP, Valda does step into Masuta. Oh, he is a threatening presence already. 2 of them are tagged. And with 20 seconds, I mean, if he could just knock Alexi B off his perch, he'd have a solid shot trying to play with the sound cues. Nico is tucked in tight. Flames to take next contact at the healthy one. Oh, that was close. Could have been another. Masuta, though, definitely going to be coming in hot. And the fact that he's joined Zywu in some of the top players and highest stats of the tournament, that is so promising if he can maintain that form in this semi-final.
Yeah, great to see. This time last year, Masuta was still being touted as an absolute rookie, and now he's up there with the best of them. So going to be interesting to see if that form can continue here in the semi-final. And the same thing has to be said for the youngsters on OG. And I guess it's mainly just Mantu and that of Flames that we're looking at here. I think OG, their biggest enemy at times could be themselves, and they're going up against a championship caliber squad with the majority of their members. They're really not so seasoned in picking up those trophies. So I think that's going to be the tallest task for them here, that mental hurdle. But Apex onto his standard forced by Scout, having a look in towards this B bomb site. Valda.
Oh, they're going? They're going? Misuta's in. And there might be knocked straight back out. Oh, Apex and Scout finds one. Valda, however, has denied all progress into that B site. A smoke for good measure, and Shox looking for his first frag of the game. Getting the semi-final bloodshed started early, perhaps, as he strolls towards Alexi B's passive doors hold. It will be a question of sound cues at this point if Shox does fancy himself a chance through doors.
Gonna have to be gifted one here, and I think we know from that OG EG game that we had where OG.
Look at that Deagle as well.
You like the pink?
Is this like what's the one we have? Prince Stream.
Yeah,
it's a Prince Stream-esque. I like the art style. Is that from? That must be from the new Jobblies.
I don't know. If he buys it again, I can actually find the names. That's the cool thing with actually being in game. I can click around, tell you the skin names, who's got what, all that fun stuff. Will be an eco here for Vitality.
Practically a full one. Yeah. So Valda does manage to get 3, I believe, on this hold. Just that support from the doors. Everyone's attention is drawn towards those tags from Mantu. You can see he tagged up 2 of those 3 from Valda.
I think we need to have a discussion about Mantu here, Alex. It's a very big one, of course. The most recent news coming on through shocked the world. They couldn't believe it. They couldn't believe it. A nation in tears.
Well, it looks like ESL didn't get the memo, though. Yes, actually, we're living in our fantasy land. We still have Mantu representing the United Kingdom.
And just maybe to catch everybody up, I do believe he's a dual citizen of Poland and the United Kingdom.
Oh, yeah. To be fair, you know, you've got to give it to the Poles. And damn, Mantu is showing us exactly why. He is flying the Polish flag on HLTV now.
Yeah, so I think he did a
50-50.
Yeah.
He did the DNA test, and he said on Twitter that he would take the nationality he got the majority in, and it was majority Eastern European. We lost him, folks. We lost him.
Wow, okay. That's a bit of a sad one right there.
But
I'm
Polish
also
CS needs some love as well.
That's true. Like, we don't have a flagship team at the moment.
They used to, but we've got, what, Mihu hanging around, Innocent hanging around. We need another name in that list, and say the same for the UK. Smooth is tweeting about Valorant now. Nice one, mate.
Hopefully he's memeing. We got to get him on endpoint. Really bring the dream alive.
Yes, I can start getting excited about Mezzi again.
Got a bit of a 4-man alien out the gate here early from OG. There wasn't too much pressure towards long, so they're going to be able to close this down. Flames, the hero for OG in many of their games so far in IEM Summer. Yet to frag, yet to assist, yet to actually do any damage whatsoever, so kept very quiet, and he hasn't needed to. Vitality are taking their time. Slow crawl through low and dark. Apex and Kyojin, the new boy, with oversight of Zywoo's AWP now scurrying on down. And some of these passive holds from OG in that EG game I prefaced before really sucked.
Ooh, well timed on the incendiary. Alexi's completely forced them out, and he'll actually drop a smoke on top, so that's going to guarantee maintained control. And Zywoo kind of nullified as well on that AWP crawl.
Oh, nice
good
nade.
Damage. OG are really in control so far. Here comes Vitality's good shot. First Gunny. And Kyojin might be the first to take contact on A. It does seem like he's at least just inquiring as to any boosts and elevator headshots.
This is just going to be a standard A execute here. Look at this. We've got 4 players on catwalk right now. Masuda lingering around the mid doors. Enough utility here to set this up. And Mantu, well, he only has the scout to defend with.
Yeah, that's not quite the AWP he'd have dreamed of for a take like this. Trying to dip in and out of anti-flash. Doesn't want to lose vision on this cross. It's a real opportunity for him to do some damage. He's missed his chance. They'll have to play retake. Oh, Zywoo nearly takes 2. Holding that rotate through tons. Aggressive in mid. Now Mantu locked out, missing shots. He's getting opportunities. They're just not connecting. And now it does seem like OG, though they may have been in the right place, Vitality have done a very good job of locking down the site.
Save is the right call here, but this is a bit of a bonus. I think OG might have a look in. Valdo and Alexi through spawn, Flames and Mantu through long, and, well, Zywoo can close this one down from that flank at any point.
Yeah, whenever he decides he needs to. He doesn't actually need to at all. Damn, okay, so that's a Vitality special.
That was nice and quick.
Yeah, it's a standard A execute, but it doesn't feel standard when Vitality are throwing it at you.
Yeah, and here I think we might need to see adjustments very early out of OG to be a little bit more pressing towards middle, looking for opening picks, because already being exploited are these A executes. There's nothing wrong with playing a retake setup like that, but there's a big problem when you don't have any utility left to actually facilitate that retake, and that's what OG fell into in round number 4. But the guns are out. This will be the first full buy round for both teams.
Yeah, Manti's got the big AWP this time, as opposed to Baby's first.
Held at bay from long again, but actually no presence from OG, so lacking the info as to what is possible out the doors. Flames and Alexi B are hanging around, and as we can see, Vitality are working on that mid control. Kyojin clearing out mid doors very silently. Zywoo, Apex, Masuta, Shox, all looking to join him here. And if they just rinse and repeat with these cat executes, they just need to flash Mantu off the line.
Well, that's step one. Oh, it doesn't matter. Kyojin goes in dry.
Okay.
Mantu is rewarded and now stomaching a disadvantage. Just trampling all over their fallen comrade on short. And the entire squad is here. Could say the same for OG. They have a 3-man lean. Smoke's
they want to go through this.
It does look like it. Alexi advancing. Oh, and there's so much damage. The nades and the bullets hail in perfect unison. Alexi will take 2. Finally, Zywoo puts his name in the feed, but an ace clutch, I believe, is an order too far. Flashing them off. Perfect to get across. He's going to get a plant out of this. Just
this is a gift.
Off the basis of that flashbang. He'll be knocked off his arse very quickly as the util rains in. But well played to Zywoo for getting something out of that.
Yeah, they can take their time on this defuse as well. Looks like they're picking up the secondary AWP. They've found another AK for Flames here. So very good upgrades. Actually, they've denied that second op. They're happy just to go for the AK. So 3 AK scavenge, that's perfect with the AWP carried across. And really good gun round from OG. And you can see the difference maker was that opening kill. So it's curious that they've gone for a dry peek into Mantu. You can see just how easy this one is. Kyojin's aim, it is sharp, but it crouches on in. Gets taken on down. The AWP too powerful, and Alexi B, this is the jarring maneuvers. Yeah, those jarring maneuvers that you're seeing right there is exactly what Alexi B is going to need to do to stop the set pieces. Right. The mid to Bs, those A kind of takes. His job is going to be a difficult one here. Is back towards long. A little bit of a look in from Shox.
I suppose that is, yeah, the perfect opener. Shox. That's what you dream of when you're flying out of long doors.
That was beautiful.
Yeah, and there may be more to it. Mantu's been called upon, and he has so far called the cross to pit safe. But little does he know, there's almost an entire French Counter-Strike squad looming around that corner, and as the smoke fades, it looks like Zywoo may be set in motion to hunt. Oh, Mantu not only cutting his thumb, he could go down here. He's just got himself back onto a safe. A run-boosted Zywoo with nothing to report. And they'll clear it all on contact. OG are not prepared for this. They're almost gambling elsewhere.
Oh, dear. It feels like they might even give this one up if the A-take comes on through.
Yeah, I think we might have it. Unless Flames is just capable of getting 2 to 3 frags.
This would have to be nutty. He's committed right now, so Flames actually might be wanting to contest this. Still no help from his team. The other 3 OG members are on B.
Yep, Flames basically, if you get 3 kills, we'll give you a go. Zywoo's hunting, he's getting sprayed down, Molotov down, and there's the save call made. Interesting, very modern-day Counter-Strike.
Yeah, hedging their bets right there, so expecting the rotation, and that one is a gamble gone right. Thought it was going to be red on the roulette table, turns out it was green.
Magic numbers 3, Chad, they just put Flames as a sacrificial lamb, I suppose.
Yeah, that's always a rough one to swallow right there. And Dust 2 is a difficult map for the CTs to push for info, right? A couple of the avenues we expect is a couple of players linking in towards Upper Dark. Pushing through mid door is very dangerous. You have to worry about lower, Xbox, cat, back of cat, green box, bloody palm tree, death alley, T-spawn. The list goes on.
But Shox flying out of those doors and practically winning the round upon that entry frag. Everything else just hinged on that sacrificial Flames.
Shox is just containing here as well. I don't think he's going to find anything on the exit. No need for the OG members of Mantu, Volda, and Nico to move a muscle. Bomb goes off, loss bonus comes on in, and there will be enough money for Nico and Volda to drop rifles for Alexi and Flames respectively. So another gun round on the cards here for round number 7.
His own flash. Take notes, everyone. Full 360, straight to the head of the finishing game leader.
Good util here.
Yeah. Perfect util for the task at hand there from Apex. So 2 now for Vitality, and they've managed to return to control after conceding that previous.
Doing the 3-man default towards upper tunnels again, and they just want to leer in for this long control. Cannot pick before that smoke blooms, but they will establish themselves with that pit side now. So Flames can post on up. Mantu with a nade of his own, and Flames is actually going to push on this one.
Ooh, Nico's got a lot more than he may bargain for. He's still got his nade out. He's hearing steps now. He knows he's called upon Alexi. He just takes the fight. Kyojin's prepared. A silenced M4. No tracer fire to fear. Fast flank from Flames. Could catch something. Zywoo's got an AWP, dude. You're not going to last long. Mantu does catch him. And his AWP's connecting. Big defense. Trying to make a round out of this now. They are detached from the B site. Mantu advancing down mid. Alexi in support. Oh, he's tested. Shox, you brave boy. Peeks straight into the mouth of mid. And he's won the round off the back of that. Mantu was starting to heat up.
Well, they want to take Alexi's rifle away now. This could actually mean the difference between a saved gun and not, obviously. But Alexi Looks like he just wants to sit on back here. Doesn't want to take any fights. Doesn't want to see if he can try and pick up that AWP.
Wonder if Shox is going to grab an ult for Zywoo on that T-side AWP. He wasn't required in the previous. Oh, Kyojin is having a look as well.
Are they going to jump on in? Shox is looking like he's coming back towards A. They might even just jump down to clear him. The flashes are great. Oh, then they're in.
Well, you said it would be a bit of a difference maker, and the AWP is recovered for Mr. Wu.
Yeah, see, now they have nothing over there for OG, right? You can see we're talking 1.9 on the low end for the Danes, and then we've got 2.9 on the high end for Flames and Mantu. So that M4 meant that maybe they could try and set up for an aggressive maneuver, but now it's probably just going to be quite an honest save. Nice 2 kills there from Mantu, and then unfortunately he's just dropping off as Shox picks on out. You can see him there caught mid-air, so fortunate on the timing. And Shox here with another big kill, so good stuff to deny any pressure moving into round number 8.
As discussed, though, OG, they've been feeling those good vibes, right? Like, they've been living that boot camp lifestyle.
At Volder's house, having barbecues, like Launders is there.
It looked like a lot of fun, but I can also, you know, imagine, and I'm aware of how much that juice that's going to add to the tank of a team that's starting to form and starting to succeed. Not only that, they're in the semi-finals, camaraderie's high, morale is high, motivation as well, I'd imagine. So there's a lot of unity for OG, and this is a deep run for them. The fact that they're up against a Vitality and, well, in some people's eyes, coming in as a favorite. It's new territory for them, especially for some of the newcomers.
Yeah, I don't think the 1x bet odds were favoring them at the start of the game, surprisingly, but it's easy to see why they would be, right? They get themselves straight into the semis. They're looking hot to trot. Vitality are in this rebuilding format. And then you look at the Vitality we've got throughout this event. They're playing some great CS. We've got MVP level Zywoo. We've got Kyojin as a rookie looking sharper. Contributions from Masuta now as a star player. And they're just going to mop up this eco here. No dramas whatsoever. And this is where I want to, you know, start that conversation about OG and being their own worst enemy in a lot of these times, right? They need that flair to get them across the line, I think, in certain situations as opposed to just locking up. And I think online Counter-Strike is the best place to take a few more of those risks. When we look at LAN, right, okay, maybe the safer style will work because players won't go for as many audacious maneuvers, but online I feel like you need that finisher. And I think it has to be Alexi, right? When the going gets tough or someone needs to make a play, that's when I'm going to look to. Actually, maybe even Nico now. Remember some of those maneuvers he had for Heroic back in the day? So maybe once he gets that confidence or he starts feeling he can facilitate those same type of plays in this team, that could be maybe the cherry on top of this OG cake.
Oh, 100%. I think Nico was a very big closer, or a closing component of Heroic's roster. So, smokes are back on the cross. Most CT sides these days are deploying 1 of their 5 to ensure safe passage. I think just the amount of tags that can be landed now in a modern day and professional game. Mantu takes down Shox, but it's not over yet. They're into B, and the flashes are great. Nico's crossfire is working wonders. Valda mows him down. And Vitality, they are 0 for 2 on their B hits. Another one falls flat as a pancake. Apex perhaps has more to say about this one. It's a 1v4 scenario.
Another kill would be great here for Apex. He knows what type of financial damage he can do.
Flames is holding this smoke. He's even made it clear. Apex trying to nutmeg. He strolls through. Chances this time go awry. 5 for OG. And that's important for their finances. Don't forget, just stomached an eco. Now they put themselves back on the board, and Mantu will even get to treat himself to armor with his AWP this time.
Oh, isn't that a lovely little luxury? They've dropped the guns across. They are going to make this one work here, and just locking it down on B. But if we take note of these reactive plays that Vitality are going for, Shox is off lurking somewhere, or they send somebody out for a bit of map control and a pick. Once they establish that, once that's photographed across the map, you see the pack just exploding. 3 to 4 members of Vitality scurrying on out, and if they trade efficiently, well, we all know what that means. The round's pretty much done and dusted right there. Kyojin, long control, nobody's crossed. That is huge information for Apex to work with right now. High alert on, is there more aggression mid? Is there more aggression with a short boost? So they can take their time, Vitality, and hedge their bets. And with Kyojin pushing out, this is so much room.
Ooh, boy, he's fully committed to that on the blue bin. The flashes will bail him out of trouble, and he's forced them back. So that's mission accomplished in terms of taking space.
They're in limbo right now. OG CT setup is going to suck if an A-split comes on in.
I think he's heard it. Mantu, that was enough of a sound cue towards Xbox. And Incendiary and a double HE. Oh, and a spray as well. Some serious damage. Apex going to be calling for the backlines. There's more nades. That's a good one. Look at the damage. Shox and Masuta. They've got blood coming out of their eardrums.
Kyojin can make a difference here.
Oh, Vitality. The walking wounded now, limping towards short. And it looks like OG are going for a bit of a spicy one. walking up for the flank. Bloody, you don't see this one every day, do you? Certainly not with 3 of them.
They weren't expecting this quick,
and it's so quick. They might even extinguish and go. Oh, Shox is unprepared. Zywoo's not looking. And that is brilliant from OG.
Whew. All right, love the reactions there from both teams. That was great to see. The nade usage really on point for OG. And I thought that they were screwed because you could see that position they were in was limbo. Flames and Alexi B combining to slow them down on short. And then this, just in the back, not expecting 3 players, quick as you like. And they're up to 6 to 4. Guns will be back out again for Vitality to get the AWP out. The AKs are looking good. The money is still pretty flush for round number 11, but things are going to get more difficult. Straight down mid, it's a fast control. Mantle with the AWP again. This time not going to connect. Under pressure, bullets through the door, and actually he wants to get on out of dodge. Repositioning towards CT, and again, a bullet just not landing.
Yeah, I don't know what Apex's trousers are made out of, but it's sterner stuff than Kevlar.
A lot of info this time round for Flames at long. These teams are almost swapping long info, right? This time Flames is just able to jiggle back and forth, and the fact that he's not experiencing too much contact means they can gamble this is going to either be a mid to B or an A hit. And Alexi B off of that info drops another great nade. Masuda and Kyojin down to half HP.
Yeah, we'll check in with utility damage, Chad, as we get this one underway. Round 11 about to take place and take shape. Masuda dropping out 1. We'll have a second smoke. This has worked every time for Vitality so far. No Alexi to fumble things early, but in front of the smoke, they run straight into the M4. Double on the defense. Smoked off. Oh, Mantu takes the head off. No bomb plan from Apex. Only Shocked now and Zywoo to try and voice concerns. Zywoo very late to the party. Has pressed his eye to the scope, but loudly. Flames aware, or at least in a position to punish. This is a spotless defense for round 11.
Yeah, really getting some steam under themselves now, OG. I feel like Zywoo might want to hold on to this. A 1-on-5, 30 seconds left. Probably not the round.
I mean, previously, Alexi made like that short fight impossible. What are they doing to avoid it this time? They're jumping in front of that CT smoke, and who's ready this time with the alternate angle for the fight? It's Alexi. He's really dealt with the A-take so far.
Yeah, doing a great job on this. And if we want to have a look at that utility damage you were just talking about, Alexi be leading the charge there as well. 237 to his name. 11 rounds of play. You look at Mantu, who's got 170. Nico's got himself with 107. So the nades are working wonders here. Really help and soften up these Vitality members. The saved AWP, well, it is in the right hands. It is the man you want to see with the big green. Here it is again, just dropping on down. These are the 2 players that the nade dunked on, so his life even easier with that spray transfer. And Mantu making sure they can't cross towards the site. Nice little reaction there onto Apex. Looking good now, 7 to 4, and it's going to be a wow, kind of forced by half by situation here. Shox has got an AK. There's some upgraded pistols as well, the light util and the AWP. So banking on either Shox or Zywoo to offer them up a bit of an opening frag here.
Interesting setup. Alexi's just there and to support Flames if he feels threatened. Shox has not made too much of a song and dance about this, and there is a molly to stop Shox from the nutmeg. Oh, Alexi gets the info. He's ahead of the molly. Flames, though, close and punishes him. Perfect team play for an opening. Shox had no options there, and that was one of the rifles.
Oh, Apex want to get their hands on this. Well, he traded, so AK's been picked up by Flames. Apex gets the M4 and almost through the smoke. He's taking down Flames. That's an equalizer.
Oh, it's a problem as well if Zywoo wins this duel. It's Kyojin that does it for him.
Uh-oh.
Deagle headshot. Very uncomfortable now for that A defense. Alexi's on long. He wants to focus short. He hears them crossing into the site. Ooh, that smoke might help him. At least close the gap. An element of surprise here. Kyojin's looking the wrong way. The bomb is down. Alexi can win it all. Zywoo tagged up on the box. He's not been cleared. It's Nico to find him. Big response from OG. Things will not fall out of control. Defuse coming in. And it looks like Apex just taking a little too long about it.
Decent attempt there from Apex, just trying to make it as costly as possible. The round was definitely lost. And with that buy, it wasn't the full investment, right? It was a half buy from Vitality. We can see the full purchase coming in now. They got 2,900 coming into this round with that bomb plan. So splash for cash. What's the mix-up going to be? Those reactive plays have helped them get the 4 rounds where they've been a bit explosive and then just steamrolled over the top of the OG defense. They're out long. It's going to be a biff this time round. Kyojin towards the blue bin. Lots of mollies, lots of flashes, and OG don't want anything to do with it. They're dropping out.
They can't drop. Edge of the smoke. Mantu is very alert, but he has used this opportunity to reposition to the site and gone unpunished. I say that. Shock catches him.
But they're going through. This is quick.
They've got full short control. They're going for a double long flank. Yo, it requires Flames and Valda to somehow hit something on the cross, and they have crossed without the smoke. Valda's at least enabled for one. And here comes the flank test as well. Apex spots out Alexi B. Doesn't confirm there's two of them. He's faffing around with his smoke. He's dead. Now they really are in a tight box. The bomb is still yet to be planted. Kyojin's doing the flashbang dance. They're all flashed in the open. Masuta bails him out of trouble. Zywoo hit his shot as well. Problem for Flames. They've had a quiet start to the CT side, and with 46 points of health and 3 still to find, this one is a little too tall of an order.
Oh, it's just going to be the save here. So another round with Vitality. They're quick to react, and that time the dry swing on towards spawn. Very big difference maker right there. If it was the smokes and cross, that would have allowed that flank to come in. Both CT players would have probably survived, and they could have worked together to try and close in on that retake. But this has some ramifications for that CT-sided economy. We have just seen 4 rounds in a row from OG, finally broken now. But that means that the loss bonus is only going to be 1,400, and we're getting towards the tail end here of this first half. Do OG want to invest what they have? We're going to be talking in the realms of about 3.5, just under 4K for most of the players. Nico will be able to drop an orb. Flames can drop across an SMG, a Deagle, something a bit lighter, or do they just want to go for a half buy now, a full buy in the next, and try and get that 9-6?
I'm about to see the answer. Nico starts spending his
there
money.
it is. Yep.
Okay, so they are looking for that 10.
We did have some critiques, or at least I did, last time around when we had
That's
OG.
right.
They found themselves in those situations where they had those almost double eco rounds. But they did have big leads in those games, and they went forward in most times other than D2 against EG to close. So looks like this time they're playing here for as many rounds as possible.
Zywoo did get that run boost. He might try and take it onto Nico early.
Ouch.
He did. Molly's forced him back. In the meantime, yeah, Long has been lost.
Nico's on his own here. He needs to be careful.
Oh, panics. They're pushing ahead of the smoke. Flash is perfect. And Nico's still holding down Mouse. One gets
that's
2.
huge.
How does he get a second out of that? Never mind a third. Against the swinging AWP, and OG lock it down. Nico locks it down. That's high impact from the Dane.
Oh, and on a risky round right there, you think about the economy if we went into round number 15 without them keeping everybody alive here, would have been pittances.
Yeah, B is a disaster. I mean, the fact that the flash was perfect, like, I don't know if you can fault Vitality in that respect. Like, the player that killed you all was fully blinded.
You can see why they reacted as well. Volde got the kill through the smoke at long. Volde is normally a B player with Nico, right? So it's like, oh, they're doing the 4-man alien, right? That's a pretty good guesstimation to make. And they just run into one man who just locks it down, the other Dane.
Ugh. Tough one to stomach. Lots of AKs in play for the CTs. Those one-shot headshots will be a threat, as is Zywoo when the AWP's in play. He's going to be looking to try and forge a path up mid. Short.
It's a pressure mid here, and the short defenders would have heard some of that jump peeking towards long out of the OG players. Flames is the one rotating back. He only has the AK here. They've left Mantu towards long doors, so against the cat execute, Flames is going to have to hit some crazy one-taps.
Oh, he gets across, but they are swinging. They're swinging, and they're swinging fast and wide. So many targets. The nade is great. The spray is better. Catches the head of Shocks, keeping them at arm's length at this point. And then Zywoo opening up the site, or at least the attempt. Oh, he can deny that. He could try. As soon as that bomb head exposed, Valda will take another one down. Apex's next attempted victim. Smoke does help them just at least take these fights. But now Vitality with the bomb ticking and the frags starting to fall their way, looking to end the half on a 6th. Alexi trying to change my mind. Oh, great shot onto Zywoo. Won't be making it a second. And we will end 9-6. Okay, OG bringing the fight and bringing it to Vitality on their map pick. We're breaking it down as the semi-final continues. The first of IEM summer, right after the break.
Introducing the ESL Pro Tour DHL MVP. Expert analysis.
He's going to get that shot, and it has to feel a little bit going out middle of the air to take down Alex. Another pushing. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. He takes
the best performances.
He's already got 3 and 4 and 5.
And fan voting.
He needs a multi-kill. First found. Twist aggressing. They have to double peek. He's getting his shot. He's hitting another one. Simple.
Who delivered best?
Unbelievable. Nine to 6 on Dust 2. I hope you're having a wonderful Saturday. We're getting it started here. It's about 5 p.m. local, live from the studio in Cologne. We're getting into the big one. It is the semi-final, the first of our 2 semi-finals today for IEM Summer. This is our first real taste test prior to a very stacked summer of Counter-Strike events. We're starting to see the form of some of the teams coming into this one. Vitality, a hot prospect. It seems OG a little hotter, at least in the first half. And it's their turn to dictate the pace. They are on the T side. Rushley 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 will be pressing those numbers and more all the way to 0. As our observer, Chad is with me for the smart words. And they're walking through tons off that Xbox. Smoke, wall off the flash, and Alexi is dead, as is his util, as is OG's whole game plan for this pistol.
Yeah, things are going to get difficult now. They need a trade, and they need it now. Shock's under pressure, but he's hanging around. Flames is looking for the kill, and he's going to get it. Lots of pressure towards A here.
They're going.
Rotated it over.
Oh, Kyojin, 1 tap, 2 taps, and now just making good on the 3rd. That's the pistol locked down. Valda doesn't get to say a thing. And that little bit of aggression coming out from the CT pistol, it's so provocative. Yoji just didn't have a chance to set their plan in motion.
That flash was beautiful, right? You can see so many white OG members there unable to see a bloody thing. And, well, if you can profit in the first, you force them into A. And Kyojin, the rookie, hits a couple of big ones like that, easy as you like. There's one thing you can't critique this guy for, and that's his aim, right? Yeah. His aim is fantastic. He's very, very sharp. 3 headshots there. We saw it yesterday within that quarterfinal against VP on the P250. Inferno getting it done. And right now, we're seeing a force buy. Mantuan to a scout, upgraded pistols for the other 4. And, wow, speaking of upgraded weapons, Masuda's into the M4. He's going to be holding down towards backup platform. And if they do go for a mid to B split, he's got a really good weapon for the job in a great position. We'll be able to just lay those 30 bullets down. Looks like they're not heading over towards B, at least now. They're just going for a default spread with pistols, right? You got Volda outside long, dealing with any pushes, recalling any information over towards Alexi. Flames and Alexi towards those mid doors. Mantu towards green box, just helping out if anybody swings out cat or middle, and Nico dealing with that upper dark push. Now, they do have enough smokes to go for a set piece over towards A, but they need to go through their paces here first. Cross their T's, dot their I's, and get this short control. And we can see it's being gifted. They're actually just going to jiggle around the corner here. So not giving away any sound cues, not using any extra utility. This is all going to help with the sight hit.
They would love to be baiting ZywOo's Incendiary prior to the push, because that can really ruin everything. Boom. Boom. Flames, some sound cues.
Oh, they're going mid to B, I think. This is a perfect crossfire. Apex is on the box.
Yeah, he's going to have a lovely headshot angle here, and Shox is already cocking a flash. Thinks better of it. Apex. Oh, he drops off. Just as they drop their smokes, he had the perfect position. Now just a blind spray. Shox confirms presence on B, and just like that, it's all gone. Oh, in the blink of an eye, Masuta and Shox just fill the feed. It's only Nico's Deagle. And he's dreaming of a headshot. That's on him in my book. It won't go through. Vitality do fend off the force, and we're going to be tying things up soon.
Yeah, good stuff there. And like Masuta with that rifle, right? Imagine if both players had SMGs on the site, and then Shox and Masuta are defending from window and doors with SMGs only. Right? That M4 makes life a little bit easier.
Look at them bursting through that CT smoke. There was no hopes for OG. Very quick reactions from the defense, as it should be.
What do we get on the deck here? 2 P250s and a Deagle, so not a complete eco out of OG. They're still investing a little bit of Moolah. Nice nade from Kyojin there. Hasn't gone all the way through, but that's actually helped him on out with the damage. Flames chipped on down to just above 38. Well, I was going to say just below 40. That's probably more where I should have been going with that.
Oh, they actually landed the dink, so Kyojin will fall. And, oi. If Nico got the second into the center of mass there, we could have actually seen a bit of a snowball effect. Alexi desperately trying to tame that FAMAS. Mantu has gone long range. Go on. With that P250. We'll go 9-9.
Guns can come out now. Mantu can get into that AWP if he sees fit. AKs for everybody else are looking pretty good here. And if we just have a look at the T spawns right now, Alexi is the only one with a good one towards long. Everybody else has spawned mainly towards B, and Nika in no man's land. So I don't think we'll be seeing a biff towards the long position by any means. You can see here, perfect little illustration on the bird's eye view. Normally you want a couple more spawns to help facilitate this. Oh, it's a 3-man short, or at least 2-man short boost here, so it's going to be faster aggression on mid from Shox. He's pushing straight up. Oh, okay, dealt with.
Big find from Mantu. He just got on the box as well. Vitality on a very early disadvantage, and it seems they want to just go immediately into the B contact. And that would be the perfect call. As you see, the CT is looking for info and trying to gamble, this time incorrectly. Even Masuta's vacating B. I think the smoke onto the doors will lock him out. He'll have to either push through or just play passive. It's up to OG now. How much will they just believe in this B call? They're gathered, and as soon as they walk in, the round and the site will be theirs.
Are they just going to save, or are they actually going to have a crack on this? Masuta's still hanging around doors. Apex is coming as well. A little bit of unconfirmed damage there. Slightly more with the nade, but it's not worth giving away. We're talking 3 M4s and a FAMAS here. So site's given up, round's given up, and OG, they get back in the lead here. This will be 10. And I think the information played out in a similar fashion. You know how we were in the other half and I mentioned, oh yeah, this player, Valde, is traditionally the B player. Same with Shox in that situation, right? They pushed him up cat. He goes down early. Okay, well, if we can isolate the rotations, if we can keep our ears on that. Oh.
Wow, quick reactions from Kyojin there. He saved his hide.
That's an interesting angle Alexi was playing as well. That's not a common clear by any means. Just trying to do damage here as they exit. They can all live in upper tunnels. The HP is plentiful.
Apex, what are you up to? He's going to push for something. He's going to take away Flames at least. Mantu holds on to his AWP. Okay, nice little bit of punishment there. Plenty of cash to splash regardless.
We're going to see ZywOo get into the AWP here. That's the question. Shox can buy one instead, and we saw him doing a lot of AWPing on Vertigo, right? I'm not sure that that's too much of a problem. I think even if they keep it map specific, this isn't like a Kenny Shox situation, right? It's not like with Kenny where he needed to have that AWP. I think ZywOo, very proficient rifler in his own right. And here's Alexi with solo mid control, just straight on down, knife out the whole. He's already out mid doors.
Yeah, and unchecked until Apex arrives. It's already smoked. Apex will respond in kind.
They're just going B.
Alexi, he's going for this fight. Masuta does get a little bit of a ding through the doors. In fact, converts. Big success from the defenders so far. More to come. Shocks and Masuta batten down the hatches. Apex even chipping in from the back of the doors. This one has fallen completely foul. Far of the mark. And so Mantu back to where it all started without the 4 compadres he had.
Just a quick note, Apex is up to 18 kills.
Can we look at that pixel angle Kyojin's holding? Is that does he see them when they walk through that tiny little white hole?
I don't think so.
While he was staring at it, I thought it might have been something I'd never seen before. Either way, he converts. And yeah, a suspicious white pixel aside. 10 to 10. Ready to get this party underway with its, what, 4.4k on the mid. Ooh, okay, a couple of people won't be able to afford this one. We'll see Kyojin catching that Mantu AWP. No hope for him bringing that into the next.
Oh, he's really feeling himself today. Apex getting the boys fired on up here, and the double AWPs are out for the CT side. We are seeing OG invest a bit of cash. Alexi B straight into an AK. Some pistols being bought around it here. So Alexi really a lot of pressure on himself to find a frag.
Give him the shocks treatment right back. Oh no, not to be. Not today. Richards having none of it, and they're up cap. Will the Molly stop him? No, but Kyojin will. Oh, it's clean. Knocks any hopes of making this Hero AK round work. They had armor and pistols around as well.
Yeah, that's really just putting all of the eggs in the Alexi basket, right? If he gets a kill at long and gets out with some space, then yeah, they'll be able to run up short.
And he can go like, what, Mac 10 in the next?
Yeah, it's just a curious one right there, right? You see how early that was. There was no nuance to that round. It was just throwing force at the problem, and they've been denied. Vitality up to 11 rounds here, and Apex has 14 grand. He is looking absolutely stacked. 18 kills. He had a great performance on Vertigo yesterday as well, I believe it was.
Yeah, I think he's getting drinks for the whole bar. They have in celebrations of a semi-final. Should he convert?
Some good stuff out of the in-game leader here for Vitality. And the fact everybody else is just chipping in. We got 13 for Masuta, Kyojin on 13, Shocks on 11. Zywoo only has 10 kills, and we're talking an 11-10 scoreline. Imagine if Zywoo comes live now and gets a couple of multis.
Yeah, I mean, he's on for an MVP rating finish here, isn't he? He's like a 1.4, 1.5, I believe.
He's topping the charts, yeah. I think it's 1.5 something.
I'll bring it up.
Off the top of my head, but this is where the contrast is Flames, who was fantastic for OG throughout that group stage, great in clutches. He's struggling. He only has 5 kills. And as somebody who is as sharp as he is and brings that firepower, that entry factor, if he can step up now, this could be the deciding factors in the tail end of map number 1 here.
But yeah, I mean, it is super cool. Yes, 1.52 to confirm it. And the top 3 players of IEM Summer are doing battle here in the server right now for this semi-final. Mantu and Flames underneath Zywoo's name. Mantu knows what they're up to. Oh, it pays off. And he might catch the second. Chips away at Apex through the corner, through the lip of short. He's done a wonderful job there, Mantu. He's watched the demos. He knows what to expect. And such a perfect timing for the read. They want that early AWP frag, and it's come straight into the court of Mantu. Apex is choosing to fill the AWPing void. You can see he has the rifle to call upon should he require it, but this is just going to be purely based off the timing now.
That's the right call. His life here with that AWP on towards the ramp can be really jarring to deal with. And meanwhile, Masuta's pushing up a tunnel. So they're stalling this one out. 55 seconds. Upper tunnel's called clear, and they're just going on A.
Yeah, and there's going to be Kyojin and Apex to be dealt with. Flashes aren't bad. They do counter flash perfectly. Flames swinging in for the first, and it's only Apex's first as well. He's quickly kept silent, and the rest will pursue a save. So OG just that late burst on A. Doing enough elsewhere to keep those CT feet placed.
Yeah, and it was easy as just picking Zywoo, right? That stalled things out. I thought Apex was doing a pretty good job, right? You could overcommit there after you heard them flash and push around that corner, but tried to dip on back. And the execute came in very, very quickly after that Molotov. So both teams with some very reactive stuff, and when they're in a pack and they find that gap to punish, they're able to accelerate. Good to see Flames getting a kill as they enter the site onto Kyojin. Plenty of money here for Vitality going forward. I talked about it before. Apex still, even though he's in the grave right now, has 14.4. Going to get 1,400 more. It's almost at 16k, so max money for the in-game leader right now of Vitality. Things are looking pretty good in the cash department. And this was the kill here, so Taking down Kyojin. Relieves the main pressure. Alexi with the trade. Good stuff.
An unspoken skill is what you just saw from Flames there, is while he was flashed, managing to still cover enough ground so as not be overextended to the long fight, but still being ready for when vision's restored to take the aggressive line.
That's the map awareness, right? These pros, a lot of them, you could task them with having their eyes closed and they could run around the map. Oh, no.
ZywOo forces Alexi's closed, and so does Shox' AWP as 2 ring out across the map. Apex taking a very aggressive maneuver. You wouldn't expect it considering the fact that they've already got 2 entry frags, but here comes a twist of the knife. Mantu.
With the bomb.
Yeah.
Oh.
And he's been audible, I think. Apex is deciding to just completely clear out long instead. So Mantu has no idea about this.
Well, this is a problem because the power position Apex had is gone. So he's not... surely he's not just going to push back through the doors, is he?
Yeah, baby.
Okay. Why not?
Yeah, well, they're not looking. And Apex is going to get perfectly timed with Shox baiting the shot. Bang. All attention drawn short there. However, with the death of Shox...
There's a gap.
There is a small gap. The window for which them to jump through. Apex is charging as fast as he can. It looks like they were considering it. Mantu's not looking. Neither of them are. It's a very hectic spray. It does give time for Nico to adjust. But Apex will finish things off. Vitality given the 12th. And it's a double kill from Apex and Shox, respectively. The AWPs, however, both of them finding one. Alexi just caught out on that mid-rundown. It's not common to see someone going for that completely unflashed, unsmoked, and unbothered. ZywOo just took him down. OG 11, Vitality 12.
Yeah, they're going for tit for tat right now, and this is where things are going to get difficult for OG. Knowing they're up against the double AWP setup, their aggressive maneuvers early need to just be more than one player committing, because you need to be able to trade if they do give up that opening frag. Mantu sends out a warning shot through the doors, lets them know the big green's out again. Alexi is only down to a deagle here, and wow, catching a nade in lower dark flames. It's getting worse and worse for him. Chipped on down to 65. Vitality's starting to pick up a bit of speed here.
Yeah, Molly the right side of the door this time. ZywOo wants to be... Oh, completely flashed. They should finish him. Oh, they need it. They need it. They can't get it. No HE to follow up either. ZywOo lives on. Apex did get caught, and it looks like they want to flood the site here, Chad, or at least they're gathering to do so.
Oh, they're just going. Again.
Oh, my God. Kyojin, yeah, panic smoke. Flash as well for survival. ZywOo's up close. The suppressing flash keeps him alive, but they're up to the site. Solid defense, a trade of frags. Their CTs are low, and now sent lower. Everything connects for OG. On this bare bones buy, they've pulled it across the line. ZywOo's the final victim. 12-12, all right. Now we're cooking. ZywOo caught out, rare to see. Just a flashbang, he couldn't quite navigate back around the box in time. And after that, Apex death, I didn't quite catch, was that, he was holding short?
Apex in that situation. Shox was long, Kyojin was rotating. I think they all just flooded up through the smokes to try and fight. Yeah, they knew it was going to be that A hit. The double AWPs are out again, so Vitality not stuck in their ways, but they definitely think that this is one way to help them secure some CT rounds.
They want to peek it. Mantu's holding it. Safe and sound. Shox gets the information and still posted up for the potential on Cat.
Same default here with lots of numbers through the lower tunnels, so avoiding that mid pick, and now pressure with Flames out the doors, punishing again.
Ooh. This is uncomfortable for the French.
Pulled ZywOo over, and Kyojin's had to rotate away from long as well, so a little bit of limbo here. Buffer for some cat control. Flashes are going to give that one away. How far will ZywOo push?
Oh, he wants it, doesn't he? They could have boosted Mantu up for this. He's in the right angle all the same. He's caught ZywOo once like this, but now they've fallen away, setting up nades. ZywOo catching Alexi just as he toes the line. That's a big trade from Flames. So much space for them to stretch their legs now. Kyojin locked into long with Apex. He actually wants to challenge. Flames stops the walk up, takes the fight. A big frag converted with the pair. Nico and Flames with a lot of damage. Apex trying to keep them looking long. It's Masuta and Shox to join him. One CT, one short. They'll have 3 different angles of assault for the retake. And here they come. Nico and Flames still defending. A great round from the new kids. Pair of frags for both of them, and it puts OG in the lead again.
Okay, back and forth we go once more. Shox has to save that AWP, that money that was so flush earlier is slowly being siphoned away. Apex will have enough to buy. Shox can drop something. Masuda will be able to buy as well. So they can make this one work in the next round as long as Shox doesn't get hunted. And we can see everybody from OG still over towards the top of A. So no problems in that department whatsoever. And I talk about this every time, and I feel like it's been happening more and more in some of the recent games. But that's with the CTs getting broken super late. That CT economy could be a massive drama in the later stages of a game here. And the fact that they were willing to take these fights, you know, we've seen it go wrong, and we've seen it go right.
Yeah.
So there's obviously two sides to it.
And there's two sides to it right there in the semi-final. So sweet in victory, so sour in defense. We all know those feelings, even when we aren't playing in an IEM summer. This is the semi-final, though, and as Alexi has alluded to with some of the pre-match stuff we saw, game feels very different in official. He used the word stakes. I think those stakes obviously higher for individuals and different for every individual. A lot to prove for themselves as well. Timeout taken. 10 seconds left now to get us back into the fray. Little rave for Mantu. He likes to listen to hard techno before he gets back into his timeouts.
Strobe lighting, it's the new feature of the timeouts. It keeps everybody awake. It's good to see. Innovation. Double ops continuing, and okay, that is a huge start.
That is a problem. Vitality are in a lot of trouble. Hot water for sure. Double ops are in place, so if they now twist this into a regroup and a bomb plant, I don't fancy Vitality's chances. It's about their decision-making now. What do? It looks like you want to set someone up for a long lurk on the bin, or at least he's having a look over. Never mind lurk, the bomb's joining him. Okay.
They can really just hit the brakes here. I think they're going to expect some re-aggression. It's hard to tell what type of reinvestment Vitality would be going for in a round like this, especially with the opening kill coming through that mid-smoke. So, information, not at an all-time high right now for OG. They're just hoping they're gifted something. Now, with both AWPs holding A, this could actually be pretty potent. So we're AWPing down long, Shox holding short, and they're gamble stacking A. This is the right call.
Okay, maybe that Apex loss may not be the be-all and end-all of round 26. Smoked off short. Alexi will have plenty of time as it fades. It's Shox and Masuta short side. Is Masuta playing CT, just for my own brain? Yeah, okay. So Kyojin and Masuta playing from there. And it looks like a bit of a cancel. So after lingering for so long, after no re-aggression...
They're going all the way back.
But will Vitality...
they're just going to gamble and save, right? There's no way that Zywo is feeling brave enough to pick without teammates. So unless they swing and they clear it now, there's no way they're going to be back over towards that B bomb site. But I don't know what the tell is. How have they just gone, let's completely evacuate here? What did Alexi catch?
Well, could it be the fact that they continued to not have any info long? Like it just meant that they would have to be actively holding it from site side? It's not enough of a queue.
I don't know, because we didn't see anybody from OG push past the long corner. We didn't see anybody from Vitality even pick all the way down. Zywo was still very passive towards the top side. The only player who could have heard anything was Alexi mid doors. So I don't know what he heard or what he think he heard. But that is what facilitated the road. That has to be the only thing to road, because okay, no, there was no re-picking middle. Alexi didn't get pushed from lower tunnels. He didn't get pushed from short. That's about it. That's okay. Maybe I missed something there, but that is a fantastic call regardless. Just completely avoiding any opponents in a huge round. This is 14 on the board, and yeah, Vitality, of course, they have to save. Can't risk going for a round like this. And the fact it's lost just with Apex going down in the mid-smoke and then a gamble stack, can't get it done in an easier way. That's crazy from the international squad right there. I want to ask Alexi B why he made that call. Someone get him on the phone.
Yeah, well, we might do if he can continue this form into Mirage, our second map, and OG's map within the best of 3 overpass of third, should we require it.
Did Alexi hear scoping? Like, could he have heard scoping? Like from
He wasn't that close.
I don't think he was close enough. Anyway.
Did get close, but it was actually boiled down to just Apex dying on the cross. Valda will survive, at least until nades and bullets from Kyojin come into play. Oh, a lovely gap in that smoke if Kyojin got a little peak heavy. But Valda will get out of dodge. Nicely maneuvered by him. He's only got 9 points of damage dealt after having 3 players breathing down the back of his neck on long.
And Alexi's pushed all the way out mid here again. So just being an info in-game leader right now, if Masuda gets a little bit more aggressive, he'll go down to Nico. Nico will even have the advantage on this swing. It is the Shox backup plat that's the difference maker here for the trade, but...
Depends how well he manages his angles here. He might be able to expose himself to exclusively Masuda.
Yeah, it's curious to see what the blind spot is for Masuda. he's backed off. We won't get to see how that one pans on out, but a lot of pressure mid to B now. And they're just going.
Yep, straight in. And this time, Masuta cannot report a double and a missed shot from Shox. He won't get many more opportunities. He's just run down. Bombs delivered. It has to be the save. And so this means OG will be taking map point on Vitality's Dust 2 here. This is impressive stuff. So not only a 9-6 half, they're looking to completely tie up with a 6th T round of their own.
Nico's already gone towards backyard, starting to have a bit of a look in here, but it doesn't look like they're willing to completely invest into this chase. Right? We're still halfway ticked. There is time for them to get a hurry on, but they would have to use that W key, let go a shift. It looks like OG are just going to let them hold on to the AWP, the M4, and the FAMAS. So this is actually really good for Vitality to stay threatening. They're going to be getting themselves 2,900 as a loss bonus in the next round. That's going to be enough for Masuda and Shox to rebuy. So they'll have yet another gun round. But they need to find some resistance. And that resistance might need to come through an aggressive maneuver. Now, I'm sure OG know exactly that. So let's see. Are they going to go for something a bit more all-in, where they've been going for these early info plays, Alexi straight out the mid doors, aggression out long, or are they going to sit back and wait for the fight to come to them? Because Vitality haven't been opting to do that in the last couple. That it would make the most sense as the change-up here coming out of the timeout, the second one called.
They need a 3 rounds back-to-back slew. That saved FAMAS, not ideal. Apex will be equipping it. Certainly better off than getting caught through the doors cross. And OG, an opportunity to really get a leg up in the semi-final. Not too many semi-finals in Flames' history. This is going to be a really good feeling if he can start as strong as this against a team like this. Team effort so far from OG. Alexi just trying to monitor that mid-cross. He's brave enough to just tap away at the AK. Masuta is brought down just to 76. They're leaning B early. This could be a very, very good call to finish it all. What is Alexi cooking up here? It could be an early one.
Yeah, they might just pop behind this. That's the smoke used already. The smoke has already been thrown on out. Shox is rotating on over.
I don't think you can silently get off this. He's going to loudly drop. Oh, as the nade
Maybe
pops.
the nade.
I think it might have actually perfectly masked it. Never mind. Still a bit suspicious. ZywOo sus on B. Currently floating in that mid-doors area. Alexi's going to be dumping some util there to force, or at least imply, control.
They're going to get short control for free if they'd like. And a lot of util has already been used from Vitality. There's a minute on the clock and stepping on in.
Mantu's missed his. A small potential final fatal blow on Dust 2. Missed out. ZywOo tucked into sight. Apex dropping a good and promising nade right onto their noses. And it synchronizes with not only ZywOo's bullets, but his nade as well. OG are bruised. They're
push
battered.
lower.
And more damage dealt. Shox and Masuta are here to fend off the rotate. Oh, Nico gets caught out on the jump. This one has fallen apart. And Vitality, 33.3 recurring, of course. Percentage of the way there. They need all 3 in a row. It is only Mantu being hunted down for his AWP, and he's going to lose it in 3, 2, and 1.
Oh, Apex not picking up the secondary AWP here, so just going to keep operating with the 1. And again, you can talk through some of that decision-making. As soon as ZywOo shoots at mid-doors, they think they can scramble and beat him over towards A, but ZywOo gets there in time. Look at this. Slowed down, nade lands. That's going to slow them even more so. Great stuff combining here and locking them down before they even get a chance.
Yeah, I mean, you compare that with the fact that they not only had long presence, not only had sight presence, but they also had the door locked behind them. There was no way out for OG. Started off so promisingly towards that under-defended B site. A lot of pace behind this one to start us off. Flames and Alexi completely demand short control. I don't think ZywOo's ready.
Oh!
What a shot from ZywOo! He barely got there. Just takes off the fine fringe hairs of Alexi B, and Kyojin now popping off as well. They may not clear this.
I don't think they will.
Valda's not expecting it. Completely caught out. Mantu trading at least something into a 1v3 and a very aggressive Shoxy. Mantu completely unprepared. Shox, however, does not finish his meal. Vitality are doing it. What's the final round going to look like for OG? They got cash to splash, so it's only a question of how much damage Mantu can do to the CTs here. Never mind, finish it all with just his mouse and keyboard in his hands. 58. 2 long side, 1 towards the lower tuns.
Yeah, this would be some clutch right now. You mentioned damage as well. That's also looking pretty good. So a couple more kills would be nice. Shox is re-aggressing through the long doors now. So might catch Mantu on a timing. Just pivoting towards green box. Looked away. And that's it. Shox will take him down 15-14. We've gone the distance. Bonus rounds looking extremely likely here for map number 1. Flames will need to be dropped a gun, but that's the only player who's strapped over in OG. And there's no dramas. They can make this one work. Nico has 9.7. And timeout being called right now.
Let's see this one
nice.
again.
Oh, the pixel. Just the pixel of the head right there.
Wow. He chose a perfect time to be hitting shots like that. Will we see OT? Or will OG finish it in regulation?
No long spawn again here, right? That, as a player, is taken out of the book just by the cruel hands of fate. So no long spawn means no aggression out long, which means they're probably just going to go for this same 3-man upper tunnel presence, 2 going lower. Mantu overseeing things, Volda outside along. They just tried something scrimmy in that round, right? They just tried to biff up Cat. Well, Vitality booked that. What's Alexi B got for this one? Rugger, the coach, having a chance to chip on in. It looks to be exactly that. Nico, Alexi, Flames, all over towards B. Mantu, top mid. Shox just listening close again, trying to get as much info as he can safely here. That's his whole job, is just to be calling the sound cues.
Oh, what's Mantu just
Wait,
done
that was
there?
through the door? That was just through the door? What?
Pressing his ear to the door has got him killed. Shox, the voyeur, sent to an early bed. And in such a crucial round as well. He's tucked in tight. Mantu's the one to find that opener. And Alexi can't believe his luck. They can do this in regulation now. It's starting to feel more real.
That is a gift from the gods right there. They have to be able to convert off the back of this. Vitality have split up into a 2-2.
Yo, Misuta jostles for control. He was ready and willing to take that fight. Apex tucked in on B as well. If they go now, Kyojin smoke should keep him at bay. That'll buy enough time for them to reshape. I say that as he falls off. Tucking himself now towards long side. Apex looking for info and answers in B, but it may be too late. 50 seconds. OG up short for the finish. They can still go mid. We know they like to do these late finishes through mid. Apex and Masuta long gone. Vacate B and start their campaign towards the short flank.
They're rolling them down lower tunnels now.
They're going to be very hot on the heels. Valda to hold the flank though as they commit. First is easy for Zywoo. Util starts to drop, makes his life a whole lot more difficult. A high flash won't stop the plant. Mantu's the one to stop the short fight. 3v2. Zywoo still hitting shots. It's Alexi aggressive. He's got 2 to handle. Kyojin on that ramp side. Valda trying to play the after plan. He's miles away and Kyojin takes us to overtime. The French unwilling to fall. And so we go again. Overtime to separate them. This one keeps going. The semi-finals waging on. 16K MR3 right after our break.
I think one of the things that we've seen with OG this tournament is the firepower. And I don't just mean in terms of having sharp individuals who are mechanically sound. I mean their multi-frag ability. And if anybody was following OG with the roster that preceded this one, you take a little bit of look at Mantu, who came from nowhere, picked up primary AWP, and I think he's blown everybody away with his level of performance. We've got Volda, a man who once upon a time was considered, if Australia's ever needed a player, he would be the pickup from Denmark. And then Alexi B, the promised in-game leader from Finland. All of those pieces made sense. And you consider what we're seeing out of them now and what we're seeing out of them in this event, Flames and Nico coming in are much needed firepower upgrades.
Circ with a double, Alexi to clutch. It's not looking easy at all. Trying to reposition. The spray, Hatchie catches Circ, not the defuse. Stabilizes! Flames, can you really be the full hero package? Oh, maybe you can. Takes down Stan. It's only 2 for Circ. He takes the fight. Flames. They actually can do this. They're doing it. Circ, however, caught out. Tries to deny the plant. Finds me who Flames is doing it. This is great.
Right now with OG, it's the bolstered firepower met with the classic way that Alexi B is in-game led. Very, very solid style of CS. The fundamentals are there. And now they even have that flair. So things are looking great for OG.
Flames won't be able to control both sides of this. And I say that, perhaps he's about to prove me wrong. Yeah, here they come. All into his spray. And he's up to 10.
By now, Alexi has had and Raga have had enough time to, figure out how to best use Flames and Nico. So I think they have a good balance of, they were always a team that's going to have structure, right, and just approach rounds in a sensible way, not play too loose, but also you always want to have players be comfortable in their roles and maybe some of the moves that they like to go for. You want to enable them to do that, and I think right now OG has found a good mix where, you know, they're stable, they have things to fall back on, but they also have rounds or plays or openings where they can let guys like Flames, who's incredibly talented, right, have a little bit more freedom and just make things happen for OG.
IEM Summer is a springboard to the tail end of the first season of 2021. If OG can go to that grand final, they can have a competitive run. It could do wonders for that confidence. And with IEM Cologne coming up as the way to close out the year, it could mean wonders to this team. It could really see them take that next step to being a championship caliber squad.
Yellow skies, dreaming big and aiming high. Name the clouds passing by, wishing we run away. All we need is our passports, baby. Leave the rest in our troubled minds. Let us go.
The Intel Extreme Masters Summer 2021. It's OG Esports up against Team Vitality, and so far we haven't been unable to separate the two of them. It's Vitality's domain. It's their first pick of this best of three, and it's our first semi-final of the day, so you're just in time for an evening of Counter-Strike. And hanging out for my evening of Counter-Strike is Chance Sponge Burchill. You just saw him on your screens, now you get to hear him in your eardrums. So we're heading back into the realms of Dust 2, and it is of course 16K, so we're expecting to see, double AWPs straight out of the gates from the CT. Shox and ZywOo, they had success on it in regulation.
Oh, and now 1xBet odds favouring Vitality again. So back and forth we go, not only in the game, but with the odds as well. And Shox is very aggressive here.
Ooh, and Mantu. He's always ready and raring to go.
Yeah, he said in chat with Shox there, as they were just chilling out, waiting for this to kick back off, that in the previous where he shot him through the door, the gun stuck out. So Mantu
nice.
may be getting the gift.
ZywOo just taking Shox's place, in a sense. Just still posted up on middle, so you lose one, but you may lose a second. He's still standing after being flashed off the line. Timing's everything, and he does take Flames out of the round. Leveled up by ZywOo. Edge of the smoke checked. Mantu's got nothing to report. It starts to fade. The next 5, Apex will be completely out of the sight line of Mantu.
NiKo has to get across towards Xbox somehow, and ZywOo's watching this, so unless he wants to dump more of his util, have the easiest of passages. Alexi trying to make a play. ZywOo's been forced to rotate. They're forcing them around the map here, but if OG go towards A again, they're just going to keep running into this wall.
Lots of talking from Alexi.
God, he's so brave. What is this?
Oh my God, ZywOo couldn't believe it either. Alexi's just taken matters into his own hands. He's playing a dangerous game as Alexi has smoke for ZywOo to lurk around. Suta tested, even trades. They'll go into the site. ZywOo, though, could get caught here. Baits a shot, not looking for Alexi. Caught by Apex. This is a clutch they'll go for, no doubt in my mind. Pushing straight for the doors, loudly trying to deny through the smoke, but on the reload, Valda's there. And so, the new kid on the block leans back in his chair and ready straight into Mantu's AWP. That's 3 from the, I was about to say British AWPer.
The Polish AWPer.
The OG AWPer.
Yes, it's a difficult one. I think the fact that he's turned his back on you, Alex, I guess that one hurts more than anything.
That's right. ESL didn't get the memo, so I will live on for one more tournament. This is his last tournament as a UK
Say
AWPer.
that, they might even adjust it between maps now.
Yeah,
so,
right, that's true.
See how quick they can net that one up. And NiKo's into a secondary AWP here, so this is curious. One of these is heading towards B. NiKo's heading towards long.
And it works! Off the spawn, using it to great effect, and the bonus money playing a big factor into their opening second round.
Well, there's 4 AWPs still in play. Can Shox and ZywOo be that leveling factor here? We do stall out again. Coming back through spawn will be NiKo and Flames, and he's got an AK back in his hands. Alexi just doing it all again. The in-game leader with so much information close around the mid doors.
Valda's got a crucial role to play. It's just not the most glorious and glamorous. But you can see he's keeping Kyojin and ZywOo posted up and managed to survive the posted up AWP. A passive Molotov implies long is not occupied. And he actually starts to leave. Mid B, again, for the spotless. T half of overtime. Shox has the easiest of the first. Nico's already tagged up, but he does not go down. Flames does. They're low, but not low enough. The site is theirs. They're in. Zywoo and Kyojin so disconnected from the pack, there's very little they'll be able to contribute.
This is where we might see a save. The fact that they have gone for 4 ops in 2 rounds on the Vitality side, it's quickly siphoned through the money for the likes of Zywoo and Shox. Kyojin's very loud. Alexi has a freebie here, but can't convert. Look at the HP of the other 3.
Yeah, I know, right? They won't be able to save in the site.
Well, they're still going for this.
Here they come. Oh, this is a bit intense now. Valda and Nico aren't too phased. I think Zywoo will think better of it. Mantu somehow just got tagged down lower, and Valda will deny any saved AWP, so they'll have to juggle a little bit, but it's not like it's going to stop him.
I bet they're wondering, why couldn't we just win one of those rounds at the tail end of the half there? We could have avoided all of this overtime nonsense, because coming into this with all the cash that they could hope for, both teams with all the cash that they could hope for, and OG are the ones really turning the screws right now.
Whew, okay. OG again within touching distance.
They've got bloody 4 Dak and an AWP here.
Oh, trying to get across. Apex knows how much it can hurt. He's part of the old graffiti. It's no longer present. Mantu is posted up on this sight line as well. Shox was tagged, but it won't stop him just finding one in the hip. Mantu again bests him. In the head-to-heads of these AWPs, secondary or otherwise, Mantu is 100% above the others. And they're going for this triple boost as well. As the smoke will fade, they might have a good shot here onto Masuta. He won't be expecting this angle. Oh, spotted. They'll have to cross back, and that's the chance. He's missed it. 2 now on B. Oh, gee, that doesn't seem to be stopping them. They're setting up, and here comes an aggressive one from the CTs. They're walking straight in. Alexi with the pin pulled, and the mag unloads. Looking good. Partnering up with the spray is the nade. Apex takes him down. Still got a 3v3. They don't have to commit. The double molly will force him into the scope. He had no options there. Perhaps use the smoke a little better, but regardless, now they have maintained an advantage.
Oh, Volda's taken all this space over towards long. Kyojin just rotated back over towards CT spawn. He has to worry about short, mid doors, and now this flank coming on in.
He won't have heard that. He has no idea. And this time it's Valda. Looking for a perfect T-half here. Hard shots. Zywoo will not knock the aviator sunglasses off in the first, but he will the second.
They start to get across.
Not anymore.
Okay, I thought it was them having to cross long. No, it was Zywoo having to cross the doors. Mantu has been an absolute force.
Look at him,
26 kills.
He's actually top of the scoreboard.
Oh, I read Apex's kills there. Yeah, 27, bloody hell.
Top of the entire server, Mantu.
The big man Ting. Oh, we guess we can't call him that anymore.
Man like Mantu.
He's not Polish. I mean, he's not British anymore.
Well, he is, isn't he? He's got 2 parents, one from either side. I think that's how it works.
Yeah, okay. All right. Well, just 1 round needed here for OG on the defense, and they looked pretty good in that first half. 9 to their name. Augs are coming out here, so a couple more scope weapons in play. So many nades early, just constantly being flung back and forth here. So no damage being found by that U2, which was huge in the first half for OG.
True.
Flames is coming close short.
Yeah, and it's synchronizing with Zywoo's advance as well. Flames, you're brave if you ever have a glance. Smoke bails him out. The bomb's long. You can see what they intend to do with this. OG currently actually quite an aggressive cat setup. Stack nades. As the smoke fades, Flames is there, and they're not expecting this swing. Big element of surprise from that, and Flames nearly takes Apex down too. Oh, the spray's wild, but it does knock their head. They're crossing into the site. And a miss from Mantu, but Alexi. Oh, he's being held by Shox. He won't have much impact, I think. It's all about timing on that smoke push. Bombs going in. Alexi does not buckle just yet. Jump damage. Kyojin still standing strong. It's Mantu with a frag now, 2v2. OG can still finish this here and now. A light tagging, one long side. Shox is low. It's down to Masuta if Shox falls. Still on that ramp. Alexi can't contribute. Great crossfire. Vitality will take one. Survival. And again, just like before, they have to string together 3 in a row for survival. This is exactly how regulation played out. This time they're on the T side.
It looks so good for OG there as well, right? The timing on that cat push, you take out Zywu, the biggest man. You make life difficult. Apex is getting spammed through the smoke. He's getting pushed through mid doors. He even makes something happen in that moment, and then through long, just alleviate all that pressure, the sharp aim. Here we go again. It's a default spread once more. Nico hanging around close doors now. Volder patrolling B from outside the site. Alexi with some cat aggression of his own. Huge. That is a huge nade. 56 damage right there.
Yeah, that's wiped the smile straight off of his face into round 5 of our OT.
They're just letting Kyogen clear on his own.
Oh, Flames could fall on this. That's enough. That's enough. What?
Or is it?
You brave, brave boy!
He's gone back!
Who is this? He's so ambitious. He's very lucky to be alive now, though. I mean, Shox has tagged him. He'll throw a nade back. Mission accomplished, though, I suppose. He's defended long.
Well, they know that 2 there as well. I think Mantu and Flames both just dropped HEs, so are they going to react off of this? We have 50 seconds left. Masuda and still up in tunnels. They're going mid to B.
They are. Alexi's a little late on the incendiary. The flash might catch him. He tries to swing. They're so wide. Vitality man advantage. Flooding into Nico's spot. Catching one. Valda 2 blind. The flashes are so good. Supreme from Vitality. As a 17th looks almost a guarantee.
Oh, and the low HP of Flames could have been a difference maker in a retake here. I know it is a 2-on-4. Looks like he's just going to be hanging around in lower tunnels. Mantu trying to save that AWP over towards the long doors. And I guess if Flames offers any resistance here, it could slow down that hunt. It doesn't look like Vitality want to get moving either way. And staying stoic in these pressure situations, right? Like the fact that they've had to do this 2 times now just to stay alive in the game shows that they're not willing to buckle just yet. You know, Mirage is coming up next as map number 2. That was the pick of OG. Questions now, do OG start taking the fight, right? Are they going to do something more aggressive? Will we see the AWP getting boosted up catwalk? Timing on this, you're right. If Alexi got that Molotov out, what, a second earlier, they are stifled in the door. Maybe one player pushes through. Maybe they have to try and extinguish with an extra smoke. But the pressure's on again, and another timeout taken here. Last timeout used by OG now. So if this is extended, there'll be no more timeouts for them to catch their breath, have a good chat with the coach. Talk about what's for dinner. Need to make this one count. Alexi yet to buy here. So as they're talking this one through, as I say that, just purchases into an M4. Was going to question if they wanted to bring out a secondary AWP on that CT side. Vitality, no dramas on their buy either, but they've just been going for that standard default approach, right? Spread out across the map, couple players around mid, one outside long, couple towards tunnels. So if OG can get away with an early pick on the CT side, like what Mantu was offering on that T half, maybe that's the difference maker, but it's a lot to ask a Mantu to keep delivering. Nobody over towards B early. Volde crossing late. Flames the only one long. Has to drop back. Immediately forced away, and it looks like Vitality are trying to finish things here.
Oy, oy, oy. Flames is tested early. So long lost. Last time, we've seen how OG can reshape their defense in reactions. And speaking of reactions, it's Masuta with a quick one. Trying to catch that cross. Smokes are deployed.
Oh, they smoked the same spot? Was that 2 smokes on the same spot?
Was it? There's a second now. And look how many OG players are posturing to swing and contest. They might even boost. Apex. Oh, a miss from Mantu. He can now lock it down short. Kyogen brutally murdered by Util. He's got 1 HP to his name. It might not stop him from planting.
He's through.
Hello. 1-on-1. 3 for 3. Bomb's now down and ticking. Vitality to extend us into a second overtime. OG to finish it right here and now on Vitality's pick. The smoke is so good from Nico. Valda's already caught one. Apex and Shox, it's the old boys to defend their honor. Mantu falls off the boost, the shots are hit, Valda's done enough. And now pushing for the final blow. Shox, he adjusts for the first, and Mantu can't seem to find the trade. The smoke has worked wonderfully, M4 equipped, and Mantu has saved the day for OG. Just in the nick of time, they'll take it in OT for OG. Dust 2 is theirs. And Vitality now on the back foot. This semi-final is a banger. Breaking it down to the desk, Facade, Yanko, and Frankie. Waiting in the wings will be RB.
As a team, we did everything was good. We did like we played like in practice, because in practice we had a really good results, and we played really good at all. And I was happy about doing the same performance as we do in official matches, and we had a really hard time, if we can say that like this. So I just want to see how is it going for the next stage.
What you've witnessed in this tournament is a broken NIP team managing to resurrect themselves, and Exist picks up 2 kills. Forest with the shot as well. Olofmeister goes down, and here it comes. 2 on 5. JW and Flusher, there is nothing they can do any longer. NIP have won Gamescom 2014, ladies and gentlemen, 16-13.
Nice! Diffuse. Yes. Let's go, boy! Nice!
Wow, in the last round of overtime, OG went and stole Vitality's map pick right from under their noses. And it seems fitting that the killer blow was landed by Mantu, who had a fantastic performance on that map. It felt like Apex was doing everything he could to try and bring the British Polish star down and just couldn't do it. It's hard to know where to start with this one, Janko and Kassad. So should we start with the first half and Vitality's T side? Because it seemed like they could get things done when they got those A long spawns, but the B side was just a bit of a mess for them.
We should
Janko.
start definitely by saying, it's really good that somebody yelled defuse there. Somebody should have said that to G2 against Australis. But yeah, it's really good. They have the comms down to the point.
Yeah.
But the T side of Vitality, like you said, it wasn't really blessed with a lot of good long spawns. So they turned to a cat execute, which was stopped by OG correctly, and they turned into a little bit of a B splits. And they got what they possibly could, and considering they lost pistol there as well.
Yeah, they had some success with the B splits early. We can actually jump right into that to kind of break it down, how it happened and how sometimes utility should dictate a setup, really, right? There's some setups that are very powerful against the B split, but you need to have, for example, a flash, right? So what happened in this round that we'll show later, round number 7, Nico was playing here close to the wall. Alexi was rotating back from securing long into CT spawn, and Valde was inside the site. And Nico is just shoulder peeking here for information. Once he sees the problem is neither Alexi nor Valde have a flash. So he's just stuck in this position. He's probably asking for it, didn't realize that his teammates didn't have a flash. And then he just dry peaks and dies, and they just go into a B split trade with Valde as well and win an easy round, right? So that's one of those things. If there was a flash, for example, Cold in our team, Cold had really, really good timings and really good feel for asking for those sorts of flashes, not only on Dust, but also on Train, in Ivy. We've seen a lot of his highlights over the years from playing that position. So that's just... The setup is very powerful. You need a flash. You don't have it, you can't stand there. You're just going to get traded. He doesn't even get a single kill, and it's just an easy round. And it forced OG on an eco after this, so the round was really important.
I don't give you much for phase, but your B hold with broken Cold was pretty decent. I have to say that. Anyway,
Did you win a lot of tournaments?
Sorry?
Did you win a lot of tournaments?
Did you beat me anytime?
Yes.
Except for the 16-14 on the most useless event ever?
Let's move on. Let's move on.
Anyway, the CT half for OG looked a little bit different. Actually, the T half looked a little bit different. And Vitality kind of forced the double up again, which I don't think it worked out. The problem right there is I didn't see them adjust, because simply it was a good T side from OG reacting to those double ops, like bursting out short, getting fast, get control, and just executing whatever they felt like the right timing is. And they're throwing a couple of B splits as well. And I think overall they had a pretty good reaction to the double op from CT that kind of worked against Gambit for Vitality, but not today. And I kind of feel the only mistake Vitality made there is not really adjusting to the pace and the type of default that OG was throwing at them.
Can we talk about the reads as well? I know round 26 was a round that had Alex and Chad scratching their heads. That was the round where Alexi and co somehow knew instinctively that B was just theirs for the taking, and all of them could go to there. And wondering how the hell.
That round pretty much it gets down to 3 options right there. It's like it's not really uncommon for IGL from a lurker spot to call people back after you have a 5v4 right here. That's a pretty normal thing to do. I think Fnatic was doing that before. And the other option is obviously he had maybe a sound cue or something, like somebody rotating or some call from his teammate. And the third one could be an anti-strat, because maybe they know that Vitality likes to over-rotate in a 4v5 and they don't have long control, and maybe they did something based off that.
Yeah, I think also the preparation for OG was really good in this game. I think they had a plan. You could see on CT side, the first half, mid-round, they were always going to try to go for information plays, right? They were more dynamic on that CT side, and I think it really showed, right? They knew that Vitality was going to pick Dust 2. They picked it. They beat them on the map 2 times. They came with a bit of a different plan, and it was still close because Vitality is just that good, especially on Dust.
And OG won both pistols.
Yeah, OG. No,
I think they did.
I think they swapped. They exchanged CT pistols.
Are you sure?
Dude.
Well, boys, I'm going to let you guys,
sure.
the jury being out on that one, because Kassad, I want you to take us through round 27. You've got about 45 seconds to...
Yeah, round 27 was kind of weird for me because they had a they lost control of long, but they went back to B, and let's see the B setup should be there for it was Shox and Misuta on the B side. Right here, Nico was waiting for them, and then all of a sudden Misuta decides to come back, and he drops a smoke which blocks off the view from the off from back plat, and then at that time they were splitting B, and then all of a sudden I think the call should have been the flash should be coming over B side and then stopping guys and then maybe going for a peek, but he dry peeked into 3 people on a round that's 14-12. We're going to see it right now. He's going to drop a smoke and he's going to run like a surprisingly run in like this. 3 people are going to be waiting for him. He dies and they lose B control. That's something that was like kind of weird for me to make that call. Maybe it was some sort of a communication. Maybe we can talk about it later.
Yes.
Well, you guys can head off to the green room. You've got a few minutes to talk about it right now because we need to go to a short break. When we come back, we're going to be going to OG's home map. It's Mirage. Can Vitality bring this one back?
Ready? Let's go. Okay. Oh. Oh. Oh.
Nice.
Oh. Oh. Hey, hello.
Oh.
Hello. 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 Aïe. Okay. No.
Oh.
Oh. Oh. Oh. Whoa. Mama. Ah. What?
Maman, où? Ah.
Hey.
Je vois même pas mon écran avec ce chapeau. Oh.
Non.
Oh.
Oh, j'étais sur ta tête. Voilà. Pas
Ne
caché.
plus caché. Ne plus caché.
Oh non.
So easy. With my ukulele, I can kill everyone. Oh.
What the Okay, I need to stop jumping.
And starting shooting, maybe.
Yeah, it's better, I believe, to win on Counter-Strike. Oh!
Oh! You say you will not... Ga! Stop, scream. No.
No!
Ooh!
Almost!
No!
Ah, laser! Yeah! Let's go, laser!
Yes.
Oh,
Thanks,
he's
Jan.
alive?
No.
Oh!
Come on!
No! No! Not like this! Take
Like
it in the ass!
Please, can you show yourself? Oh, no! Leave me alone! Come on! No! Oh! Thanks! Oh! What the? I see you! Oh oui!
No! Let me go back to the floor, please!
Let me go back, laser! Okay, maybe a tricks?
Nice tricks! Ah, laser! No!
Laser! Yes! Come on! Yeah!
Intel Extreme Masters Summer is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, 1xBet, and DHL.
Gang, we're getting started with our second map of our first semi-final of IEM Summer. Vitality taking on OG. And OG have taken the first map share. What's Dust 2 in review?
I think at least we've seen all the individuals showing up in a big way, right? We can see that both teams are here to play. Both teams don't want to let this one slide. And, well, as we move into Mirage, I think both teams have a pretty good shot at taking this matchup. OG... historically,
for a reason.
Yeah, but historically lose their own map picks. I want to get that one out of the way early.
Sure.
So get set for that third map of Overpass. Also, Vitality with Kyojin have only played this map once on record. It was against Big and they won it. So right now, those 1xBet odds leaning in favor of the international squad.
Yo, we could have a quick pistol here.
There's 4 on A.
Yeah, AXEC, 5v4. Shox is the only member of the server that's not going to be here, and Alexi's caught the walk-up. Oh, Misuta receives 2 of the 3 from Palace. Kyojin keeps at least 1 and keeps it even on ramp. Okay, maybe we slow down. Yeah, Valda's heading T-spawn, but a very chaotic start to our second map. Shox, will he be able to catch the Valda cross? He's continuing to walk.
Gonna hear the footsteps, surely. Yeah, he's called the rotation, so Apex can get a move on over towards that B site. And Shox can be on a very fast flank here. So he's going to secure this B call. Can't risk running, though. So it's on Apex to try and slow this one down. And he can't overcommit either.
Oh, so the bomb's late. Valda's not. Oh, a miss from Apex. Now they know the jig is up. And Valda's pushing quite quickly here. Apex is not prepared for it.
Shox can't miss here.
Yeah, he has to hit the first headshot and has. And from behind, Valda strikes a one-on-one. Shox has the kit, though. I wonder if Valda's going to account for that on the fake. It is just a fake. Will Valda call the bluff entirely? Oh, he's not ready for it. On the right side, he nearly adjusts. It's Shox to take it. Vitality, another pistol in the bank, courtesy of Shox.
Yeah, getting fired up there as well, and he was instrumental in that one, calling the rotation, securing that it was that B bomb site, and then winning the round on his lonesome. Great stuff, and kicking Vitality off in a big way. That matchup of Dust 2, I'm going to feel like they're going to be unhappy they let that one slip. Couldn't have got closer. Some very good signs from both teams.
Overtime.
I think one that we want to keep our eyes on here is Flames, who obviously he was missing in terms of the overall frag impact, and we were always questioning how he was going to start delivering once he gets into playoffs. Remember, he's another one of these new kids on the block. The same with Kyojin. Monitoring the 2 performances from those individuals is going to be key. And, well, we've gone into 5 Galils. Who won the pistol?
Yeah, I mean, take a look at that left and right comparison.
That is wild.
Didn't even get the bomb down, did they?
Yeah, they did.
No, Nico did, yeah, just before he lost to Shox.
But this is the thing, right? We've always had this in the back of the mind that these type of buys are possible with the Galils, but most teams try and prioritize a bit of utility. OG are just doing it with their bodies now. 2 players through the underpass, 1 out Palace, 2 up ramp.
If Apex is late, I don't think he's going to be looking towards connector in time. They're already up. They're already up, and the warning shots are hit. It's the FAMAS of Kyojin that comes up big. Zywoo from the dark position. It's only 1 Galil frag in the feed. Everything else going Vitality's way. And OG, I'm afraid they're sent back to T-spawn with nothing more than shrapnel and a frag for Nico. That death did seal his fate. I will make it his 3 frags in the round and into this map. Vitality, though, given a nice bit of breathing room.
Yeah, you'll take that as well. 2 free Galil upgrades. It's nice. Sure, it's not AK-47s, but the Galils, they're still handy, especially on the CT side. You got that 35 bullets, good for spray downs against what will be this eco coming forward. And it felt to me, you know, that this buy from OG could have done a lot of damage. It was looking good, but Kyojin stopping them there, that was instrumental. It meant that all eyes could be turned over towards that A position. So great stuff from Kyojin in round number 2. And, well, here we go. Apex getting aggressive, getting a bit...
The big meanie.
I was going to say jiggy with it, but I don't know if our audience would get that Will Smith reference.
Oh. It's actually going to work out nicely for Apex. I think he's going to have a super, super fast flank onto Nico and co.
Oh, he might get there before Shox. Hello.
Hi, everyone. Hello. goodbye.
Okay, P2K finishes it off, and now we're going to get underway with the gun rounds here. 3-0, good start from Vitality here, not wavering against the Force Spy, converting cleanly in the follow-up. That is almost the perfect pitch you could be hoping for here. And now in the bonus round, 2 Galils, 2 MP9s, and an M4A4. Looking very, very good. And remember, we talked about Flames. We just mentioned we need to monitor his performance. We know what Mantu delivered in the last game. Game-winning, literally. So let's wait and see if he can turn up with the AWP in a big way here again. One of the problems, not a lot of homework that can be done on Vitality on this map for Alexi. Into Apartments, Palace has been pushed. Shox and Masuda continuing very, very fast. They've cleared it all the way out. And this B-split's coming. Zywoo in the vent. He's already grabbed one. This might slow things down.
Considerably. Oh, a lovely sound cue. Flames at least aware that there's no pressure short now. Apex is Molotov'd out. He's being very dynamic with his SMG positioning. They jump over him. Even trades, a 4v3, OG have the sight. They could very well continue to level this out. I think bomb's down. Valda won't be kept away by that. Instead actually using for a quick proc on the smoke. Man too aggressive. He's got so much util. He'd love to get that molly out, and he will. Suppressing fire does take down Zywoo. It's a prize scalp, but a big commitment to the spray from Flames. His first frag continues to defend this B site. And they are just keeping him at bay. They keep poking and prodding. They're not letting them leave this kitchen without bloodshed. Shox is finally broken through, but time is of the essence, and OG will make good on their promise. 3 from Mantu with that AK-47. That's not just an AWPer you're looking at there.
Yeah, great stuff. The fact that they just turned that window into the tunnel of death, right? Isolating all the fights there and being willing to fight together. That's what you need to make sure you're doing. If somebody's going to pick, you all need to fight in a lot of these circumstances, especially when you're narrowing down the choke points like this. Molly lands. Okay, we're not worried about the kitchen door anymore. Let's take a fight. We've got multiple members picking, getting ready to get stuck in. Sure, the other side of that, everybody loses their jewel and it goes wrong. And OG pull this one out. Look at that nuke.
That's a double nade connection onto 4.
Oh, dearie me.
M4s are going to melt through OG now like butter.
That's so much nade damage done early. This is going to be so difficult for OG to operate in. They have to hit the clean heads here. If they get into any spray battles or get bottlenecked in a choke point, they're just going to get spammed on down. This is very hard to win.
Brave from Flames. He's gotten across. Flashed in. Shox isn't blind, though. It's a big headshot to deliver. Flames pulls it across the line. Okay, advantage OG. Here we go. Bombs B side. They still have Kyojin and Apex on A, and that is a lot of info. Zywoo catching the late tail end of the B pincer. It's only Masuta, and he's straight into Flames. Zywoo catching another from the Apartments. OG just starting to disintegrate here. And a reaction from Masuta just completely locks down B. Nico was not ready for that. Mantu slinks away, but the bomb and the round is locked in. Kyojin very loud about that.
Oof, not going to get punished for it either here. He's going to get to live. He can just tuck away, wait for his teammates to back him on up, even though Mantu wants to hunt. Not giving a bar of this. I don't know what the best situation here is. Sure, save the AK. Fine, I guess. But overall, this one just, with the nades, it felt done as soon as they landed. To damage the economy, 14 HP, and yeah, it is looking like the save here. Kyojin so far pushed up. I think he's going to go pick up a definite rifle, and he will. Vitality a little bit fragile in the economic department as they are, so just holding on to the 3, be able to drop some guns across, make this work. And for OG, it's going to get a little bit tougher. 3.8 for Nico, 3.9 for Alexi, Valda 2.5. They could buy. They can definitely get in with 3 AKs here and have 2 individuals on pistols with some util. So there's a case to be made, but very good response here from Vitality, and just with some well-placed utility. That's what we were praising OG for within that first half of Dust 2. Shox already 5 rounds to play, got 118 damage done with utility alone.
Yeah, those mid-nades were really quite brutal for OG to stomach. So Mantu saved that AK, and as you discussed, there's a conversation to be had. That's why we're seeing that extra timeout, just to weigh up their options.
It's like definitely a possibility, right? If Alexi goes AK head armor, Nico can do the same. right? Flames and Valde could go P250 with Kev and Yuta, and they can make something work. And that way they could at least level out the cash. Next round, they're going to get 2,900 as the loss bonus. So maybe they could think, we'll just take a save on this one. Everyone will be able to buy next round. Nico or Alexi can drop man to that AWP, and we just get underway with the game plan.
They'd rather have all the bells and whistles. It'll just be conservative around the saved AK. Make no mistake, Mantu's got it in him. He has the capacity for the hero AK play. Zayu has info, though, over the 2 smokes deployed in middle. You can still call that nothing's crossed top mid. Alexi crawling with a bit of a twist in the form of Mantu to trade off of his walking Glock. Mantu is the sharp point of this otherwise rather blunt object. So they'll try and set him up.
Oh, there's nobody here. They could stay on this boost as long as they want. I think with the setup we're seeing right now from Vitality, unlikely they rotate back into this. Apex is watching the window from kitchen. So they are expecting more of a B pop here. You've got Shox and Masuda both over towards the B apartments, and then a passive hold from Zyro and Kyojin just over towards A. So Mantu has been able to pip the gap here. But they're aware that this is open, so it's not going to be a common angle to clear. But Apex is walking into it.
Oh! That was everything. Nice find from Apex.
Very lucky to be alive.
Yeah, OG going to feel pretty flaccid for the rest of this one, though. Strolling on in. Masuda to collect. And there's 2 and 3. In quick succession, just mopping up the unarmored OG. 5 for Vitality. They are starting with a bang on the defense.
Yeah, looking very, very good here early. When it gets scrappy, I think when their economy starts to get pressured a bit more, that's where we're really going to see how some of these mid-round decisions are getting made. Nice little off angle here from Masuda there, just to mop them up with ease. Definitely not trying to clear that one. You're looking a bit deeper towards the van position. Just hanging out in that window and making it work. Here we go, 4 players top mid straight away. This one's looking fast from OG.
Yeah, and they're straight out, not going to be naded. This time, Nico, more than he bargained for. That Vitality double palace setup right out of the gates has just caught him off guard.
If OG don't react here, they're going to lose everything.
Yeah, quick strafe. Valde heads over to deny a lot of window space. Apex has housed this pretty well so far. Looks like he wants to go through. Flames, the fact he's hearing presence. Alexi's through the smoke, though, and he's opened up onto A. That's drawn Apex's attention in a very big way. The trade from Valde, and now we've got an advantage. OG, Zywoo burning. He won't be able to re-peek as the Flames are there. Mantu's posted up for the re-peek. It's Zywoo to best him. Kyojin's still on Tetris and still hitting shots. Valde can fend off this rotate. It's a very good opportunity to do so. He knows Zywoo was nearby. He's going to molly him out. Zywoo can win this. He's forced Valde through the Flames, and off angle adopted. One to find its Flames. He's gone around the world. I like this. Bomb's not planted for him necessarily, though, but Zywoo's not going to be expecting something so soon. Zywoo's got all the game sense in the world, but he won't be reading this, will he? Part of me started to second guess it. OG will take it, though. Flames wins the one-on-one, and a crucial one-on-one. After all that hard work, after stomaching an early loss of Nico, it gives him exactly what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, and what I was talking about here with the reaction off of that early death, right, is if 2 players are pushing Palace, you have a pretty good idea that mid's weak. You wouldn't be going for a play like that if you were bolstering down middle at the same time. You can't be strong everywhere. So the fact that they've then slinked in through connector, played around the smoke, got into windows straight away, that's when they hit pause and play those rotations. And oh, just before the smoke lands, Zywoo gets a shot off. It won't connect.
They like this, though. OG, good work from this early mid control in the past. Flames util dump has completely nullified and maintained control. They re-smoke window as well as connector and then head completely back to A. They pack their suitcase and head straight back.
Oh, this is going to be into the Apex Kyojin crossfire. We can see Apex on the balcony here. Kyojin over towards the back of the site, and Zywoo with the AWP here to help chip in as well. This will not be an easy exec by any means. They need to make sure they get this utility down perfectly. Otherwise, Zywoo is going to punish while they're dealing with these close-range players.
Alexi on your Mac 10, some Galils. This is still far from pristine for OG's buy. Let's see if they can make up for it in execution. Walking into the domain. Crossfire, previously discussed. Kyojin's actually going to drop a smoke as they cross through.
Haven't cleared Apex.
That's nice to isolate. He's up, though, blinded by Nico. They haven't cleared Apex, you're right, and he's making a bit of a meal of it. Chance on Sandwich, push through the flames. Alexi's burnt down. Zywoo now Mantu connecting as well.
Ooh.
And Shox, he could do a lot of damage here. The plant is right in front of him. If only he knew. The smoke obscures his view. And 2 remain in this 1v3. He has gracefully navigated to CT. And if he does a hard clear of Alexi, if he was to scope in now, he hasn't. Now it's all about the reaction and the aim. Hard clear. Alexi's ready. 2 easy. OG make it 3.
Okay, that's a huge round to win. I think money now is in question for Vitality here. And I think with Apex alive for so long, you start to get really worried. How many is he going to take? Just the 1, and then done. Alexi with the MAC-10 and the Molly follow-up clears out the site. They get the bomb down, and that right there is huge from the in-game leader. 3 kills in a big way, and the frustration for Apex there.
I mean, you can see how differently that round feels if the Molly from Alexi isn't there. Zywoo swings at the same time as Apex. They're double sandwich death. The round's over. Vitality 6. So, monumental claw back for OG, and it means that they're actually going to be able to close the gap almost entirely. This looks like 4.
Yeah, it's still MAC-10s though, right? So it's still a fragile buy here. But the fact they are only up against these upgraded pistols, 4 of which, 2 P250s, 2 Deagles, means they should have an easier time of things. And right now, the avenue into B is open. Mollies are good. Flashes, smokes are all there as well, and they'll bound on out for free. Oh, look at this. That is perfect. That is what you want. When you do a set piece into a bomb site, again, an anti-eco round, that is exactly what you want. That is beautiful stuff. OG, 1 round in it now. And that just happened in the blink of an eye. This is 3 on the trot after the 5-1 start out the gates from Vitality. And they will be buying back in, but guess what? No AWP for Zywoo here. How much of a factor is that going to play? Are they going to have to get a bit more aggressive with their rifles around middle? Util not great. We're only talking 2 Molotovs. We got 4 smokes. Shox does not have a single piece of utility to his name, and there's no kits. So post plants will get difficult.
It's OG's turn to send 2 to Palace early. And Masuta very, very early on his aggression. He's gone and taken full control of the B apartments.
No finishing B. Definitely no easy finishing on B. So that's a great little push early, and so's this. They're giving a lot of space right now, OG. Look how passive they are in this default. Alexi B, this is a very difficult angle. They do walk out under your crosshair.
He wins it out against the Woo. The CTs, in absence of utility, have had to try and use their bodies, but it's only resulted in an OG catch.
Oh, but they're coming A. There's 3 players still here. Kyojin could get a couple kills here.
He certainly could, and he's completely hidden from Alexi's elevated position. Trade from Flames. They might just go on this. Yeah, drops the bomb. He wants to take space up to Tetris. Shox tucked in on that ninja position. He's going to get wallbang. Damn, Alexi full and diligent clear on the spray. Mollying Apex out as well. This is 2 back-to-back spotless takes from OG. 1 on the anti-eco. This is against the weapons, though. And he's even faking it out. He doesn't have the answer as to Masuta. Why risk it?
This is beautiful stuff. It's clean, right? This is what you want to see. They look well rehearsed in the executes, but even here in these maneuvers, this is the positive, is that they're not rushing it. They're making sure they're trading efficiently. They're not running into it, exactly like you just pointed out with Alexi on that fake. They're not giving an inch right now to Vitality. And that's what they need. They're showing the tenacity in the rounds to take the fights, but they're also keeping it clean when they know they need to.
Yeah, and it was the spacing as well. You saw from Kyojin's POV, there was no way for him to get more than 1. There was 3 players coming his position, but because of just the natural positioning and spacing of OG, Flames got to swing in with all the info and the advantages in the world. Hitting his shot certainly helps, but there you go. OG 5, Vitality the same. And that's 4 in a row now from the international roster.
Yeah, and right now we're looking at 2,900 as the loss bonus. I'll let you guys at home do the maths because I keep screwing it up. But it's going to be just over 3K for the majority of the members here. Now, it's not enough to buy on the CT side, but it is enough for a couple of light purchases. We could even be talking about a SMG with Kevlar if they really want to get spicy with things. But I'm expecting almost Deagles across the board with some smokes as the most likely option.
Will we see the CZ75 return to the fray? Would it just be something as simple as the kill reward?
Just make it 300 a kill.
It's
That's
back.
it. Yeah,
but we don't see the 5.7 that much either.
That's true. The Snapping Turtle doesn't get a lot of show. I think
because the P250 is just cheaper and does the same.
And it's just I think that the P250 for a lot of people seems to it's very versatile, right?
Yeah. I saw a clip on Reddit of the old P250, and that thing used to pump Still very, very good bang for your buck. Ooh, aggression. Masuta's walked straight up mid on this smoke. He's planning to advance as well. And he's cleared out. Flames, big opening on the only rifle in play. They call upon Masuta and he delivers. Now what?
I think they're going to try and take some space towards A. Alexi's no secret about this, and Alexi's feeling it right now.
Yeah, but Zywu did land the dink. Nico does manage to catch Apex before he descends and disappears. Full util dump from Nico. He's trying to stop them from getting into comfortable positions as he strafes into the site himself. The bomb's on its way as well, as is the entirety of Vitality.
Might get a knee
good
here.
clear. Oh, Shox turns his head, avoids the bullets and takes the shot. He's done it. At least enough to keep Valda's head turned. Masuta, unfortunately, unable to finish. And right down to the wire. Vitality with a single rifle, keeping OG on their toes.
Bloody close right there. Everybody gravitated back towards A after that kill exchange with Nico. And
did Kyojin bang it? Let me see.
He's come through and...
nice. Damn.
That was instant.
Yeah.
Nice trading right there. Alexi getting fired up. The lovely locks looking good. And this is a great looking OG right now. Bloody 5 to 6.
Oi, oi, oi. Zywu gives him a little warning shot. Lets him know who's boss.
Alexi's really feeling himself. Like, look, now he's over towards B. He might just even walk on in behind this molly. Like, he's doing that perfect in-game leading where you're feeling the game.
And if he sees nothing, he may start to get us a little sneaking suspicion as to what they're up to. The trajectory of the smoke indicates Masuta was short side. Zywu is aggressing middle, and Mantu's posted up for this. His reads for the game, strong. Zywu's just better. Slither gaps on both of his shots that have connected onto Mantu. He does convert off the initial tag from that ramp fight. And Masuta is repositioned as well. Alexi's crosshair is so far off the mark. Masuta, if he times it right, will have a freebie. Conversation time for OG. Alexi returns with a full sack of util to top of middle.
Interesting. They definitely want to finish B right now.
Yeah, but they want to fake something. Look at the smoke lineup from Valda. He smokes window from B apps, maybe?
I'm not sure, but Shox has just re-smoked B, so if they do want to finish B, it's not going to be easy.
Okay, so it's Alexi that smokes off the window. Zyu's fallen out of the active hold. No one's looking. Oh, checks just in the nick of time. Alexi tried to disappear. It's Masuta called upon. They're all there. Really, really is struggling for health. I'm not sure they'll get more than the bomb plant here. Zywu 2, make it 3. And Valda's 7 HP. No, Zyu's in the kitchen. Apex and Kyojin from the other 2 avenues of assault. And they'll just start to tighten the noose together.
He knows where 2 of them are at least. Oh, back turned. Too easy for Apex. That's everybody's favorite type of kills. Backpedaling, low HP, a couple of bullets, and that's all she wrote. Great stuff from Zywu there. The timing, right? I'm sitting there watching the radar. Nobody's looking towards connector. Nobody's looking towards connector. Oh, Zywu just swings on out. Sorry, Alexi. You're not going to be getting away with that maneuver by any means. Surprisingly, money's still really good for OG. Now, they had 5 in a row. Now they've been stopped. Mantu has 15k, and this one right here, you can look at that and you go, but Mantu was watching it the whole time. One of the things is when you're on the T side and you're doing a default and you're passive, you have to sit and stay laser focused at your crosshair to expect a pick for what? The better part of 55 seconds. If you're the CT, you know your intent, right? You're going 3, 2, 1, then you're picking in. Yeah. It's more mentally prepared. So a rough fight for Mantu, but good stuff from Zywu.
And he can just overstep your tight line as well and peek back into you with all that info.
Precisely.
As we saw Mantu's elbow get knocked clean off.
So much, they put so much on Zywu. It's fantastic to just be able to have this guy and say, hey, solo hold middle. Because that's what he's doing, right? He has to deal with top mid, underpass. If they get out mid, they're going to flood all over him. The rotations have to be perfect. He even will have to go back and check window every now and again.
He's holding it. He's doing it all. And Mantu dispatched to clear it. Just as Mantu arrives, Zywu vacates. They're flashing for Info Palace. Interesting. Nico to be tested off that.
We called it clear.
And they're coming up through Connect. Oh, Nico. He's caught a perfect timing. Kyojin just dipping down the ladder as well. And they're coming through. Contact now. Even trades. Kyojin spotted on his ramp hold. He's not going to get caught with the
so
molly.
awkward.
Oh, dear. ZywOo, yes, he's caught the nade, but now man advantage, and Kyojin extends the play. ZywOo keeps hitting them. A missed no-scope, but he's vacated into the smoke. Now the shot has been connected. Mantu 1v3. And they're both CT. Oh, he's not going to be able to break through that AWP. It's a missed shot from him. No, Shocks will hit. And so Vitality 7, OG 6. They are starting to run out of funds. I say that. Mantu and Alexi still flush for cash. Look at this replay again. So this is what was happening as we were jumping over to the Palace side. It's the next frag that really changed things, though, and that was off Kyojin.
Yeah, it got really messy there, and we could see it was Counter-Strike timing all over that round. The connector fight that almost was, then Nico, if he was, this is the thing, just a split second, or not even half a second, a split second, he catches Kyojin going down the ladder, he catches Kyojin turning his back. Either way, could have been the difference maker because he couldn't find any impact, right? His job is to clear out that angle to make that avenue of assault for OG up connector easier, and he just couldn't find anybody.
And then as soon as he did find somebody, he thought he spotted him cross deep towards the T side, and it makes sense to be thinking that Kyojin just had other plans. Peeks on him as he pulls out the Molotov, and a nasty death for OG to concede. So that's nice. That's 2 in a row as well for the defense. Brings their total up to 7. And the HFs are in the chat. We go again.
Oh, Alexi's dropped something here because he's found himself with a Galil. Nico's into a Deagle. There's some AKs around in the AWP again. Now, Mantu not finding that same level of success on this T side as what he was on Dust 2. Now would be a great time for a bit of impact, and the double AWP setup seems to be preferential for Vitality. ZywOo again, pretty much on his lonesome here, just playing around a one-way in mid. Apex can help from connector, at least he's close. Kyojin playing more of a retake setup from that ticket position. And a static hold here from OG, just very, very passive. Nobody peering on down for ZywOo's aggression. He is getting the luxury of just getting mid-control time and time again. This is wild.
Yeah, it's a lot of freedom for ZywOo, just stretching his legs up top mid, and Alexi's passive hold, you can see there from the check-in.
They're reconfiguring back towards an A set piece here, I think. Everybody moving through T-spawn now. Nico's been in apartments. I think they're well aware of that. Flames ready to entry on A ramp. And if it is an A set piece, we might actually see a retake out of Vitality here. They're not even in a position really to slow this one down, and they don't have the util either.
Double AWP retake, though. Notoriously difficult. So let's see if they can at least keep the numbers level on this take. Here they come. Apex, he's pushing forward and he's unchecked. Nico, the bodyguard, keeps things flowing in the right direction. Valda the same, bomb down. OG trying to tie things up, and as we discussed, double AWP's not the weapon of choice for a retake like this.
Might just be the save, and it looks likely here as we already see them starting to slink on back, having a scamper with those AWPs. And that's the thing. This is the reason I thought it was just going to be a full 5-on-5 retake. For both Kyojin and Apex to push on in, it's super risky. They'll probably get one and done for each of them in trade, and here they got nothing. So that's the absolute worst that they could get out of a scenario like that. I like the fact they tried to fight, but it is so difficult. The reason that these A executes are great, and the reason that, you know, I'm one of the people who are like, can we get bloody Mirage out of the map pool, is because teams with those set pieces are so refined, right? The flashes are perfect, the mollies are there, the smokes are great. It's very rare you see somebody mess up an A execute on a map like Mirage.
Yeah, and you could see just how small of a window it is to try and destabilize it. Apex, he pushes through, fully blind, through a smoke, to sandwich, and he doesn't get checked, but he's of course held by one of the other 5 flight paths of that OG execute. So he had a very small window to thrive, as you discussed. Good for 1, perhaps. Final round of the first half then.
This is a great half from OG again here. An absolute great half on the T side here in Mirage. They walk away with the half lead. Could be looking good to get this one done in 2.
Oh, and then right into the opener. Vitality take one hop towards ending the half 8. Oy, quick flash from that CT info peak. Masuta's short-lived face that was shown.
Looks like they're just going to stand and wait here in these B apartments. Flames is tasked with clearing their avenue out. But some of the problems are not about deciding which bomb site they want to hit. It's trying to work out if Vitality have gone aggressive. We can see that's not the case, but OG have to operate under the assumption that maybe some pushes have come through. You have to see how diligent they'll be in all the clears here, and that's going to siphon a lot of time off the clock. They've just run boosted Man2 out and towards middle. So we're floating around Cat. This could be very, very big with that AWP if they try and split A.
Valda being up in the window does open up the conversation for jungle. Shox is aware of it. 35. They are going to have to hurry up. Molly short implies a commitment, and they are. Through the smoke, up the stairs, they're into A, and Shox missing his first. He won't get many more opportunities. Double Molly, he has to fight wide. Apex contributes, a new line of sight adopted, but 3 members of OG start to converge into the 3-man defense. Can they break them? They're trying to plant. It should be stopped. It is. It's only Flames now. Has to find Kyojin. No time for this. Just about. He can't plant. Shox is missing his first, and there we have it. 8-7. Mirage is just as much of a bloodbath as expected. The semi-final does continue as we keep throwing OG up against Vitality after the break.
Like the extra
It's actually hard to hit each other.
Don't! Hit the chicken behind you.
Hit the chicken?
No! No, the chicken, bro. Hit the chicken. You'll get
Want to hit the chicken?
What chicken, bro?
You have a chicken on the right, you see on the ground.
What?
What? Yo, bro. Bro.
Yeah. Yeah, good luck, bro.
Man, I'm actually...
Okay.
Man, I don't have a decoy. No, I want to.
Bro. What?
I killed you. Body shaped like cola.
Yo, catch these hands, cut. Oh.
No! Seems like a real fight.
What happens if you press right click on the knuckles?
Yeah, you do like a superhuman punch, man.
You can flying. Karate.
Oh, you can actually?
You actually do a super punch.
Whoa!
Oh, the man.
No, I'm so bad at this because I have 3.6 cents.
Oh,
that's
bro.
good.
No!
I thought you got him.
Oh, that went through me.
Yeah, I did.
Wait, Nikos.
Your mom's.
Fuck.
I'm so bad at this.
Get the chicken.
No! That's my first kill.
What?
Oh,
that was
guys,
the longest arm ever.
Oh.
Yeah, I swear you reached up. Man, you can double kill.
Okay, we won.
Our group stage performance was really good. We beat the best team in the world, Gambit, and we almost beat G2. We just missed Vertigo first games. I mean map. It was a bit on loco, and we feel confident.
The semi-final rages on between Vitality and OG. We're flying through and getting ready for the second half of Mirage. It's Vitality taking to the attack. OG on the defense. That's on the right-hand side of your screens. Our machine, he's Sponge. And this is potentially the final map between these two. I don't know if it's within OG's wheelhouse to close it out here on the defense.
Well, we've been saying rather they're their own biggest enemy, and I think right now that they're on the cusp of being able to close, we might see some of those nerves really start to shine on through. Masuda said they were feeling confident. Let's see some of that confidence now. The chance to set the tone here on the T side, and all 5 of them very quickly over towards B. They've equipped shocks with the P250 this time round.
Nico's had a very quiet game.
He's been bullied, hasn't he?
He has, and he's even got an incendiary on a pistol. What a try-hard.
Heard that a few times before.
I've definitely heard that one. It has bought time. And now there's 3 here to receive as the flames fade. I say 3, perhaps an exaggeration. Mantu underpass, and Zaiwu the hard track, and he opens up as soon as his boots hit the ground. Zaiwu is having a round. Only Alexi can maybe knock the head off of his shoulders. Another click could really help OG's campaign. Kyojin and Apex combine. Mantu takes his place, but these after-plant positions are just so hard to break through. They'll give it all she's got, Captain.
Oh, he's out.
Yeah. There's one. Suiter's having none of it.
All right, well, Mantu's going to hold on to the Kevlar here. That's going to go well with his Scout Force Spy in the next round, I'm sure. I don't think we'll see OG going for a conservative approach, because this is going to be both pistol rounds in the second map for Vitality. Now, in the first map, they split them, right? This is looking very good for Vitality here. And if it is that forecasted Force Spy in this round right here, and Vitality were able to convert that, well, we all know what happens. That 10 rounds can quickly become 11, and then OG... They're on that CT side with the economy that, it's a bit rougher.
Yeah, but we just saw how hard it is to track that player, especially when you know that how potent Zai was going to be as soon as his boots do hit the ground. Tracking that moving T target as 2 more targets to start to unload their mag at you, and then the rest was history. Pistol round goes Vitality's way. Good highlight, Chad, that this is going to be 2 pistol rounds for Vitality. Gives them a real leg up of taking us to 3.
And overpass next, that'll be a curious one. Mantu slept into the vent room here, hasn't gone with the Scout. Alexi's actually using that from Connector, and he's landed a tag onto Apex. All 2 here.
Yeah, they can swing. Oh, a missed shot. Nico's down as well. Just the one reported from his Deagle and Alvalda. Way too much to deal with and contend with. He's just going to walk straight into the AKs.
Shredded.
And that is a very short-lived Force Spy.
Oof, that one really went from 0 to 100. It looked really, really good. They had multiple bait and switch setups ready to go, but the aim just better from Vitality. They're dealing with that even walking into the stacks. Great stuff. Flames looking to hold on to what he's got. And you can see Mantu still has 1350 in his bank balance, right? That was very conservative. He's going to want to get that AWP out in the first gun round, but as mentioned, we're going to have to wait a whole nother round of play before we even see that.
But this is, this is a perfect example, both the pistol and its conversion here on the Force, of how Vitality have gotten here. It's just, they have been a force to be reckoned with on an individual basis, in a level that we haven't been able to see in their recent attempts for deep playoff runs. So IEM Summer does seem like a good point to mark Vitality returning to a degree of form.
I think that what is the most impressive thing about the Vitality story is you just go back to early last year. The in-game leader leaves, they bring in a rookie, they turn their entry fragger into an in-game leader. Then they do the whole thing with a 6-man to make it... They are definitely the most successful 6-man roster that we had with the Navarro experiment. Then they get rid of RPK, they bring in a new rookie, and now they're going for a deep run in a tournament once more and being competitive while doing so. That is impressive, right? The fact that they had a lull of, what are we talking, maybe 2 months? Maybe 2 months this year where things haven't been looking fantastic. Maybe 3.
During the whole, we're replacing RPK shenanigan, we're getting a new rookie shenanigan. I mean, yeah, okay.
It's just redoing that, being able to constantly go through that cycle and then be competitive, right? And they've done it a couple of times before. Remember this roster, this team started with bloody Happy on the team. Remember that? We're going back a very long time.
Here they come, flooding in off the info shocks found, who is multiple pistols in mid, so they charge up the ramp. Listen to the amount of lead being pumped into Nico's boxes. Can't believe he's still not dead. There we go. The war of attrition is finally won. I nearly managed to say that word correctly. The only shining light is the Desert Eagle of Mantu, who's just hanging out with the squad. Bomb ticking away for an 11th Vitality, though. This is the flying start that you get for when we win both pistols.
I feel like they're definitely due a couple of gun rounds as well on the T side. When you consider Dust too, when they were doing, okay, Shocks, you go lurk somewhere, or maybe you go take some space on your own, and then the other 3 or 4 of us will react off of that. They were able to, as long as they trade efficiently, they're able to snow. The execute doesn't even need to be pretty. It's just how reactive they are and how good their aim is getting onto those sites.
Ooh.
Alexi trying to die here. Most likely will with the bomb. Oh, okay, little taparoonie there. Volde goes down with the blast. And look at that, filled with lead. Nobody's going to be buying tickets anytime soon. Here we go. The guns are about to come out. This is where we get into the real deal. Do OG have a fight to put up on this CT side? Or are Vitality going to run away with map number 2? AWP for Mantu. Not a defuse kit in play right now and no money to do so. Rifles for the rest of them here. And Util is looking pretty good as we get this one back underway. Would love to be a fly on the wall in Dan's room sometimes, just to watch, just to see what's going on.
Yeah, he's a sight to behold, is Dan Madisclair.
So they're doing that. Shox is lurking on his own. He was selling a mid fake. Now he's over towards B to do with the push. And the other 4 are just all with the in-game leader Apex. So the anime squad ready to roll out.
Just hanging out, letting Shox weave his tail towards B. So he can say right now, with conviction 2B, he had Nico firing off shots and the trajectory of Valda doesn't line up. Ooh, okay, Masuta. So an on-the-fly jungle smoke. He just walks out ramp on that. And he's clearing dark. Oh, Mantu, nice defense and support, but Kyojin has slipped the net. He could be swung on here. He may not be ready for it. Mantu flashed off and nearly fragged. Kyojin does nip at his heels. Oh, a big catch from Alexi, elevated over the smoke. Kyojin
no kit.
Does have CT, and no kit is a big point of contention for OG. They're going to be hesitant to overcommit here if they can't find a frag and find it soon. Okay, Nico provides.
Here's the flank.
That get heard? Well, I know he's there now, but it doesn't matter. Shox will take 2 of the 3. Finished off by Mantu. And there's plenty of time for the full 10-second defuse. Okay, well, that is just a shining light at the end of a rather dark tunnel for the start of the second half.
Might want to keep the pressure on here if you're Vitality, right? There's only 1 man surviving. They will have to drop guns. You've got plenty of cash going. So if you want to go for something a little bit more aggressive, maybe even go for some MAC-10s into a full set piece. You don't have to go for the MAC-10s. You can afford the full rifles here. But if they really want to just turn the screws, they can keep this pressure on. Because look at the buy right now. 2 MP9s, we got the FAMAS, and then 1 M4 with the AWP. So under the pump, OG really need to string this one together if they want to have any chance in this second half. This is a must-win.
Quick connector smoke. They're going for a B pop. Apex loud in mid and keeping attention drawn that way. Does swallow a nade, but it's Valda that could be tested. He's dumped his util at the right time to at least buy time. Mantu in support with the big green, as discussed. A bit of a cancel. Vitality not going to be overcommitting to that.
It's the right call as well, because Mantu cheated over, right? He wasn't towards that kitchen position, just cheated on over, backed him on up, and now this setup gets very curious for the CT side because they don't really have any A presence. They're banking on this is through middle at some point. Volda's even coming back on over at this point to help out Window Room. Strange read right now from OG. Don't know what the tell is. Another one. The first one from Alexi B over on Dust 2 was a curious call. This one as well. So many gaps at the moment.
Yeah, Mantu is going to be the early warning system, at least for the B side. Takes down Shox, and nothing more to report just yet. Apex trying to clear out Valda and Nico. He's been spotted out.
Flames is in the middle below him? What?
Yeah, he's actually hit the shot as well with the MP9. If he can get away from Masuta. Can't avoid the trade. Okay, now they charge through middle. Valda will try and react in time. Alexi's tucked into Sandwich, so he should be able to catch some denial. Through the stairs could be a problem. They're across. Only a dink. Now Alexi fills the feed. A chance. They're tagged. And softened up for Nico's FAMAS. Bomb down. Zywoo uncontested. A 1v2 for the superstar. And he's not going to go down initially. First onto Mantu. Starting to get sketchy now. Oh, it's too easy for Zywoo. They ask him to clutch and they step into his crosshairs. Even recovering the AWP for good measure.
Oh, that one is really going to hurt right there.
This was such an important
way. The opening 2 kills went their way. This is a 3-on-5 to drop. Alexi's got 1 and a half between the 2 of them right there, and they're just not able to convert. That is a bad one to lose, and you can see the difference right there. Alexi knows it. Money's in the bin right now. Bin juice all over their feet.
All riding on that 1 versus 2, and it barely gets going, barely gets moving. Just it gets free 1v1s. And now, yeah, going to have to swallow their pride and go for something a bit aggressive towards that ramp. A flash and a walk up from 2 of them. Kyojin fully prepared for this, and he's not going to mess that up.
I think the this one might dissipate very quickly here from OG. 3 more kills, and Masuda's just looked away. There was a window for Valda to step into, and he does. Now it's just Mantu towards Sandwich, Alexi towards window. Head just exploded right in front of Apex there. And they don't even need the bomb, Alex. They're still in T-spawn. It's all good, guys. We'll just get the kills. Alexi let us know where he is now. May as well rifle through any timeouts that you have left, OG. 3 more rounds required for Vitality. The French looking good for that third. Another important gun round about to get underway.
OG and their map pick. Story as old as the org.
I'm really curious if someone like to do the actual stats and to see how it shapes up, because I know it's difficult.
And
to
it's
pick
probably
a map,
confirmation bias as well. Every
Yes,
time we
yes.
see them lose their map pick, we're like, I told you, you see, I told you so. Oh, big gap, and I don't think Alexi fancies his chances on that. There's an entire team on the other side of that crack in the smoke. Ambitious from Apex. Okay, so the same routine with a very different team position. They're all 4 up mid. Shock's the only on the extremity. Silence falls on Mirage. OG looking to recover from their shortcomings. Just walking in contact. Mantu has nothing to report. Ramp and Alexi getting a bit hot and bothered here. The nade is good. Forces into the fight. Zywoo's ready for it. And Apex is just ducked under Nico's aim. A flash is good. Apex turns it. He knows where they're coming from. Valda can really hurt them, and he has. Takes down 2. Flash for the repeat. Masuta still yet to plant, and now he's lost Apex as well. OG 1 frag away from at least securing a compulsory 9th. Oh, couldn't quite evade the flash. No one's pushed on it. He wants to find Nico, and he can focus his attention CT. He's isolating the jewels. He's done well to find the first. Tucked in. They're coming in. It's all Masuta. Clutches up for Vitality, and OG's world is shattered.
That is so nuts from Masuda. Check out that spam control under pressure right there, and the fact he just postures forward this entire time. Standing in the open here, just using that triple box as cover for behind, and then simple as you like. Over the black smoke of the molly.
2 headshots, Chad. Oh. 2 headshots. Masuta is in the semi-finals, and he gets the approval of a legendary name there. Shocks. 2 thumbs up from him. Masuta has put a 14th on the board for the French.
Well, Valda's force bought into this. Look at all the pennies he's spent. Okay. $0 in the bank balance. M4. There's a couple of pistols around it. I'm not sure exactly if that's the CT-sided call you want. But Valda's taken this one into his own hands. He's already pushed B apartments.
He's frothing at the mouth. This is a Viking rage we're witnessing now. He's going full Olaf. He's popped his ult. And now we'll see how far he can get with this hero M4. Maybe he could catch the Inquisitive Shocks. It's a predictable line for Valda to be fighting. They're trying to bait him in with the smoke, and it's working. Ahead of the smoke, Shocks is wise to their games. And there he goes. In the off angle, Valda reveals the M4. Will that slow them down or speed them up?
Looks like they need to pick up that bomb, and they have done. That's on Zywoo's back, and he's heading over towards A, so they're trying to avoid this M4.
Right decision to make, but these crossfires are going to be pretty hard to break.
Smokes are fading now. Both rifles are on B.
Valda's taking space. Bit too late, though, to contribute. And Nico's peak for info is not rewarded. Mantu. Lexi cleared out. Oh, this is great recovery from Vitality. Not falling foul until Flames fills the feed with the FAMAS. Take your time.
Flank from Palace is coming in.
Yeah, it's a long, slow process. Masuta's at least considered it, and at the perfect time, the Clutch Master snaps another head. 15, Vitality. This T-side is completely locked down, OG. They've got 1 defensive round to show.
And that was
their troubles.
Was Mantu with a 1-on-1, remember?
Yeah,
he
God,
had
and that was so
Shocks almost
sketch.
had the 1-on-3 from Connect, and Mantu had to close that one out. Flames has to save this because he needs to give Valda a gun into the next round of play. So even if he wanted to go for this attempt, there was no way about it. He needs to play the team game here. Vitality have looked fantastic. And this is the thing, right? We mentioned it yesterday. One of the problems with Vitality, or at least if you're preparing for Vitality, it's still so new. So a lot of the stuff they're doing looks like it is in flux, right? Because, well, we don't have enough demos, enough footage to really go and review. And they're really using that to their favor here. I'm just loving this 4-man wolf pack that Apex has. He's got him and the 3 youngsters. Come on, boys. I'll go out there. I'll get the entries. You guys just have to trade off of me, right?
Finish the round.
And then you have Shox doing what Shox does best. The reason he was brought into this team was to be the closer, the individual to come in late, to sell the fakes, to be a bit of a lurky boy. And now, what, in round 24, potentially the final round of play, he's operating with a Mac 10, so might be a quick one.
Well, they've hit the button. The double orbs come out. 8 required in a row. The double flashbang completely locks down Alexi's contribution early. They got 2 orbs posted up mid initially. It looks like Mantu floating towards B as Valda's feeling the brunt. Very aggressive push. Look at that from Shox. And he's opened up the proceedings. Dropping smokes on the site. He's going to try and isolate Alexi through. Shox knocked off the site. Zywoo still laying down fire from the apartments. And he's got the bomb on his back as well. He will not be allowed to retreat. He hears him. Flame's not ready for this. In that blind spot. He does catch him just in the nick of time. Okay, well, just need to do that 6 more times.
Easy, right? Well, Vitality they can buy again, right? There's plenty of cash for them at this point. They likely have 2 more buys in a row out of them, even if OG want to start this comeback. But there you go. Timeout has been called. Chance for Taz, the coach of Vitality, to say his piece here. And they did identify they were up against 2 orcs because Alexi B got some kills there with the AWP. That means that Vitality will be able to call against that with a little bit of extra info. Haven't purchased anything just yet, Vitality, right? So the call, it's still completely up in the air, and if they wanted, they can take a couple more timeouts. The buy is starting to come through. Apex is straight into that AK. I think the rest of his teammates will follow. Same looking buy here. So Mac 10 for Shox in the last round. He got space with it, but didn't secure the round. So now back into the big boy guns, and Zywoo back onto his AWP. Here we go. How many more times can OG deny this one and keep themselves in map number 2? And 2 smoked off, flashed off, nothing he can see. Run boosted out. Apex making that space.
What he does best. Ooh, they are contesting ramp, at least flirting with the idea. Good way to utilize that double AWP and aggression. Kyojin's already slipped the net. Nico dropping his smoke very early into the piece. It's Apex walking through early. Flames passes his test. Bombs top mid. They have full control. Kyojin ladder. Zywoo up towards the chair. Shox in the apartment, so anyone that jump peeks once that smoke fades or just a wide swing is straight into Nico's crosshair there. Puts Kyojin on his bottom. A 3v5 though. If OG let this slip, I swear. They've done the hard part. Now just to cross the finish line. Vitality to go against the odds. I love this angle from Valda. Hard to maybe find lethality when they're running, but he does all the same. And that was the bomb carrier. Couldn't get better than that. Oh, 1 down. Nico's got help in Mantu. Baited. Could get double peeked. He's got a lot to contend with here, and he's fallen as well. No way.
Double up retake.
Yeah, it gets sketchy if they don't find that shoulder. Mantu contributes. Masuta left to clutch up again. Another 1v3. He's cooking it up. Looking to be the closer. We knew he could be. Another from Masuta. The semi-finals, just another embodied performance of this rising star, and it's going to be Alexi B, the next victim. Masuta clutching up another one. Making a name for himself here in the semi-finals. Love to see that. I'm sure Vitality and their fans do as well. And to separate these two, we need Overpass.
Despite a solid T side from OG, Vitality's second pistol win set them on a fantastic path, with OG only able to win 2 CT rounds, in large part due to the young guns of Vitality, Yanko. This performance was quite the comeback from that disappointment in overtime on Dust 2, I imagine.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Not as close of an affair, and it's just an example of how letting some key rounds slip away can make the game really easy for your opponent, right? You look at Vitality, second half, they win the pistol, they convert, they lose the first gun round, and what happens from that point on in the gun rounds? 1v2 from Zaiwu, Reset comes in, anti-eco. 1v3 from Misuta, anti-eco, 1v3 from Misuta to win the game, and that's the game over. OG had their chances to make that more competitive, to make it more interesting, but a little bit of maybe miscommunication, a little bit of a lack of discipline really cost them big time in that second half.
Yeah, that kind of clutch rounds didn't really go their way because they didn't communicate it properly. I feel like that was as nice as the play was for Misuta twice, and Zaiwu did his thing, but I think the CTs they need to do better in those situations. I think they got to relax there, and they got punished by Misuta twice. But I think one of the keys is Zaiwu's performance throughout the whole map, and especially in the first half where he was like super mobile at the beginning with an op, and he was just switching from Cat to Con. Obviously now the meta is the fast mid smoke, so ops are starting Con more than before, but he was going Cat, he was getting these high impact kills into those A splits. Vitality managed to save like 6 or 7 rounds right there, and then they played the half that you just described, and they got the win.
Do you think on their CT side, maybe OG gave up too much space to Vitality? They were just gifting Zaiwu mid-up points.
Yeah, I think it depends. Like, it's as simple as you just need to decide at the start of the round almost, do you want to fight for mid or do you want to leave it? The times where, you can make one guy is trying to fight for mid control by himself or get information, that doesn't work anymore. So the OG for them, it was, we're not going to fight too much for mid. If we see that they're doing a heavy mid setup, a mid default, we're just going to try maybe push the sides, try to punish them in that way. But yeah, I think as long as you have a plan and you stick to it, you can't give everything up, right? So if you're going to give mid, you need to try to get control somewhere else. Otherwise, you're too open to splits.
I don't think they play that bad. Like it's fine giving up space. Like Yanko said, like you have a plan after you lose middle, which is very important. Then you're going to end up in a 1v3, 3v1, 2v1. Then you need to close that one out. Like it's simple as that. I think it doesn't fall on the game plan here or any kind of strategic tactical positioning from the cities. Any kind of anything in that area. It's most likely like this communication into like communicating into these clutches. But you need to do better. Simple as that.
So, Kassad, basically, it's OG's fault that they lost those clutch situations. It wasn't the fact that
props to Misuta to like using those openings. They gave him like 1v1 here, 1v1 there.
You still need to get the kills and win the round, right?
That's a really nice play. I'm not going to take away anything from him. It's mostly like OG's fault, right? At this point, like they need to do better, and I think they're aware of them. As long as they don't get too down on themselves because of that, they should be fine. But yeah, definitely their own fault.
Well, how do we feel about Overpass then, gentlemen? Because this is a map that both teams, well, they don't play it that often. I feel like it's more of an opponent-picked map for them. Win rate-wise, we're looking at 75% for OG across 4 maps in the last 3 months, and Vitality 60% across 5 maps in the same time period. So it's not necessarily going to be the most comfortable head-to-head for either of these teams, Yanko.
Yeah, for me, I think after seeing these two teams square off on the first 2 maps, I give the edge to Vitality 100%. They've maintained also, as a team, they've played on a pretty high level. Individually, Misuta is still putting up the big numbers right up there with Zaiwu, which is what you needed to see from him.
The whole tournament was like that.
Exactly, right. And while on the other side, on the side of OG, Flames has the lowest amount of kills so far for OG. He didn't deliver in the same way. If he turns up, in addition to OG making their communication a bit better, they have a chance, but my edge is towards Vitality.
Yeah, and I would say also OG played a really good game against EG on Overpass. Remember that they got 12-13 round. Everybody was firing off. There was like mobility, like there was like playing 2 different like type of defenses, 2-1-2, actually 3-2, and then more like towards. So it's fine. They had like all the presence on all parts of the map, so this was good for them. I don't know if they're going to start in CT or T. That depends on the knife round, but we'll see. But definitely there is there is a chance for OG here. I wouldn't write them off as
there's still life in them, but you feel like coming into Overpass, Vitality has the upper hand.
The problem is not Misut. I think the problem will be Zyvo because he's playing really good CS this series. I saw on Mirage, when you see a player like that from a coaching perspective, doing all these things, you don't even need to call anything as a coach. You just need to let him do his thing.
Well, looking at the scores and the draws as well from that last map, it was not the best for Man2, certainly not the best for Flames. Perhaps these players are getting themselves warmed up and ready for Overpass right now, because we ourselves have to take a short break. And when we come back, we'll be back with Sponge and Machine to take us to the decider.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Man, let's go Sodov.
Sodov? Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It's laser. High ground, Valde.
Yeah.
High ground. Fuck.
Oh, okay. I insta-died, bro.
Yeah, but they hear what I'm saying because they hear what I'm saying to you because they've been dead as well because they're fucking stupid.
You didn't die? I thought you died, bro.
No, I'm immortal.
Imagine, right?
He's... Bro, on the right, Nico.
Yeah.
But it doesn't do any damage from here, Manta.
Bro, I'm gonna die to this thing.
God, Valde, what the f...
Oh, this guy, a lot of sounds on. Holy shit. This Manto guy, a lot of sounds.
Oh, bro.
Oh my god.
How do you spawn so close?
Cross to me, cross here, cross flames.
Behind you.
Can you use knives on this?
Okay.
No, don't go. Oh, high ground. Right? No?
I think you twice.
Why are they killing me, man?
High ground.
Bro, they're like shoulder picking, crouch, basing, fucking all the CS book, man. In the middle. Oh,
Manto is low.
Minus 78, minus 78. He's lower than you, Manto. You got it, baby.
I'm
pretty sure I'm taller than Manto.
Yeah.
On the left. Yes, man. Let's go, man.
HP, 1 HP, bro.
Really?
Yeah.
Down to the right. Oh, I think. Bro, die. What?
Bro, it's 15.
What the fuck? How did?
No, man.
You come behind us.
Served. Oh, high ground. No?
Bro, the train.
Shotgun is really bad. Holy shit.
Yeah,
wait,
so
what?
bad.
It was...
Nice.
Wait, how did you die,
What happened to Manto?
No. 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 He's on the right. He's think.
I need to reload.
You can reload and shoot. No. Bro.
He's not, bro.
Bro, I'm getting fucked.
Oh, this.
Oh, he's
I hit last guy.
Huh?
I hit him 40.
Yeah.
35.
Okay, let's come back.
Guys, resistance. You need to turn on your monitor. Bro, what? He's 1 HP. Nico, 1 HP.
He's not.
1 HP.
He's not.
Bro, he is 1 HP.
Yeah,
He's not. Actually, he's not.
He's not actually. Can you stop camp so much?
Escucha, loco, siéntate y relájate un poco, que en esta vida el tiempo es loco, puedes perder momentos preciosos y sepas que cuando pides ayuda yo me levanto, todo lo que tengo lo comparto, y aunque me sienta triste yo canto, ay canto, vive una vida llena de personas que te quieran, que te respeten de veras y que lloren
Intel Extreme Masters Summer is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, 1xBet, and DHL.
Locked and loaded, Vitality and OG, and to separate them requires a third map. First semi-final of IEM Summer. You've got the international roster that totally can. It's, of course, with new additions, Nico, Flames. They managed to get themselves here. Vitality the same to separate them overpass. Now, we've seen Dust 2. It did fall by the wayside. Both teams have taken opponents' map picks. So we need the third to separate. Let's jump in. Machine, I'm joined by Chad Sponge Birchill. Starting on the defense is Vitality. OG going to be bringing that attack. We saw some inspired calling out of Alexi B over the course of these other two maps. However, Mirage running away from them. I think the Pistols, both going Vitality's way, played a part in that.
Yeah, and I think if another clutch goes against them here early, that might break them completely. The championship mindset, it sits with Vitality, even with the rookie. OG, they need to step up, and they need to step up now in a big way. Nico,
they lost, what, 3 in just big, like, I'm talking big clutches. Zaiwu with 1, Masuta with 2 1v3s. They can't take much more of that.
Let's see if they're able to grab a pistol here as well. Nice chunk of utility for Alexi and Valda. There's no P250 in the mix here to try and level the playing fields in these duels, but Shox is quite far forward here. Going to get a bit of contact. Oh, he's just left a massive gap. They're about to start flooding into bathrooms here, and they're quiet about this. Shox is rotating all the way back towards top A. Masuta is repositioning as well. Zaiwu can flank fast through connector, but they're going to be straight on the side.
Yeah, there's flashes, there's smokes. Masuta can throw a couple down range and nothing lethal. If he tries to push off that, Nico's ready for him. They have the sight. Zaiwu has the flank. He's working on that. Valda to cage it. And a push from Flames. He does get goosed, but he pushes anyway. Oh, they both die. Entire rotate from the CTs falls flat, and it's a perfect OG pistol. Not a single casualty. They take those. A bit of revenge from the previous. And so now advantage for the Ts coming into round 2, and CT's not going to be able to have too much bang for their buck.
That's one way to kick things off, right? A flawless pistol round with everybody hitting some great shots. So really, really good scenes there. And great to see Flames and Nico as well contributing with kills. Those are the two that I want to be keeping my eyes on. I mentioned before that Flames has been a difference maker alongside of Mantu in the campaign. Well, he's almost been a non-factor so far in this series. Over towards the B site, 4 MAC-10s, 1 Galil. Valda in connector. And just posting up for an early B hit here. Masuta and Kyojin to be tested.
And they're in. Straight into Masuta's Deagle. Kyojin unfortunately unable to contribute. And just like that, this force bite disintegrates. I mean, an armored scout, or an unarmored scout, I should say, for both of them.
I actually don't, like, we're always going to see the save in these situations, right? But I think the fact that they're saving both scouts is great, because we haven't seen the scouts at all, right? OG are unawares. They don't know that both of these, they maybe think one, maybe one scout in play, but both of these next round could actually be really jarring. And combined with USPs, I don't hate that at all. As long as you let the scouts take contact first. And that's one thing that Vitality can do, right? Let Zaiwu go use it over towards A like an AWP, get one tag. Someone's on 30. A USP comes in. Easy, right? Easy to follow up. So OG don't know it yet, but this next round of play, round number 3, is still going to be quite difficult. Bomb goes off. And there you have it. Now, they know something's been saved. Not quite sure exactly what. And this is the thing. Do you just go back and rinse and repeat the same B execute? Traditionally, you won't see that, right? For in-game leaders to call the same thing time and time again, you have to be pretty stubborn. But you like to make certain plays work. So if conditioning the B bomb site on the eco rounds or anti-eco rounds is part of the game plan, then maybe we will see a similar approach here. That worked out quite well for them, and the MAC-10s are better suited over towards this side of the map. So here we go again. Nobody in connected this time. Maybe it's just barreling straight through Monster.
Yeah, Zaiwu did peek Fountain, so he'll at least be able to say nothing's home. And Kyojin does jump peek widely. And won't get much to say about it. 2 MAC-10s, partner up, and charge into Masuta's Deagle. Valda, big find. If he can just get shots out of the sight, most of the risk of this round has been avoided. And to be fair for the scout conversation, there's just nothing you can contribute on these fast Bs.
No, so it would have been good if they went A, but there you go. Nothing at all. So one frag. Flames has gone down in both of those consecutive anti-eco rounds, but no real harm. And now they can buy. They can keep these 2 Mac 10s as a bit of a bonus. They can go for something fast again if they like. Yet to see Flames purchase on in here. What's the call going to be out of the boss man, Alexi B? So who's not going to invest into the AWP. Would have been operating with very little with the big green on one side. And yeah, it could be another faster play. They've given that Mac 10 to Flames, who we know is one of the entry fraggers as part of this squad. Sending him over towards B early. Volda down towards Connector. And, oh, look how aggressive Shox is. He's actually pushed straight up.
So depending on how quick they hit the site. Oh, straight in. And no trade. Alexi does provide it. He's so blind, as is Kyojin. He'll just walk straight into Valda's cross. Double for Apex. Very messy sight. Bomb going down and uncontested. ZywOo is from short. Will bide his time for Shox' arrival. Trying to take some space. That Molly, wow, he has actually got a potential advantage in a sight line. If they were to boost, they don't.
Shox is in.
So ZywOo loudly as well. Oh, Mantu looks away. He's dead. Dead in the water. Just Nico to come up clutch. Maybe he has a chance. Onto one, but ZywOo's there. And that's exactly what Vitality needed. They had no time for another extended fight. The defuse will come in a full 10 seconds to make it one. Vitality take their first of Overpass.
That's one that I feel that OG should be winning, right? They trade out really well onto the site, but I guess the unknown, the biggest unknown here is that nobody coming from Heaven, nobody coming from Spawn. And with that right there, you're surely accounting for someone. So just caught off guard by the lurky boy play of Shox coming late monsters. ZywOo making lots of sound through that sandbag position, lulling them into thinking it could just be one. Money's there, though. That was a bonus round for OG and another plant. They can punish Vitality now. Just one man surviving. They can cripple this CT-sided economy if they like. 4-man B lean out the gates. Just Shox over towards A here. And remember, still no CT-sided AWP just yet to be that jarring opening force. Masuda immediately spammed on down, straight to 19. Blown off the door as well here, but things are looking very sketchy on the B side. Masuda will have to operate with this low HP now for the minute 20 remaining. Apex starting to get a move on back over towards A. Lack of AWP here means that they're not really going to have eyes on much, and the B execute might play into Vitality's hands.
They wouldn't walk through. Kyojin would have such a shooting gallery if they try and just straight grey screen themselves. They are waiting for the fade, but they will go off the fade. They'll flash and pop. Oh, Kyojin. Oh, premium from Kyojin. 3. So cool and calm as he collects a triple kill. Bomb to be retrieved now. Vitality thanking their lucky stars. They can swing in off the flash. Kyojin continues to contribute, whether it's bullets or flashbangs.
$30 seconds for Alexi here. Not a whole lot to be done. Damage would be great, but look how locked in he is. Smoked off. Worried about that flank through the door. Lost bonus into the next round. We're talking 1900, so should be enough to get him a buy. Could also opt for this save. Worst case, he goes down after time, and if he's able to get through the squeaky door, should be able to find himself a safe place to hide. Apex has found that AWP, so a nice little upgrade for ZywOo going forward, but Kyojin, yeah, bang on. The fact that he's just sat there and tapped away with that silence down 4, that's really juicy stuff. Let's catch that one again. Smoke's fading, just tap, tap, tap.
And the first target he actually connects with is the AWP, like his nemesis for that spot. Very hard to quite react to that as a rifler, but when an AWP is posted up double zoom, you're not quite as camouflaged. Great finds. Well, Kyojin's first 3 frags of Overpass, and it's a round winner. And that was, of course, for OG to completely reset Vitality's finances as well. So, hard fought. Here they go to Fountain to test. Shox has got a nade with at least someone's name on it. It's Mantu catches the brunt of the damage.
Oh, that's forced a heavy rotation that Shox has taken so much contact. They had a 4-man B lane again. Masuda and Apex hightailing it on over here. The cavalry has arrived and they can bolster this A defense, but that's telling that Vitality have prepped for these heavy B finishes, or at least B starts. re-aggressing to the bathrooms here. Shox and Masuta paired on up, and Apex just trying to oversee business. The Shadow, maybe. Oh. Flames very lucky to get away here.
Slipping through alongside toilets, right under the nose of Shox. And off the flash, quick take and clear. They don't have long info right now. How will they receive it? They're so focused on toilets. Masuta, cursory glance, he hears a step, gobbles the flash, and they're in. Alexi, Flames, Nico, everything collapses for Vitality. Lovely stuff and a lovely round, well shaped. ZywOo and Kyojin just going to run off and scurry away to where the T's started their round.
Best thing about that was every single one of those deaths came with a flash assist, right? So you could see there that just the right amount of utility for OG on their take, making it as easy as possible. And Volda, he's going to try and attempt to lock down this save. We've got ZywOo having a bit of a rave. Kyojin trying to protect him here from any pushes from B. But maybe this is it. Maybe this is just the line drawn in the sand. And well, it is a big gun to carry through the next round for ZywOo. See how much impact he can find with this. If we're just going to take a quick look at the finances here, we're talking 1,900 now for Vitality. ZywOo can drop a rifle. Apex can buy himself. So it's going to be tight. Shox might have to operate here with not a whole lot. Maybe buy himself into just an M4 with armor. This is great. You can see they're just caught between a rock and a hard place. That clamp, it came in perfectly.
Yeah.
That camera encapsulated it perfectly.
You can see from Apex's perspective, as soon as he's got to react along, toilets connects, and it's, you know, that's T-side dream work. Let's see how this one shapes up. It's a bit sketchy as discussed. Chad has painted the picture for Vitality's buy. OG certainly have a chance here to really make that wobble a full collapse.
It's such a gamble every time, Alex. Look at Shox again. He's just picking a position on the map over towards A that he wants to kind of solo hold. He needs to get one at least.
Yeah,
right?
and some info, right? He seems to be the one often going for these information plays.
Well, with this right now, he's almost hoping that they don't check him and go through bathrooms again, because what that will facilitate is as Apex and ZywOo rotate back through the bathrooms position, he'll be able to flank and maybe they capture OG in the tighter corridors. So Shox has to get something done here. Nico cannot best him.
Nico's not spending a lot of time looking at his screen. It's a lot of mini-map, it's a lot of conversation. There's a chance he gets caught out. ZywOo's posted up on a very slither line, and he does spot and tag Alexi's committed to this. Missed shot up between the legs of Flames. Shox reveals himself on long. It's Apex to swing in and goes even. Mantu connecting the shot. This flank from Shox is everything. They know he's coming, and Mantu's posted up to try and be responsible for it. Ooh. They don't have the sight yet. Bin position is freaking out Flames. He will start getting it down. Okay, one bank, one bin. Here comes Shox, and ooh, Mantu at least aware of his position.
They have to deal with him.
And they will. With
the clock!
Felt like a deagle.
That looked beautiful. There's still a chance on this retake. There's a smoke. Kyojin has one for the bomb. Masuda has one as well.
Ooh, they're going to run out of vision. Unless Kyojin goes down beforehand. Flames, oh, reacting accordingly. Reacting accordingly. Faffing around with his nade. You can see that. But he's not just... Is he just second-guessing himself when he keeps switching, quick switching with his flash? Or is he doing sound cues, or am I just not smart enough to know what's going on?
Well, for me watching, it looks like he's just hasn't thrown it 2 times in a row, but it also could be trying to make the sound cue to bait a swing, which, if he's doing that in that environment, hey, you got some massive balls, kid. Like that, the front of the sight, flash in the hand. It looked like he just didn't release,
yeah, it
but,
did.
you know...
Like twice.
We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. We'll say that he's trying to be tricky with it.
Yeah, talking about the flashbang, by the way, not that HE that freaked me out. Just Eagles then. Alexi and Mantu greeted with frags, and that's just an absolute dream for a round such as this one. So much time for them to now just do a nice team clear. Everyone finding the bloodshed they desire.
And this is big problems now for Vitality, is the fact that Nico and Flames are both contributing, right? They've had splotchy performances here so far in the semi-final in the last 2 maps, and now really starting to feel them. You got 7 kills on that of Nico, the man on your screen right here, and Flames, well, he's been contributing. Now he's up to 6. He was the lamb to the slaughter in their earlier rounds as well. When they were running onto B in those anti-eco ones, he was the first to die. I think it was almost 3 consecutive rounds. So still finding impact. One man to find, it will just be Masuta creeping on up through this connector position. And, wow, almost spotless so far for OG. Tagged on down 17 HP, and Mantu finishes the job. Mantu now coming alive as well. 4 players on OG with 6 kills, and Nico with 7. So everybody performing right here, and that is where it becomes very, very scary for Vitality.
Yeah, I think it's scary for Xtaz as well. The coach calls the timeout. Takes 30 seconds just out of the game completely. OG get to spend that time reflecting and conversing as well. I imagine it's something along the lines of whatever we're doing, keep that up. 6-2. They are under Vitality's skin. Oh, it's a nice postage stamp he's put on the wall there as well. You can see that.
They've just got. How big can we make this picture before it looks bad? When the pixels start stretching?
Yeah, I didn't quite put it through enough JPEG filters.
It's not the double AWP bailout, right? We can see Shox didn't have enough money to do so, only had 4.3. He's not even going to fully invest right here, Shox. He leaves $600 in his back pocket, so curious to see how they wield him. ZywOo does have the AWP, and now he will be starting over towards A, so this is a bit of a different look. It won't be that 4-man B lane. All this conditioning play over towards A has worked.
If Alexi walks in, oh, ZywOo connects. He's had a very quiet start. Taking down Alexi gives Vitality the edge they were looking for.
I think OG just want to go B now. They know where the AWP is, and that looks to be the case. You got Volde creeping through connector, and Nico and Flames now starting to show their intention over towards that monster position. Mantu even coming over as well. So it will just be this passive hold of Masuta and Kyojin to deal with the B presence. The barrel position from Kyojin, always going to see a molly there. And Masuta, the safety net, playing over towards Graffiti. From downtown, the monster smoke, facilitating help from A, but I wonder if it's creeping in front of it. Looks like they'll respect it here, but that time might allow Apex to rotate back on over and help them on out. Time is the biggest issue for OG here. They need to get a move on.
They got 3-man toilets set up. Yeah, Apex is starting to think better of that.
ZywOo as well is posturing back in towards that A side, so they might even have the 4th man there quickly. Here we go.
Flash is perfect. Swing is good. Nice connection. It's Apex first and Kyojin second. Big fights, big frags. Mantu baits the shots of Masuta, but he does go down. And Valda's so blind, and he'll surely fall to one of the two. It's Masuta to make it 3. Okay, now we're talking. Vitality, everyone gets a frag. Just Shox who didn't get to contribute into this one, but ZywOo opened it up, and Vitality close it down.
Okay. Well, I don't think Alexi B is going to be rounding that corner without a flash anytime soon. But just handled. Vitality, we could see the entire time they had the upper hand in that round. They played those rotations very, very well. They played for info with their 2 CT defenders fantastically. Both teams have a full buy. Lots of AKs out, 3 for the CTs. And, oh, we get the 4-man boost and the profit right there. Simple as you like. Mantu knocking down Kyojin just a peg or 2.
Oh, AWPs starting off rounds. This time it's OG's turn to have an advantage. Very short-lived. Apex has already clawed it straight back, and he might even do some more damage. That nade chunks Valda. He's had to pay a very heavy blood price just to exist on short side. And now the healthy Masuta is flashed in for more. These early aggressions from the French. He may not clear his corner. Flames finds it. Okay, problems. And they're even boosting again. They're going for an early one. There won't be anyone visible unless they go for the deeper boost. Trying to peek that Shox side of the ramp. He might be exposed later. But Mantu completely derailed. That's something. Mantu exposed. Nico now with the double frag.
They have to convert this.
Yeah, I mean, it's only ZywOo, right? Quiet ZywOo, the sleeping giant, and he's heading all the way back to the other side of the map, as is Valda.
They're all coming back. Okay, this is big problems now. Are they going to head back? They're going back towards B, but ZywOo can get there, and that Heaven Smoke's going to start clearing now.
He's got 4 util.
This is really quite a chance for ZywOo now.
No. Oh my
He's
God.
He's going to spam.
Is that Nico? I've seen some fruity jumps out of Nico. He's molly-topped him out. Flames for the bodyguard. What's going on with the jump key on Nico? The amount of times we've seen it across this series where he just does an unnecessary spring.
Could be the mouse wheel.
It might be.
The bloody mouse wheel.
Someone get the man a new mouse. I've seen a few too many of them out of him this series.
Maybe too much WD-40 in that one.
Oh, yo. When I saw them committing the rotate towards A, saved by Flames. Crucial, especially because Nico is getting mollied and hunted out. Now they can breathe, and so can we. As they actually return to the boost, I wonder if they've learned their lesson.
No one through heaven this time. Everybody running around the long way. Miss molly over towards short. Will we see any aggression off the back of that? This boost will have to get dismantled now. The train has come on through. Punch your tickets.
And this is a good response to when you don't know about the fountain aggression. A flash and a flames. Utilized to clear it out.
Oh, okay. Well, the fact that they are only starting to take control now means by the time they get bathrooms, what are we looking at? About 40 seconds left on the clock. If they get stalled out at any point here, the scout could be a problem, Alex. This one is looking a bit dicey.
It really is. I mean, just as you discussed stalling out, I think a scout deagle is the perfect recipe to stall damage. Found Zywoo's Deeg bangs. That's a big find from Alexi. And Flames has taken space on long. A lot of space. He's flirting with his knife out and goes for the ambitious one tap. It does force Shox to tuck in. Zywoo on the flank. And OG, this is getting a bit sketchy now. There's 3 players on the right side of the map.
They're all coming long.
And Shox confirms it. There's a big frag from Flames. Kyojin's Deagle very pointy. Could be Molotov'd out of position, but he stands his ground. He finds another. He's handed Masuta a manageable situation here, and time is of the essence. An awkward smoke. What are you doing?
They have to go A.
You've smoked yourselves off now.
Run
boost. Ah, I don't hate it. Oh, no, it's all a bit hectic. Masuta's going to get at least the third and the second. Another clutch for Masuta added to the list. OG fumble.
Oh, that one just smelt bad from the start, didn't it? The fact that we could see what type of buy they're up against, and they only started the reconnaissance mission as far as information going when we were just above 1 minute. Look how simple this is. Perfect little pop plant line, and he delivers in a big way right there. These are the type of rounds that are going to crush that mentality of OG. They have to bounce back in a big way, and it's a scrappy buy for them. Mac 10, UMP.
Heart-wrenching, that one. You
no
can see
AWP.
The damage it's done to them. They could feel this lead now starting to fall apart. And he's not flashed. Careful now. Careful now. Ooh, Nico wins out versus Zywoo. AK versus AWP. You said they had to bounce back. That's going to certainly get the juices flowing in the right direction.
Follow the leader right here. Flames just creeping on out with their Smack 10 and 3 players behind him to make it 4.
Oh, great placement of the crosshair. Masuta only good for 1. More to be provided. It's Shox onto Mantu. So they've managed to pull this straight back into an even keel.
Oh, they're not clearing.
They didn't clear him. And now this crossfire's going to bang. Yeah, Apex starts to unload. Shox goes wide. It's Nico for the first. Nico falls. Valda unable to trade in this 1v2. Gets awkward if he can just isolate. Does get 1. Kyojin's there for the second. Okay. Vitality have taken back control of Overpass.
And they've broken OG. Look at this. The cash now. Not in a great spot whatsoever. OG. It's really fallen apart. That round that they lost against the Deagles, that's what we call a swing round, right? This is now the chance for Vitality to have a respectable scoreline. Otherwise, OG would have already had 8, right? They would have already won the half. Vitality are now in the position to do that themselves. We will see most likely the 6th here because on the other side of things, it's just 2 P250s and 3 Glocks. This is almost a certainty for Vitality. The French coming back in a big way. The scrappy buy not going to make too much of a difference here. The fact it is MP9s, who cares? Might even help them out a little bit more with some extra cash if they find the frags. Apex can't go down. He's cocky. He's on his own here, and he's grabbed 3 kills. If Nico throws it away.
Or if Nico gets another kill. Oh. Okay. Kyojin's pushed behind him. He's begging Kyojin to stop.
I love Kyojin's smile, right? I don't know what's being said. I don't know who's saying it, but he always gets that cheeky grin on his face there when he has an impact kill or 2.
I'm sure Dan doesn't hold back in French to hype him up.
That's true. I can imagine. Yeah,
You know,
very
like,
much so.
I know how little Apex holds back in his second language, so I can only imagine how much he does in his first. And that is that cheeky aforementioned smile. Yeah, hyping him up. Seems to be getting juices flowing in the right direction. Vitality 6, OG 7. A missed Molotov doesn't really cost him too much. Alexi trying to stop and cage this Shock's push, and he has managed to get through. Very nice headshot angle for Apex. He still loses out. More impact from Nico. He chose a great time to wake up, didn't he? 13 for Nico. Alexi to clear. Will he clear fully? Doesn't look like it. Misuta's caught out, but Mantu's better.
Could have 2 here.
Good. And he will take the first. He heard Alexi. He hears Shocks. Bit of a standoff here.
Oh, he's through the smoke.
I don't think he saw him. Oh, suspects it. Alexi has evaporated. And it seems like OG are actually going to go looking for him. Shocks can destabilize them here if they're loud about it.
Well, they have no idea.
Mantu is holding this. Oh, what a find. Mantu, 2 huge contributions. And look at Alexi, knife out upon the death of Shocks. He knows. Oh, taking some serious liberties. He's pushed all the way into sight. ZywOo just about gets there in time. He could ruin a lot of things here. They are low. And Nico already falling. Valda's healthy. For how long? Mantu another. He's got the last 2 frags with 13 points of health. And now he looks to plant. Valda in the off angle. A dink, but nothing more. OG make it 8. And this final round will be a big difference maker. You can see the finances for the CTs are hindered for Apex and Misuta. OG should have a pretty good shot at making this another 9-6 half.
Yeah, and I feel like they have to, right? That's what they were probably destined for in this if they weren't to have dropped that round to the half by. Timeout taken, second here for Vitality, and this is because they need to maybe do something a little bit more aggressive or as a unit. Because having Misuta and Apex operating with very little, the best that you... Misuta maybe Deagle head armor, right? He could go Deagle Kev, get a smoke as well. For Apex, he's going to be operating with the bare minimum, right? That is a really rough spot for him to find himself in here for the final round of this first half. And you can see that by on the other side of your screen. OG, the only omission is the Galil on Nico, and he seems to be hitting anything regardless. I say anything, everything, regardless.
I mean, you saw that headshot angle that Apex was in. That was the tightest you can be on the heady. Still losing the duel to Nico. And Mantu as well, credit to be given for his read of the game. So often he's just posted up and he's holding the right line.
I think that shot he got while blind, you know, that's the one he gets away with, but it was the 2 after that which were fantastic, right? He's just like the catcher. He's the catcher in baseball. He's making sure no one's having to run down the back of the oval and pick that one up.
Lovely bit of audio there from ZywOo. Goes shopping for information. Here's Nico drop into the underpass.
They've given Shocks the orb. This is curious.
It is. It's very curious. And if they run boost Mantu, that's the bomb. If Shocks hits this, that's info and style points. Bam! And Mantu's gone. A second chance. It rings off across long. Shocks will have to adapt and tuck in. Flames is dispatched to go hunting. Shocks and ZywOo look to really reshape their defense. OG don't want to let this one slip away as well, but it's already starting to. Don't forget, there is just that armored pistol for 2 members of this defense.
This push out here from Misuta and Kyojin is huge. This is going to stop any rotations through connector back towards B in its tracks.
You're right, that's a powerful setup. And I was just staring at his naughty corner. Here they come. Loudly into ZywOo. Bomb delivered to him on a silver platter, and they've only got 25 seconds. OG falling apart at the seams here. Big finds, another for ZywOo, picking them apart one by one. Good attempt. What was that from Flames? Alongside with Valda. Maybe they can do this. 1v1 now out of nowhere. 10 seconds though, and Kyojin can spoil it all. He just has to stop the plant. Valda committing to it, hiding in the smoke, and from behind, Kyojin strikes. Makes good on the promise he made. ZywOo starts, but Kyojin finish. A valiant attempt, it seems, from Flames. He just popped off on the site there. 8-7, all right. We'll be finding out who will be locking in the first spot in the IEM Summer Grand Finals when we return from our break. The final half of play, just a minute.
Do you think you know everything about CSGO? Then stay alert and look out for the DHL drop quiz on the ESL CSGO Twitch channel.
I feel like in terms of prep, I think we are trying to add very basic stuff to our game all the time, not to make it too complicated. And apart from that, I feel like it's a lot about like listening to what Alexi is calling and then like sticking to the game plan we have and the rules we have. I think if we go too much off script, it can be hard for us at times. But yeah, as long as we like stick to the game plan and we have good comms, then I feel like we're on point.
We lose one of Vitality and OG after this half of play. It all comes down to Vitality's attack and how OG's defense responds. Pistols to start us off. 15 rounds, maybe even more after overtime on the first. It's certainly a precedent that's been set. Looking to lock in our first grand finalists of IEM Summer, and damn is it close. See if it can stay that way into our second half.
All right, we're underway here. Apex and Shox for the utility. Apex even wielding a P250 for this one, and the 1x bet on favoring the French again here as Manti with an aggressive peek. Spotted out, exchange with Apex, gets the better of him. He's going to dip on back. Seeing more of this four-man B lean early. OG this time starting off with Nico's flash.
Very cool that Manti has not only said multiple fountain, but the fact that his team didn't move. 3 still on B. They are getting ants in their pants now. Look, Valda's pushing in for a lot of info. If he can just hold this short pipe long enough. Oh, and Alexi, the reaction time on him. It's Masuta who catches a long-range clock. Flames can't run away, but he has to fight his way out. It's a duel with Shox, and he thrives. Alexi on the pillar. Another for
Huge
Flames.
round.
3 from his defense of that short pipe. He's got the bomb and he's got the round. Mantu will finish it off, but Flames gets all the credit. He was trapped. He was caught out and manages to bail himself out with just headshots.
Great stuff. And I've been asking for more from those two, Flames and Nico. Flames now up to 15, Nico on 13, so they're delivering. Vitality now, they have to respond with a force by their own. Apex is into that scout. The Deagles are coming out here, and this is where it is really going to start getting messy. The Counter-Strike, I think, about to get turned up a notch. 4 MAC-10s, a FAMAS, util with plenty on the other side of things. No defuse kit invested in here for that of OG. Keep that in mind with these post-plant scenarios. Early nade, skittled on down. Masuda take the brunt of that. 70 HP remaining. And yeah, they're establishing control here, and they will get it over towards long. They can have party. They can even have bathrooms. OG are happy to give this up. Oof, warning shot from Shox there. The aggression has been called. Will this spur Vitality quicker on towards A? Flash in. Upper bathroom's cleared on out. And Zywa's made it across. No, he has. Yeah, Apex is there too. That's the bomb that is across. Is Zywa going to risk going back? Yeah, he will. Okay. Apex has seen something he likes or doesn't, because they're rotating all the way back towards the B bomb site right here. Volda and Flames both over towards the monster position. They have a bucket load of util still left here, OG. Should be able to slow this one down, no dramas. 55 seconds.
Surely the conversation about them coming back to B has been had.
We saw
Flames, that's enough for him. Smoke time, smoke time. Oh, he's a bit late. Shox gets a chance, it's denied. And Valda's there to back him up, holding down Mouse 1 straight into a 10th. Unloading a P250 and then some. Bomb right in front. Just Apex's scout, the last to fall. Valda will make it 4. No issues, despite OG do run 3 players towards A after hearing that scout on long, but well defended. And so now OG can start to extend their lead.
Ooh-wee. Yeah, that timing almost again. We've had a couple of those moments in this series where it's been just a millisecond left or right.
Both pistols have gone OG's way here on Overpass, right?
Yes, indeed. And the conversion as well. So that right there is what we consider 6 rounds, right?
Yeah.
You convert the pistol, great. You win the force, but still a very difficult round. Fantastic. This is the freebie. So used to be back in the day, you'd get 2. Now you just get 1, but still have to fight for it. 4 P250s. 1 little Glock on Kyojin. Still get to carry through with these MP9, so a lot more cash can be farmed here for OG for future rounds.
Dude, especially if Mantu, the AWP's getting a couple of these $600 investments or injections into his cash. Oh, Alexi completely caught out. He does nothing. Nico falls. They can't lose another one of these. Mantu does spring to life. He's trying to corral them into the site, confirms they're all up on A.
They're pushing?
And they are pushing. They want to contest, and there's multiple targets. Masuta has caught 1. He'll fall. Kyojin with the element of surprise. This is now a 1v1. Vitality on the eco, and he's playing mind games. He's heading heaven for the drop down. Will try and plant B. Mantu to contest. And Molly for that default spot. Kyojin takes the fight. Okay. Okay. Saved by the bell. Saved by Mantu. That could not have got closer.
The conversation I'm having is, yeah, you know, they're going to get a bunch of extra cash. The MP9s, they're going to have these guns carried through. 1 surviving, and Mantu has to bail them out. That got out of control crazy quick. That is a wild one right there.
That's an important one. Okay. All right, well, back to scheduled programming then. It's Vitality's first buy of the second half.
No AWP here, so let's see how they can work with these AKs. They got so much control just then with the P250s. Maybe they'll try and do the same thing, play behind that bathroom smoke and get in the face quickly, because 1 man currently defends this A side. It is Nico over towards B. Flames is getting flashed on in. 17 for him, and some speculative shots through the smoke keep Shox on his toes. But the creep towards A is coming, and Apex would love to facilitate Zywa with a kill or 2. Cheeky repeat there. Interesting. Well, that info doesn't do a lot. OG, they learn that Shox is home, but as the lurker, you're going to assume that the rest of the team is on the other side of the map. Alexi's about to confirm this.
Oh, he lost Nico as well. So the info is there. Distinct player advantage to Vitality. And Mantu, he's walking in to try and lock down this Apex. Oh, a chance. Just by the wayside.
And they're saving. That's it. They can't go for this. What a weird round. OG giving up 3 separate one-on-one fights across the map. And it looked good for a moment there where Alexi was able to dip on under. They threw the monster smoke to make it look like they were just fortifying that B site. But again, just behind on the timing, a well handled from Vitality here. The shot from Apex onto Nico must have been a big one. And as soon as Mantu misses, that's it. There was nobody close enough to defend. They walk in for free. They keep 5 alive. And the ramifications of that P250 round that Kyojin almost won in the 1v1, they're going to be really felt now. The cash has been siphoned. There's not much money whatsoever for OG to operate with. We're looking at 1,400 as the loss bonus into the next round of play. That puts Flames in contention. Mantu just under enough to really get a full buy going. And Nico, he's going to have to hope that Volder's feeling generous. And that's if he doesn't get found out right here. Oh, Kyojin will just hang out at barrels. All right. There you have it. Pretty easy for Vitality to pick that one up. Here you go on the replay. This is the shot onto Nico. And yeah, just walking into the crosshair. That was how all the kills happened. Walking into the T's, taking the fights, losing them. And, well, here we go. It looks like it might even be just a partial investment for OG, Alex. Not this old silly business again.
They'll have enough for everything next. I say that, Nico won't.
Yeah.
He's on that double eco number.
It's not even that Nico won't. If Alexi loses everything he has right now, he only gets 1,900. That only puts him at 3,900. We've had this dilemma with OG before.
Nades and frags. It could come back to haunt Vitality. That's 2 players within that Deagle range. A shot to the center of mass would take down both of them. Masuta and Zaiwu vulnerable to a close-up Deag. No current candidates for that. Nico's jump definitely working in full capacity now as he's using it for a safe, air quotes on that, safe information gathering. There it is, Kyojin spotted out. And actually Kyojin had the bomb, so there's a boatload of info. You can see that's an instigated Flames' soft rotation. Down goes M2. Really only on that Valder M4. Flames' P250 has something. Oh, and tagged on that wild shot as well. He's not going to be happy with that. The element of surprise is squandered. They fake. Ooh, Kyojin could get caught. He's too wise to those tricks though, and they're just going to be battered, bruised, but victorious. Vitality make it 9. Lots of unconfirmed damage. And as we discussed, yes, this will be the attempt to fully invest. However, the conversation to be had, you said Alexi 1900 did lose the M4. He's got 4.2. Nico into an MP9.
Yeah, Alexi's very lucky he got a kill, right?
Yeah,
Otherwise, it would have been
300.
395. So that's given him just enough now. And he's actually gone for the Famas because they want the utility. Nico's only operating with that MP9, as you said. And there's no kit in play. Vitality win this round. We're tied back up 11-11 here.
Oh, Mantu rewarded for just holding a standard fountain line. Drive from Apex. And undeterred, Vitality advance. Nico alongside. Toilets early. And only 2 to defend at a very heavy long lean. When does Mantu have a glance? If they go completely silent, this could be a real problem. There's a chance Alexi gets there in time.
Oh, he's not going to expect
Just
this.
in time, but he's dead. Mantu can't react, and just like that, the round falls apart. OG having to have some very different conversations now. Like, what can you do? Maybe best case scenario is all 3 of you are saving something and an AK instead of an MP9 for Nico.
They need to hope that Nico can grab something on the way out the door here, but it looks like he's completely locked into this. Vitality aren't rushing off to try and hunt these guns either. They're actually hanging around. Masuta low HP, just hanging around in the bathroom, making sure that somebody's close to trade off in worst case scenario. Shox is now making some room for them over towards Fountain, so Nico will be very lucky to find anything here, actually. Zaho and Kyojin are coming. They are on their way. They know that Nico's around here somewhere. They're going to clear that flash. They have an idea. Nico goes down. Another gun, even though it's only an MP9. The armor, the util, it's all gone. It's just these 2 M4s. And the loss bonus still very, very low for OG. They're unable to facilitate anything going into the next round.
I feel like I've cast a couple of games, Chad, especially playoff games with OG, where they have... Do you remember when they were close to the playoffs? Let me say Katowice, where it was that crazy diffuse. Oh, it was a heartbreak. I think it was against like G2 or maybe even Vitality. Dust 2,
trying to take
heartbreaking diffuse. Either way, I've seen OG's dreams shattered in like full, intense playoff matches before. And often, you know, it comes down to pedigree, comes down to experience. There's no absence of that in some of the names. Valda, Alexi, been there before. Nico certainly had his fair share in a very short space of time with his stint in Heroic.
Did you see the body language of Alexi there? So he's back up at his PC, but at the tail end of that round, he was pushed away from the PC, looked pretty defeated, and they seem to find themselves in these weird, sketchy buy patterns the other day. I think Frankie asked the question on the desk. I don't think they completely grasped it. Hopefully this time around they're able to see what I'm talking about here, because it's just these buys, it's like they're putting themselves in a situation where it hampers them a lot going forward. Now they're just saving... Oh, hold up!
They boosted. I haven't seen that one pay off to that level in some time, and now perhaps OG have been given a gift from the gods. And that god is Valda. AK recovered for Alexi. He's got the glass cannon Kalashnikov. Masuta could swing that door open at any time. Oh, he's going for the denial, and he's found it as well. Alexi lays his life on the line to delay. Oh, he's set OG up for success, as is Valda. Kyojin and Masuta to bail themselves out of trouble against this. 2 saved rifles. The rest are just USPs. This can still fall apart.
They have to fight.
Oh, and they are pushing through the flames. He's completely blinded. Will go down, and they'll take it. OG snatch away and a completely steal around from Vitality.
Oh, that boost, didn't even see it coming. Didn't see it at all. Can't believe they pulled that one off. And you're right, it's something that, you know, was in fashion. What, we're talking 2015, CLG were loving it. That's when JDM was on the team. And look at this, perfect Volder, the spam, 2 big names to take down. Oh, dearie me, how did that one happen?
Their boot camp just got a whole lot louder. It went from like the most awkward silence to the loudest guffaws, I'm sure.
All right, they're back in this now. Let's see if they're feeling themselves. Huge nade. Apex chipped on down, steps on out. Lucky to be alive.
Yeah, he could have lost his fingerprints after that shot. Lives on.
Flame's aggressive again. He lost this fight last time round to that Shock, so same man, just around the pipe. Spammed on through. Flame steps out. This time he gets the better of him.
Ooh, and they get another as well. That's another quick double frag for OG's defense. Vitality losing both Masuta and Shocks. Hard for OG to let these rounds slip away like this. Flash, some reconnaissance from Man2. He's not going to wide clear. Apex is safe and sound. Ooh, he's even got a smoke for long. So dropping that around that 50-second mark. Flames is confirmed. There's nothing monster. So the CTs are here, and one by one, the frags are laid out. Kyojin does contribute. He's still got vision. He's even got Optimus. If he finds Alexi, they can make a round out of this. 2 versus 3 now. Getting competitive. Bomb down. Zywoo partnered up with Kyojin. Young Guns. Tagged, but not fragged. Aware of the flank. It's Flames coming in from one side. Zywoo rocking a hard place. Kyojin still hitting shots. He nearly had Man2 in his sights as well. 3 versus 5, and it gets a whole lot scarier than OG may have anticipated.
They even lost Apex there on the entry, right, coming through long. So that realistically, it's a 2-on-5 situation, and turning this one into a very competitive scenario. If Kyojin steps out here, hits that shot onto Man2, anything's possible. The bomb goes down. Vitality can buy again, but they might want to catch their breath, and I think that's what they're doing. A timeout has been called. They're not out of this one just yet. Scoreline reads 13-10, but it's so close. The money over there's no bank for OG. Their loss bonus is now headed all the way back on down to just 1,400. So they lose a round. They're in that same position. Saved guns at best. They get wiped. They have nothing. Vitality can still apply the pressure here, and they have everything they need to do so. Zywoo with the AWP again. The AKs are out. Shocks can buy. This one's on.
You worked very hard for this. You've been talking about this game. Well, now you're living it. You're 2.5 maps deep, and you're 3 rounds away from a grand final. An Intel Extreme Masters grand final, no less. And already early damage and bloodshed, casualties for both sides. Kyojin keeps it in favor. No one can voice concerns from Alexi's side of Monster. He gave it a look, nothing to be found.
The gamble stacking. The rotations come in very, very heavy right now. Mantu's on his way. Same can be said for Nico, has just dipped on down towards spawn. Shox is waiting over towards the sewer position. He'll hear rotations if they are loud about things. And Zywoo, he got legged early on. He's down to 10 HP. So this one is going to stall out as everybody hits a bit of the pause, and Mantu being sent back up towards that A site to defend on his lonesome now. That time that they left means so many gaps. He can't push out. He can't take too many fights. He will have to be careful about every single swing he takes. And the fact he's thrown that smoke towards long gives so much info right now to Vitality. They know it's a passive hold.
Yeah, Shox. And Alexi. He's caught him. And it's Shox. You know it's Shox. You've killed him. Surely Mantu's calling for help now. He has dropped the incendiary. Smoked off now. Masuta is ahead of the pack. A slight gap. May be able to catch one here. Oh, spots Zywoo returning to the toilets. The bomb to be planted toilet side. Masuta already burrowed into bank, but he cannot convert. Problems now. They're so low. 32 points of health between the 2 remaining members of Vitality, and they're swapping around weapons. OG, they can prepare to throw quite the uppercut here to Vitality and their finances. Only the one from Kyojin. Zywoo to come up clutch with health this low. Smoke on the bomb as well. Feels like a certainty. Oh, and a missed shot into Alexi's bottom. Oh. They'll lock it down. They'll make it 14. 2 away from sending Vitality out in the semis.
Oh, that almost looked like the double lineup there on Zywoo's flick. The stars are almost aligning. Oh. There's the shot, the pivot from Alexi. Save the diffuser, get the round done. And now the money situation for Vitality. We need to have a bit of a chat here. 3.4 for Zywoo, 3.3 for Shox. Masuta, Apex, Kyojin, they can all buy. And looks like they're taking their last timeout here, the French. They are up against it. Shox getting vocal now. Ideas need to be flowing. They need to crack this nut. They've done some great work with the pacings, catching OG and their setups off guard. But it's only 3 rounds here on the T side that they can boast. It's been close. The last 3 rounds, only 2 players surviving, round after round for OG. They've kept them honest, but they can't break them. And they will be buying. Galil for Zywoo. Same probably for Shox here. Freeze time's ticked on down. We're getting back underway. OG, this one is for 15. Vitality to break the international squad's money and keep this one interesting. They fake that extinguish. This one's looking pretty quick on B. Valdez spotted at least 1 here.
Yeah, good to drop his incendiary. The entire Vitality squad are gathered towards this side of the map, and it seems like they're going. Valda dinked out of position. They're flooding into the site. It's Alexi, Nico partnering up for frags. A double found by the Dane. Alexi gives them the site. Play the man advantage. They have to get that bomb down. Apex and Zywoo left to defend their honor.
They're pushing through.
Yeah, this could be cool. Very cool. Mantu's responsible for this side of the map. He's not currently considered it as an option.
Oh, he could be in so much trouble.
He is now. Okay, it's been too long. It's a suspicious amount of time. And Mantu has the rotate. Oh, a leg, a cheeky bit of thigh exposed. Now they are charging straight towards the wide open site. Alexi can react. He's gone through the underpass. Bomb down. And Apex in prime position as well. Oh, it's a horrible set of angles, and Zywoo's going to work his Giga Brain. First, trade from Flames. Now Zywoo to clutch, and it's planted for him. So Flames falls, he doesn't. Great reactions from Flames. He puts up 15th on the board for OG, and they are so close. They can smell that grand final.
Oh, the fact they get away with that one right there, Vitality threading the needle. That was fantastic in that 2-on-3 situation. It looks so good. Just not landing those shots, and Flames, the man in question, 24 kills for him. He showed up. They needed him, and he's here.
Not only does he get the trade, but completely absent, just reaction. And it's Zywoo with his Galil that he just could not finish off the job. 28 points of health, Flames converts. Okay, 15 to 10, folks. A 5-round run required from the French, or they're out in the semis. Starting as they mean to go on. Statement of intent. They've got themselves in the default. Shocked Monster. Zywoo takes early Fountain. And even Masuta through the underpass.
Maz has got a couple of easy ones from that position. Dipping back now. Doesn't want to give anything up here. This is going to mean so much to this OG team.
Yeah, I imagine this is going to be some very loud team comms if we see it. Okay, boost spotted. That's an indicator that at least Vitality intend to take early control here towards A. Slither gap adopted. He's got no support right now. He knows there's a timer on that left swing, Banana, but Vitality uninterested for now.
Nico's here, Alexi's here now as well. They've bolstered this A defense. They're leaving Volda and Flames towards B. It's the right call. Under a minute, the bomb's coming over towards A.
Oh, great jiggle from Kyojin. He's got awareness, this kid.
They got smokes for an execute here. 3 of which a couple of flashes. These have to be perfect from Vitality. They have a window now. There's only 3 players on the site. 2 are going to be in rotation late.
Great nade. More. Mantu's very exposed if they swing close. Oh, Mantu playing with fire. He's gone down. A good spray from Nico, but not enough. Vitality advantage swarming into the site now. The flank a little late. Valda could get there in time, and he has. Takes down the Woo. Oh. It's Alexi's double. Apex one-on-one for survival.
Flames again.
Can he really finish it off? Apex fakes. He's looking the wrong way. Flames takes OG to the grand final. Locked in. Vitality sent home, and that's huge for the OG ranks. Boot camp and hard work seems to be paying off, and they'll have a shot at the trophy. We'll be breaking that one down to the desk. Winners interview on its way. GG's. That's just a...
Yeah, they done told me to be myself, so when I went and found myself, the ones who told me back then be true to who I am, ain't think we was really gonna win. Now they watching us from the sidelines while we trying to victories like we in high tides. I'm getting my prize, only thing my eyes is locked in on. Have a milli mine. I want it right now, don't waste my time. Family in a penthouse with a view sky high. Blood, sweat, and tears bring water my eyes, cause a whole gang winning. I done gave my life, odds low, but we did it, ain't we? And we always moving, never on the same thing. Now our lives are highlight reel. We like the thrill, this life's ideal. The hype is real.
We know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause now we love the thrill.
Ivy.
Oh my god.
B. Connector.
2 outside.
No, connector. Nice. Connector last.
Side. Well, get my... One else. One behind bridge.
Behind 6.
Nej!
Oh, what a position.
Connector.
Oh, what I couldn't.
Pop. 40 HP. Hey.
Outside, rushing.
Outside. Last behind red.
Oh.
Nice.
My god.
FB. No, connector. Nice.
Oh.
Both B maybe. Yeah, both B. One is low. What? Nice.
doesn't have the time, always talks about all the other guys. Will I ever understand? Without her, it's not fair, I need you back. No more crying at the end, I'll do it again.
One more.
Wait,
Last guy coming.
oh, side.
Doesn't have bombs in front of him.
Down. Took the bomb.
Well, it was a tense 3-map series, but OGCT side was just too tight on overpass for Vitality to break through, and they find themselves in their first ever IEM Grand Final. Kassad, what was it about that second half that Vitality just couldn't break through?
I feel like Vitality had a really good economy going for them after they almost won that Glock round. It was everything going well, and then all of a sudden that eco round, that kind of turned the things around. I feel like that was one of more of those momentum rounds that kind of changed everything around in your comps, in your obviously team boot camp, and it kind of after that everything went well for them.
Yeah, that's when they started playing much better as a unit, getting more information, being more aggressive on the map as well, started getting some openings. And we talked about in the pregame, Flames wasn't performing as well as he has so far in the tournament on the first 2 maps. Well, he picked a great time to show up and step it up for OG, leading the stats for his team.
Definitely, agree.
Yeah, it was quite the surprise to see all the members of OG turn up on the server, because historically that's been their biggest issue. It was clearly an issue for them on Mirage today. Looking at this roster now after that performance, do they have a chance against the likes of G2 or Gambit, Janko?
I mean, there's always a chance. I said that even coming into the playoffs, I think they'll make the finals and then lose simply because you need more experience in those games, right? Like, as a unit as well, it's much more stressful than any other game that you can play up to that point. So that's why I think also, obviously, on the other side of the bracket, you have very good teams, whether it's G2 or Gambit. That's a very difficult opponent. And Gambit, the #1 team in the world, and G2 has been on an upwards trajectory. So I think for OG, obviously they can make it happen. It would be an even bigger upset, but I think this is going to be the end of the line.
I want to see them facing a team that's going to be more tactically kind of ready for them. This whole best of 3 was like a brawly kind of Counter-Strike. It was like you will not see too many strategical things in this best of 3 when you watch this demo. It's like a lot of opening battles, a lot of opening duels that will kind of transition into mid and late round calls, which is like 2v3, 3v3, and in Overpass, luckily for them, they just came out on top of it. The Flames was like the main guy, and sadly for Vitality, Zyvo wasn't. He was even bottom fragging, which is something that's really unusual for Zyvo, especially on Overpass, which he has so much space there to do whatever he wants. I expected kind of more mobility from him.
Well, let's bring in a gentleman who's been with OG since the beginning. It is Valder. He is on the line. Congratulations, Valder. How are you feeling?
Oof, that was a tough game, but I'm feeling really happy at the moment. Yeah, as you might know, it's my birthday today, and I think like a grand final spot is something that we've been really missing on this team lately. So I'm just super happy and relieved that we made it all the way here.
Hey man, congratulations. Oh, sorry, did I cut you off there, Frankie?
I just wanted to jump in. I'm so sorry, Kassad. Is that okay?
I was ready for my question. I was like, yeah, but
I know you're always ready. You're the professional one on the desk. But I do want to ask, on the player cams, Alexi B looked totally defeated. And I'm just wondering what was discussed in that timeout to mean that you could bring it back in a round with 2 USPs and some saved rifles?
I'm not sure if it's the exact round you're talking about, but we lost a really crucial round where I think Alexia had the feeling that they were going to do, like we call it Gambit, where they basically walk toilets and banana. And we prepared on the freeze time for it, but for some reason we had some miscom on the round, and yeah, we kind of like knew exactly what they were gonna do, but then we still lost to it, which is really frustrating, right? So yeah, I think it was just about like getting that round out of our heads, and then yeah, just like move forwards, because like it was a super tilting round, and sometimes it just happens, and then you just gotta move on, to be honest. So yeah, I'm not sure if it was the one, but yeah, that's what happened.
Yeah, I think it was a 22. But first of all, congratulations on making the finals, and a happy birthday, obviously. What I wanted to ask you is this CT side of overpass. Obviously, when you practice in a different way. You always like take care of your money. You never end up in a situation where you need to play the half almost without the money and end up winning it. So what was the process and like the communication when you actually don't have money? You need to force something that you didn't practice in the boot camp, obviously, and then you managed to get out on top of it.
Yeah, I think it's super important on the CT sides, especially on a map like Overpass, to always like have somewhat control of your money. So yeah, if we're in a 3 versus 4 situation, that's pretty much impossible. I think it's so stupid if you like go for these like coin flip rounds. I would much rather just like save the 3 guns than you try and do something the next round, and then you can have like a proper buy once you have the money again. So I feel like the money management is something we always try and think a lot about. And yeah, on a map like Overpass, I think you're pretty much shooting yourself in the foot if you like go for these impossible retakes and lose all your guns.
All right, first of all, happy birthday, man. Congrats on making the grand final.
Appreciate it.
Obviously, a big feat for your team. You've made the changes pretty recently, the 2 changes for your lineup. So grand finals is the most high-pressure games and so on. So how do you get the team, how do you as a team basically get to play on 100%, to not be overwhelmed by the moment, especially maybe some of the younger, inexperienced player like Flames, for example?
Yeah, it's going to be tough for sure, and no matter which team we face, whether it's G2 or Gambit, I think it's going to be a super tough game. Even in a best of 5, you know, your map pool really got to be on point. I feel like no matter which one of the 2 teams we play, I think it's about like being happy that we made it to the grand finals, and then try to play a game with as little pressure as possible. And needless to say, like if you want to beat Gambit and G2 for that matter, you got to be like, your tactics got to be on point, individuals need to be sharp. And then we just need to stay calm, and I feel like try and get an atmosphere that is as close to practice as we can get it, you know. Because I think if you get too much into your own head and you start like overthinking stuff, that's when you're going to lose instantly. So yeah, we're going to try and play our own game, and then of course like prepare as good as we can. And then I think we're going to watch the game together like the other semi-final, right?
Well, Valda, we've got to let you, A, celebrate your birthday, and B, get ready for your first big IEM Grand Final tomorrow. Congratulations, and thank you so much for talking to us.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Well, it's been quite the series, and because of that, we do have 5 candidates who are up for the ESL Pro Tour DHL MVP Award. We're asking for your votes after every single match of the playoffs, and here are the nominees for that epic series. Mantu, Flames, Zywoo, Kyojin, and Masuta. You can vote for your DHL MVP in Twitch chat right now via the poll. And yes, you can use your Twitch points. God, it's a difficult word to say, isn't it? Now, we are going to head to a short break. When we come back, it's going to be G2 versus Gambit. And trust me, you don't want to miss it.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
No, what the fuck? Wow, what a lucky Yama, man. Boah, scheiße, Schlag, geklüft.
Une patate, arrête de mettre des patates, frère.
Ouais, mais ok, what is the monkey dit Luffy? What is this arm, bro? I'm far away, bro. Ok. Freestyle. Coupole. Hop. Esquive. He's dead.
Ama, we don't hear you, man.
Ama is mute, I think.
Oh yeah, I was muted.
Yeah. Mais c'est pas possible! C'est pas possible! J'ai fait un truc! It's my story of my life to be on the bottom. Tiens, voilà.
Let's go.
Allez.
Ah, Jaco.
No.
What?
What?
Yeah.
Oh.
No. Oh, nice.
Allez, Sheb. Sheb.
Nice.
I'm back to the top.
Let's finish that, Nick.
Woo!
Oh my god, Jake, you're so lucky.
No, I'm so good. Allez, pour toi.
Oh là 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 là.
What? Time to shine, Ama. Mais j'ai ça. Oh là là, tu vas... Ramène-nous dans un coin, frère.
Ah! Stop speaking French! It's English!
That to me. Allez.
Jake, you're so lucky, man.
Ah, gros. Oh, super mon pote, frère.
Oh! Nice.
We let them sing, they have a chance.
I won't waste another one. Oh, that darkness, it won't set me back again. Heads down, they will watch us shake the ground. Oh, it's like this, it will fill the air around. Days gone, I won't waste another one. Oh, that darkness, it won't set me back again. Oh, my sleeper away. I won't let the future escape.
Intel Extreme Masters Summer is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, 1xBet, and DHL.
Welcome back to IEM Summer. Before the break, OG secured their place in the grand final, sending Vitality home. And now it's the turn of G2 Esports and Gambit. We're going to be getting into this match super quickly, but Yanko and Kassad are here to talk about the important numbers. So let's talk about Nico and Hunter first, because Hunter has been having such an epic tournament. Does that mean he's a real difference maker on the team, Kassad?
Well, he's one of the difference makers, I guess. I mean, he said, we talked about how, and he said himself how he has so much space and he feels so much better when Jax is in the team to provide this space for him. And he is delivering now. He has delivered in the past two events, and together with Nico right now, they're the main kind of striking force.
Duo.
Yeah, for the G2 squad.
Yeah, I think it's definitely... Yeah, go ahead.
straight ahead. Go, Yanko. Go.
This is the delay one.
No, I think it's just like, with him and Nico, this is what they wanted the whole time, to play together, be on the same team, performing as well, like on a high level, and a bit of a different roles. But on the other side of things, they have to go up against these guys.
Yeah, we have Exile and Shiro's. Exile yesterday had a sick performance in that game, and then obviously against Astralis he had another one. So Exile is one of the most important players and one of the cleanest players that I have ever seen in the past, let's say, 3 years. And Shiro is just being Shiro and defensive op who can do literally anything clutching, and in terms of clutching. And like as they had Nico and Hunter, they had Shiro and Exile on the other side. It's going to be a battle. Now we're going into the veto.
Woo! That's
ancient. Let's go.
G2 goes for the ancient pick. I hate this. Like
it's a sign of weakness, right?
I hate this because to me it shows a lack of confidence that you feel you need to go for a map like this that Gambit hasn't played yet. So you don't even know who's holding what, like who's playing where. You don't have any information.
That's better. Maybe that's better
to an extent. But I just wish like G2 was at a point where they can say, hey, we're actually confident in the map pool, in our maps, that Gambit plays as well, that we can pick something else.
What can also happen is that they were playing this for maybe if they win, we can ask them, like if they play the last 4 days, right, and they are feeling really good on that. That's happened sometimes right now, and maybe they feel like, okay, let's gonna go for it. I'm not a big fan, but I understand the reasoning behind it.
I hope Gambit wins.
Well, we did hear.
Oh, that's a big statement. I honestly think. Sorry, Frankie. I honestly think that G2 is gonna take Ancient from Gambit. I'm almost 100% sure. Let's say it like that.
Wow.
Even though Hobbit said they've been practicing it yesterday, and no one's seen how they play Ancient yet.
The thing is, like G2.
Do you really want to state your reputation on this?
Yes, G2 has a competitive experience on this map against FPX, so I'm gonna give them the edge.
Yeah, they lost.
Never mind. It's still an official game. Something to learn from.
All right, then, there's a lot on the line in this semi-final, not least of all because Yanko and Kassad are incredibly emotionally invested in it, as are our fantastic casters, Sponge and Machine.
Oh, I'm absolutely emotionally invested. This veto alone is our wet dream. We get Vertigo, Ancient, right out of the gate. Semi-finals, it's Gambit debut on Ancient, never mind a G2 rehashing it. We start on Vertigo. Gambit picked Vertigo. And we're starting with them on the T side. This is going to be a treat, Chad. Let's get it started.
Oh, straight up towards A here. There's a lot of conviction behind this. Nafny leading the charge, and the rest of the team behind him. They've got space, and they've got Util. Molly out to Sandy.
3B early. Like, they're going to be pushing for a fast 3-man flank. The smoke is up. I imagine the bomb to follow. What's Nico to do other than throw out a couple of glancing stray bullets? They don't find the mark. Bomb faked, I believe.
Yeah, they're getting it down now, expecting stacknates, and this flank has gotten in position in time. The USPs up the ramp are going to be great. Just need to deal with Nafny.
As soon as Nafny falls, Shiro's going to have a lot on his plate.
Oh, that smoke is faking. They're playing retake.
Here they come. 3 spotted. Hunter on his way. Axel deals with one at the front of the pack. It's Shiro with his first blood drawn. Looking good for Gambit. Amanek changes things. He's a very sharp tool in the G2 shed.
Might need to defuse. The kit's too far away.
Yes, a shot from Amanek has come through wildly. And now a one-on-one. Nexa has a chance. He has a chance that he seizes.
There's no time. Wait, is there?
No. Well, why would he be there?
Oh.
Yeah, no.
Okay. Oh.
I guess he realized he wasn't going to get anywhere further enough away. I think he could have probably made it away to save a USP. Didn't have armor, so no stress there. Well, okay, that at least keeps Gambit honest, but they will take the pistol, and look at that. Axel straight in with a full armored AK-47. I mean, something we have to say, Chad, and we should say it early, is tonight, this head-to-head is going to be the very best, like, server full of individuals.
Yeah, I think with Axel's form so far in IEM Summer, the kid's sitting on a heater, and then you have the aim in... I wanted to say just Nico and Hunter, but Jax as well in terms of crispiness is absolutely wild. So right now, tonight, we are going to see some first bullet accuracy like never before. And the force buy out from G2. They've been getting better and better at Vertigo, adjusting their CT setup what feels like every couple of weeks with the roster changes. They finally settled on having Jax and Amanek over towards A.
I was really like impressed or intrigued by the amount of praise on your podcast Hampus gave to Amanek, stating he was the best player on G2.
Yeah, and I was as well, because when you consider the mechanical brilliance of the Kovac cousins, Especially what Nico has achieved as being considered one of the best players in the world. That's such a tall order of a comment.
But I'm not going to dispute it in terms of what he's played against, what he's witnessed. Amanek does a lot for G2, and there's a reason he's still on this roster. Definitely perhaps a little underrated in the grand scheme. Now, they are walking B, and it's wide open for the taking. What's Nexa got? Ah, he does have a smoke. If he could just get that now, ooh, even some info. Might be able to segregate them a little. Hobbit's taking a lot of space, but the MP9 mid-range. Oh, and 2 from Nexa. Above the Call of Duty, Shiro's getting chipped away at. However, body's now dropped. G2 in a 3v3. Smoke will buy some space. Flank coming in. 2 from Jens. Nico doesn't check, and Nafany collects. Looks like a Gambit second. Threatening on that scout. Hunter connecting, taking Shiro down and out. See if we can get some of that aim out of Jackson Hunter. Their health implies they're up against the odds. An elevated position from Nafany, brave to adopt such an angle. But the element of surprise enough to convert. Yeah, he's going to let that bomb tick away, see if he can catch one on the next jiggle. Ooh, Jaxie boy. Keeping them there. But Gambit make it too. And don't lose that AK in the process either.
Good stuff from Nafany there, dealing with the flank and then finding 2 more impactful kills, not sustaining any more damage. And what was great from Nexa, right? We have actually seen him play that style quite retaking over towards B a lot because they gamble mid, they gamble heavy A in the games from G2 that we've had the privilege of commentating recently. And Nexa normally gets locked on out. So that smoke, great, and the fights were even better, but it still results in the same situation for G2. It has to be an eco. Nexa is going to buy into a Deagle here with a bit of Kevlar to back it on up. Jax, peering on down, only with that USP in hand, and we know he loves hanging around this sandbag position, keeping things jarring for the aggressing T's as they make their way slowly, steadily up the ramp. Inters is on his way back now, will be picking up that bomb. Shiro's taken a bit of flak damage to the Molotov. They just walked up basically dry here, so it's going to be an aim map for them to close out this round.
Ooh, and Axel and Hobbit demonstrate exactly that aim we were just talking about.
One thing I would love to know is with Axile, how does he train his aim? Like, is he just getting an aim box and then warming up that wrist, or does he do a lot of pre-fires? Like, I would love to know in which way that he's getting his mechanical brilliance to be polished on up, because his peaks, his crosshair placement definitely facilitates a lot of those frags. But then, you know, when he's in those whippy moments, he also can pull it out. So maybe it's a bit of both. Maybe that's all this kid does is just frags day in, day out. Clean one here from Gambit, so good recovery after the last round that was a little bit scrappier. But we will see the guns coming out in the next round of play. Now, that Amanek AWP, I think, was a big part of the Hampus discussion right now. Hampus said that he thinks that a good rifler is better than a good AWPer, but the way that Amanek wields that AWP, right, he's doing it more as... he's not necessarily the one opening the rounds, he's the one who's playing it as more of a utility AWP, right? Locking down key areas, making the presence felt. Hunter's bought into an AUG here. Amanek will bring out that big green. Kit for Nexa, so the cash is there for all the goodies here. A little bit light on U2 with the AWPer, but that's not the end of the world. And now we really get to see what G2 have been working on here. Gap smoke from Hobbit.
Default spread. Enters to mid. Jax undeterred by that tracer fire through from Nafany, throwing some of his own downrange as well.
It's going to be quite the interesting fight, isn't it? Nafany and Jax on that ramp. We know that Nafany is very brawly, and we normally see him going up against other in-game leaders who get behind the smoke, but Jax tends to keep a little bit more range. Yeah. So that'll be a curious little battle in its own.
Well, I mean, especially when we swap sides, because it's going to be Jax and Nafany doing the same thing to each other. With Nafany, he does have a bit more of an aggressive stance, likes to get in front of the ramp smoke and catch a timing. Jax is playing with fire here, yeah, overextended. Amanek's full committed to the sandbag, so shorts on a timer. He's begging for Nico to come fill the gap.
There's only one molly for this position as well, so that actually doesn't hurt Amanek here, and they're heading on back.
Oh, he's going to get caught out here.
Problems.
Big miss. Amanek falls, and now they can go wherever they desire. It seems like Nexa is at least going to be able to get an early warning if he could just take a couple with him.
Oh, might be spotted here.
Yeah, that's the bomb spotted as well. Nafany swings in. Nexa cannot get the crosshair in the right spot. Smoke might at least keep him at bay, but straight over the top of it is Nafany for info, peeking off the flash. Oh, Nafany still finds an angle over that smoke. Just as he drops off as well. So that's twice now. Nafany's only times he's got frags has been a double, triple, if that makes sense.
That makes a lot of sense.
Every time he's gone B. 2 for 2 from Nafany and the frags on the B site.
That's a scary scene as well, right? If Nafany's the one, because he tends to have these games, right? They're not consistent, and you don't need them to be from the in-game leader. You want your Hobbits, you want your Axars, you want your Shiros to be consistent with their star level performances. But when Nafany's feeling the game, he's one of those scary in-game leaders that he's making those intuition reads. He's always in the right place. Oh, and that one just thrown away there. Nico throws himself into that AWP. Shiro collects, smoked on off. Bit of argy-bargy around middle, and maybe even a bit more over towards A. Nafany on the scaffolding position. Multiple targets to deal with here as the smokes do fade.
Real nuisance on B. Haxal just wins the war of attrition. The site is theirs. The round to fall in place as well. Ooh, Hobbit's gone looking elevators. He hears Amanek, so he's got 2 potential victims all lined up on his plate here.
Oh, well, that was easy. Okay. Well, very diligent in the classic Gambit-esque way. Just Nexa now trying to hold on to this AK. And this is a clean start from Gambit here. Would be a scary force to see them just come and roll over this G2 roster who, I know the desk before the veto, were thinking this was their time to make it through to a grand final and potentially pick up that trophy.
Before the veto, yeah.
Yanko, after, I think Yanko did say, I hope they lose. It's amazing. He sees Ancient get big, and you can understand that,
Well, okay,
right?
so was that your knee-jerk reaction when you saw Ancient is due to a showing weakness? Because that was Kassan and YNK's.
Yeah, I can understand that logic, right, in a very big way. It's like they're not confident in their map pool otherwise, so they're leaning on something that is untested,
unknown,
right?
yeah.
They're thinking, oh, we need to pull out that the random card.
Because that's what underdogs do.
Yeah.
Okay, I
see.
I see what you're saying.
So I'm definitely with them in that right there, but then Kassad also said, well, if they've been playing a lot in the last 4 days, imagine if they've just owned on it, right? The last 4 days they've come in, they've smashed everywhere. They think, well, hey, we haven't been able to beat Gambit or anything else. We may as well try Ancient. That factors in as well here.
Jax, regardless of his failures previously, is still trying to demand respect on ramp. It's cost him half of his health. Axel's going in. He's going in thick and fast, trying to catch the blind spot. Hunter's there to babysit, but Inter's to catch Nexa on the default, and it looks like Gambit want to go B again.
I just did this with 2 players.
You can see Axel's flight path. It's pretty good for the blind spot on default if no one's there on construction. Oh no, Amanek's in a spot of bother, saved by the bell, bomb delivered, bridge smoked, Nafany's on A. Real hijinks now. I need Chad to help screw my head on tight because Shiro's pushing for ramp control. The bomb's loose now on A. Shiro's just taking some space back. Nafany's flanking onto Amanek. It's all backwards. They have time to do whatever they want now. The bomb's been picked up.
And can go all the way back to B, where Inters are still locking down this rotation. So Hunter is low HP. He's going to be the first responder. Shiro needs to get that, and now Inters collects. The smoke to deny even more time. The bomb should go down on B here. No dramas. It's just Nico now.
Same fate for Nico if he starts his crawl. Shiro gets across. If he's not close right, process of elimination dictates he might be close left. Amanek falling in. Oh, Shiro brings the fight to Nico. And Amanek starts to tuck his head within his shell. Gambit will make it 6-0. Now that is not the start G2 were looking for, to state the obvious and then some.
Speedrunning this one, aren't they?
They are. I mean, look at the casualties of the last, 4 rounds Gambit have picked up. They've kept 5 alive in some, 3 in others, 4 in others. They're building nurturing a lovely bank account as Shiro keeps up his... Isn't he? He's the very best at the moment for deaths per round, or least deaths per round.
Yeah, he's good at staying alive, old Shiro. Amanek. Oh, he's going to hold on the orb. Yes, he will. Okay. Shoves the barrel in the belly of Shiro there and does get the kill. So retaining that is important. We're already at the max loss bonus, obviously. 3,400 time and time again. Jax can buy. Amanek can drop. Nico could go rifle with Kevlar. So they might be able to make this one possible. But it's not going to be the best of buys. And, well, this is one of the easiest kills you'll be seeing here. You see when the bomb goes off, they make a bit of a run. The sound, the rumble. Always a time to start making a couple of extra steps. This timeout from G2, the fact that they had a pretty decent chance in that round, right? Bomb gets dropped. There was still all the chaos with Nafany. It felt like that was one of their best options, but they didn't know how to react because that situation, the fact we're sitting there not knowing what's going on, they haven't discussed those type of protocols. What do we do if we drop the bomb forklift, but there's a guy in A and a guy on bridge, right? That is one of those scenarios you have to react to on the fly.
And you can see the way Nafany was playing that as well. Like, he knew how much freedom he had, and he managed to make it count. Conservative Deagles around a saved AWP. Let's see if Amanek can really shift the tides of battle here. Put just a first on the board for G2. Gambit love taking that early ramp, and they'll do it again. Amanek dispatched to mid.
If Amanek calls this clear behind the Jenny, they could push some of the Deagles through and try and lock them down from rotating back. But right now it is just Jax, lonesome Jax, over towards the sandbag position, does have a smoke. So if they molly him, he can smoke, and he just has to live. That's going to allow the cavalry. Amanek's going down the ladder.
Yeah, he's playing this like a full rifle now. Jax needs to live, but nades secure his fate. What's he supposed to do now? Full A site lost. Amanek is going to try and flank with the AWP. Maybe one. Tip of Inter's head. Oh, and his backpack visible. But Nico's Deagle is actually continuing to channel them into that AWP. A couple of chances have gone awry. It's still Deagle working for G2. Nexa now contributing. Nico's popping off. G2 given a chance now. They have a smoke. They've lost Nico. Shiro's got two targets, two different sides of the map. He's isolating. Nexa will finish the job, and G2 finally break their silence. And Nico's Deagle is a big reason as to why.
Oh, those shots. Something special right there out of Nico, and that's what you want from your superstar. First round on the board, and it felt like Amanek was in the best place for an AWP to be on the CT side, trying to retake A. Yeah, you can stay down in Fork Room. That's all good. That flurry in the last seconds there. Shiro gets that kill. It becomes a very winnable round. He knows that Amanek's coming from behind, can dance around the bomb box and delay for as long as possible. No kits in play. You can see there the lengthen diffuse, and okay, well, they're on the board. How many more can they start to throw together now? They've given themselves a little bit of extra cash by winning on a round like that. Amanek and Jax heading over towards A to deal with this. Lobbing out some flashes towards B will keep the util honest of Nexa. And Amanek's actually copped a bit of a leg shot here, so he's popped on down to 27. And Hunter's dead already as well. Axel's just marauding into the side.
They didn't check Nexa. Nexa's got a good chance for two. They didn't know where he died from. Axel could not give a call. It's fading, and Nexa's committing. The wild spray from Nafany regains control of the stairs, or at least he assumed. Nico fills the gap in time. What now? Says Hobbit with his Glock out in T-spawn. Bomb lost, bodies have dropped, and we have to piece this one back together again.
Rotations are pretty far away here. Amanek's very committed to mid. Jax is still dealing with elevator room, so it really is all on Nico here. Has to slow them down or get at least a frag. Even Amanek's pushing, so there's no one to help him.
Why do I feel like Shiro's going to put one straight through the boards? He's staring into the default line. Posted up, comfortable, Hobbit to walk and clear. And Nico does profit. Shiro, his next victim, takes them both. Okay, so G2, off the back of a Nico double and then a triple, make good on their promise and start to compete here in the first map of our second semi-final. See how this one went down. So Nexa, he gets two crucial frags. And as he falls, Nico gets those last two.
Yeah, good stuff there. Look, if this is the Nico, you know, the semi-final and then the grand final Nico, the one who's going to show up and drop, 25 kills, that could be the difference maker for G2 here. Fast towards A will be the force by.
Yeah, he's cancelled that. Realised he could have very well given up an AWP. But look at this smoke. They're not clearing it. They are. Hobbit bodyguards his teammate to perfection. And now Gambit, they're turning up the speed. Amanek's getting overrun. Nico tries to bail him out. It costs him his life. He's exposed to Axal. Finally, he's kept honest. Space taken elsewhere. Intis has just ran through middle.
Oh, he's got the full rotation. Everybody's over towards A.
Yep.
The spoiler
this will be silent.
Oh, Nex is just going to run into this.
Deadly as well. They got caught out by this previously. Nexa clears his corners. Intis is quicker to the trigger, and this round flips on its head just like that. Just like that.
Nafany's coming behind them. They're locked into this right now. Even if they wanted to save, they'd have to go back into Nafany.
And their after-plant positions are perfect. Yeah, Nafany's here to ruin everyone's day. Oh, and a one-click headshot as well. That kind of range, flashing for the hunt onto Hunter. Bodied.
How have they been able to pull that one off?
It's the Gambit special.
They've just launched themselves at the A bomb site. Right, you can see there they're aware of Jax's tricks. That little smoke to one-way over, he plays behind it. It's just spamming the Tech-9 through. That opening kill threw it all into a bit of a mess. Like, Hunter had 2 great kills on the site to slow that down. It forced them elsewhere, but Inter's in all of the mayhem able to pip that gap. So Inter's in these 7 rounds, 2 of which he's just controlled the rotations. Then Nafany, he's had 2 big rounds of his own, so starting to see where the 7 are coming from here. And notice how we haven't said Axal and Shiro. Well, guess what? They're the 2 towards the top of the scoreboard. 9 for Axal, 7 for Shiro. And a timeout for G2. This is going to be their second one used already, and we're about to get into round 10.
And you can't fault G2 for being convinced when they're already up short, fighting on main, and Axal's got an AK-47 on A. I'm going to start making sure my resources are there as well. Inters just gets right behind enemy lines, and that is going to sour the G2 esports mood.
One thing with G2 at this event, or now within the semi-finals, we obviously didn't see them in the quarters. They got themselves this semi-final berth. Previously, they were at home, right? They were all operating from their own bedrooms, and now they're boot camping together. So everybody in the same space. Not sure if that's going to be a positive or a negative, but check this one out. This is the Gambit special here. We've seen them a few times go for this timeout after the opponent's timeout, just to take a little bit of momentum off it.
Got a feel for Amanek as well. God, that number's not wrong. He spent $10,000 into this one. Everyone's wearing a new Gucci bracelet.
Charity bin right there. Well, probably not with the Gucci bracelet.
No, you're right. In fact, they probably got 1.5. I don't really know how it works. Either way.
What was it? No, it was a Cartier bracelet, mate, not a Gucci one.
Yeah, I mean, what was the one you got with your high school girlfriend? Pandora.
Pandora.
Everyone's got, every
Got the
girl
little
had a
charms on
Pandora
'em.
bracelet. Valentine's special.
Opted for a MAC-10 here. He could have been dropped an AK from Inters, so interesting decision-making. Is Axal taking space? They didn't clear him. They haven't seen him.
They didn't. Oh, and Axal strikes for his 10th. Nexa feeling a bit silly after that one, and Jax could be added to the list. It's Nafany this time that falls. And what are you up to? Jax was not expecting company. Went for the AK, spots out Shiro, and lives to tell the tale.
It's not Jack and the Beanstalk. It's Jackson the overextension. Could have done more with that.
Woo, you could have. The less catchy sequel, perhaps.
They're stuck in limbo here. This is a difficult position to be. The smoke's going to fade. Amanek's bounding his way out of there.
Yeah, he's happy to have gotten that freedom. He will tuck in from the swing. They've got smokes, 3 for Gambit as one's deployed. Actually, just more Molotovs. There's the popped smoke.
They all rotated again.
He's flashing for their fight. Here we go. Amanek trying to react, loses vision. Jax looks away the wrong way. And now G2 are losing their sight. This was a 4 versus 3, but Gambit are making it so threatening. Smoke fades. Axal looks for reload. Will find it. Don't want to put your head in that vice. Axal's all too familiar with those duels. Elevated position for Inters. Strikes onto Nico. Running out of opportunities. Hunter gives them a way in. It's Amanek to try and shift the tide of battle. Oh, a missed shot over the shoulder. Inters to wrap it up. And it's another Inters round. Complete even kill distribution. Inters with 3. G2 cannot compete when everyone seems to be hitting their shots on Gambit.
Looking very sharp, aren't they? Gambit are very, very hot right now. 8-2, the half has been won. Now it's just how many more can they get? Just pivoting out and destroying the Minters. Lighten things up, and Hobbit, he's enjoying himself there. Deagles again for G2. Now, look, they had success with these before. They're hard to replicate.
Nexa got booked in his last B defense.
It's such a tough bomb site, I think. I think the B bomb site on Vertigo, especially because you're left there to be an anchor, unless you have support early to really take control of that lobby, it's just a bloody nightmare. We've seen this boost a few times now. You catch them on the walk up, not expecting anybody to have that little lip covered. And it's 2 totem poles, so there is a bit of a gap here. They can walk up short and just pick them. Now, G2 are awares of this, but it's more off angles for the boost, right? You don't normally see this one where Jax is on top right now. It's just a slither gap right there, and maybe one that won't be cleared as they pivot up sandbag. But Nafny's always switched on in his pushes.
Oh, come on.
He's crazy good.
Come on.
He's crazy. When he booked Furia, I think it was Furia, when they did that boost, like through the, I was like, this kid's mental. Like his clears.
He did a little barrel jump bait.
I don't know. Nafany's just a whole different beast on this map.
And
just
he
the way
still
he takes
peeks
info.
in. Yeah. I assumed he'd finish Jax off. It does lead to his demise. He takes 2 though. Oh, Nexa, what are you up to? Oh, well, of course they spray the smoke and stare at it. They just don't make mistakes, he says, as Nexa surely has Axal's number. There's an Inter's trade. Hunter, very, very good on the dig, and they're very late to the party.
Here they come.
Hang on, smoke. That could work. If there a kit, there isn't. And they've dropped the smoke, and Amanek playing in front of it. He has to hold it, though. And Amanek, can he be the hero? Get on the defuse. No, no one went for it. Amanek was in a prime position to contest. And no one's home. Hobbit confirms the round is theirs.
Oh, that was looking really good for a split second there.
Just a second.
All right. 9 now for Gambit, continuing to stack on the rounds. And G2, look, 6 is a salvaged half, 5 probably okay, 4, at this point I'm sure they'll be happy with that. Anything less, we can call map number 1 done. Let's just get Ancient going, baby.
Yeah, right. You'll get your Ancient. It's a guarantee.
The world number 1 team on Ancient.
Yeah.
The team who is super diligent. They have all of these little moves. They do everything by the book. But imagine how they've cracked the Ancient code.
You think they're going to have cracked it already?
Well, I want to see what they've been working on at least.
Okay, Nate down the throat. He knows exactly. Whoa, okay, he's got the reaction speed. And now perhaps enough speed to reposition before the smoke fades. He's crawling his way to tuck in on the tight line.
How much does he want here? How far is Jackson going to push the issue?
Their whole squad is coming
fading.
towards
It's going to be in the open.
Axile, oh, no bullets. Jax would have loved another chance. Now neutralize, and they're going for a 2-man flank. The Kovac cousins group up.
Of course, Shiro's watching this. Shiro's not going to move. Hunter's just going to... Okay, maybe he will move.
Yeah,
Bogdan's Law.
Throw the AWP over to Axile, and he's still rewarded. Oh, that's got to be an indicator as to where they're going, right? I mean, Hunter knows they can't leave.
Especially with the double nade as well. So Nexus on the site, ready and raring to go, but he needs to slow them down. Has a molly to do so.
They've just won
he's
by
still
one
watching.
Strafe in. I want to punch.
They're going to be.
I want to punch my monitor. I'm not even playing. I just want to.
Oh no!
He's holding it still.
They're going to be with 20 seconds left. Nexa would have to. If he's had that molly that he just threw, then yeah, maybe.
They missed theirs.
He's here.
Yeah, they missed theirs. Maybe. Ooh. I hate the maybe. It's not even a real maybe at this point.
No, this one's done. 5 bullets. Yeah. You can just see the writing's on the wall. As soon as they pivot that late, like after getting both kills on, come on, guys. Come on now.
Like, Gambit are just the most lovable nerds in all of Counter-Strike.
Oh, that's a good way of looking at them.
The most lovable nerds. Because you just have to go, oh, you're still watching it. And they finish B. They spent the entire round battling tooth and nail for A. And it's an awkward retake for the CTs on B.
Oh dear, okay.
10-2, folks, if for our audio-only listeners. It's bleak. Oh, Nafany flirting with the smoke.
1-4. Nico's had some heroics, right? The 2 rounds that Nico's won, he's had multi-kills in. So you mentioned it before, it was the 3 kills.
That's right.
So if he can do it again right now, maybe that could be G2 good for a third, but things aren't looking great. And watch how good this util is. Yep, you either go backwards.
Oh, you want to go
another
forwards?
molly,
Left,
and
right?
you might need to jump off here, Nexa. Yeah.
He had no options. Nothing. Just die. That was the only option presented to him. And it looks like Hobbit's been handed something similar. Exile, team damage. Oh dear, the Eagles are connecting. This is now a 2v2. And don't forget, Nico has an M4. He can really rumble these last 2. Smoke fading now into starting to punch that bomb code in. And he has taken the headshot, knows the potential trade. I think he spotted him over the box. He didn't, and Axar will claim another round for Gambit. It's getting dire now. 11, the 1v1, the closest call we've seen from some time for G2.
That execute, right? I know that we got dicey in the tail end of that. But just note, right, the 2 mollies that landed were perfectly timed. The first one close to push Nexa back, then he steps into the second Molotov, and if you noted the timing of the one that was to default, it was maybe a second or half a second later, so they could scale, right? They could scale with the utility. First molly's fading, you're taking up that quad position. Second molly's fading, you're pushing up the girder. The third molly's burning out the default guy who can't be facing you. Those are the little details that we love to see. And up against it here. Same vibe, same situation. But need a different result. Respecting it this time, have been forced back. Plenty of bullets through the smoke. Jackson Amanek tucking in towards the top of A. Nexa flash forward. Doesn't see anything, and Axel actually uses that as his key to go.
Yeah, and he's going to molly Nexa out of position completely.
It's just so reactionary, right? They flash, okay, well, somebody has to be close. We're going to molly, we're going to drop the HE, so we get slowed down. And now they're just going to hit A.
They didn't even bother to molly sandbags. They just know it's not the setup. And 3
they're in.
Are in.
But they're in.
Yeah, they are. And Nafany confirms it. Jax is dead on short. This crossfire just was not strong enough. Amadex dropped off the headshot box. He's so booked. He's being swung on. And it's Nafany this time to take 2 heads. Gambit just look indomitable right now.
This is beautiful stuff.
This is like, I mean, this was the G2 tournament. Do you not remember how hyped everyone was for the G2 Samurai to start slicing in the semis? Some alliteration. They didn't. At least not yet. Kept very humble in this first half.
What do we got here? Nexa has the most kills with 11, right? And a couple of those were with that MP. That was like the second round of the game. He had 2 kills with the MP9, right? Everybody else kept very quiet. You got 8 for 3 of them, Amanek, Nico, and Hunter. Jack's down the bottom there on 5. He's had a real rough go of things over towards that A ramp. No easy task. One more round here for 13-2, and oh no, Nico's gone down. Oh no.
Just leave him alone. I'm calling the bully hunters.
Oh, come on, boys. Give him something. Give him something. They've brought in its 5 rifles. What is the point of even talking about the buy? It doesn't matter what guns they have. They've done better with the deagles than they have with the guns.
Let's see. Will it really read 13? I think it would only make sense. It would only be fitting.
Yeah.
That it fits the 13th.
This should be a smashing now, from what we've seen, right? There's always a chance for G2 to come back, but on Vertigo, looking like a whole different beast. Look at that!
Son of a gun! Shiro's taken down Amanek just on that lineup. That was as he lined up for his nade. His head exposed and his cap flipped off of his head.
Watch how they play this one now.
All right.
This is it.
Equip us, Chad. Equip us.
This is where they're going to sit back and wait for those aggressive maneuvers, right? They're going to hope that the fight comes to them. Axel dealing with the B push. They've slinked back from A, just leaving Shiro there with that AWP. And now they're trying to find an avenue through mid. Nexa has to deal with not only the B push, but the mid push. They've gambled 3 players over towards A who are all committed. As soon as Nexa goes down, unless he kills everybody,
yeah, sure,
they have to retake the B bomb site.
And what's stopping G2 from kind of rotating some players off A? Just the uncertainty?
Well, they just cleared it now, so this info is great, but I don't know if there's going to be enough time. They're going to hear that rotation. Shiro will hear everything above him from elevator room and even gets the kill onto Hunter.
Oh, bother. Nexa to be tested. They may not even commit to this. They've got full mid control, don't forget, so they might just kill the rotate and go A.
Here's Albert.
Oh, there's the rotate. Oh, fortunately, Nico gets himself out of trouble. It's Nexa with a big delivery. Make it 3, go on. Can't finish the job. And now the round falls once again in favor of Gambit. Bomb to be planted, time to get it down.
Look
even
at
a
all
smoke.
the nades.
He can get anything he wants out of that. It's so hard to clear this close corner. Ninjas is right in the blind spot. Jax tries to get a reaction. He can assume where they're coming from. Oh, great pre-fire, here we go. For 3, for some pride. Shiro wants to take it away. He's already tagged him up nicely. One more bullet, secures the fate. It's 13. Unlucky for some, certainly not Gambit.
I think that the team that is going to win IEM Summer is going to be G2. I think they've played really, really well individually. I think they're on like a really top tier individual level, peaking with Hunter being really, really good. And Nico obviously as well. But if both of them can perform like they are, you know, we see 2 players who can completely turn a game that maybe is even strategically, you know, they're getting outplayed, but they can bring it back, make it close, and even win those types of games because of Hunter and Nico being both performing on the server, which is what was the worry before Nico came, was if Hunter would go down or if Nico would fit, because they had similar roles, but in this chaos, they've made it work, and I think that's what's gonna push them through.
The surprise team of the group stages for us was Gambit, literally. Gambit for us, it's literally the best team in the world right now, and yeah, we really wanted to show our real face against them, and we did it. So
We're living for the moment now, we're one with the world. I can't lose this feeling I get. My heart's in the right place, and so is my soul, yeah. I won't take no excuses for it. Love it, need it, live it. I feel like something's missing when I do not have it. I feel it in my bones, gotta find my space. These emotions on my face, taking a toll, I gotta pay it forward. I'll give it all that I can. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take no for an answer. If it don't hurt me, it makes me stronger. Yeah, no what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take it no more. I won't be there.
G2's woes continue against Gambit Esports in 2021 with a 13-2 first half for Gambit on the T side of Vertigo. Yeah, it's probably one of their best maps, but G2 are getting absolutely destroyed right now, and there should be no way back in map number 1.
Yeah, it's a dire situation for G2. They just haven't been able to beat Gambit this year. They haven't. The best they've done is take a map off of them in a DreamHack Masters Spring Best of 3. Wanting to change the dialogue a little bit, and Vertigo was supposed to be the playground to do so. Gambit picked, of course. G2, though, trying to voice some concerns on their pistol. Nice find. Nafany's walked straight into the clutches of Hunter. And the entire squad is here, so hang on.
So many
Why
mates.
is, yeah, Gambit are actually not going to be falling into an early rotate, but that's going to cost them.
Hobbit just cleared middle, so I think they were expecting this all to be a ruse right now, but they had 3 players with Smoke, Flash, and a HE, and
They were
I think
so
Gambit are
confused.
confused. Wait, hold up, there's an A bomb site?
Yeah.
You guys get to go over there? I'm not sure how, okay. This is a G2 pistol now. I said there should be really no way back in. Well, this is a great start, almost being gifted the pistol for free.
Yeah, they were really stubborn about that rotate. There should be no way back in.
The bomb's halfway ticked. Just hold on to the armor. I know that sounds almost insane, but they may as well just hold on to the Kevlar here.
Yeah, certainly. Especially when that second round is so important for G2. Oh, Shiro has stuck around and now he will be hunted down. Oh, he'll take a couple of bonus frags. Amanek so lucky to be alive. He was underneath the bomb. He goes down to 4, but he'll keep hold of what little he had. Okay, G2 3. They take the pistol. Now they are going to have to do the impossible every single round. This is going to be a Gambit force, so we'll get to see how the very best do it. What does Shiro equip himself with? Does he play it more conservative for that CT AWP, or will we get a scout out of him? No, nope, just going to keep it light.
The CZ, okay, making a bit of a return here, and he went with head armor. So sure, he saved 850, but still a pretty decent investment, all things considered. Let's see if they can shake G2 up even more so. That pistol round is one to forget, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just, yeah, a bit of a misread. Okay, out middle they go. 4 players looking hungry for some frags. Smoke's being lined up.
We've seen this, the G2 smoke. It's just a little extra special now. And they're ahead of it. Doesn't really cover off the cross. Oh, big gap for the Hobbit Deeg to thrive. And now it's Axel to throw a finishing blow, a finishing touch. The CZ connects, the bomb's delivered. And G2 starting to crumble in just the second round of play. Good find from Nico. Nexa long range on the MAC-10, saving them both a whole lot of stress. They can keep their hair follicles on. No stress right now. They'll even have an eco to chill.
Oof, that one almost got out of control, didn't it? Okay, great first shot here from Hobbit. And then you can just see, like, there's 3 directions that you're having to worry about while crossing that window position. Up, down, the axis is not easy for anyone whatsoever. But yeah, you're right, it will be the eco. So now G2 will certainly be up to their 5th. Amanek with his signature gun, looking for space over towards this B bomb site. Nexa and Hunter working on A. And Hunter's fantastic at this short position, at least when he's given the room. Hobbit with the flash ready and raring to go. He's not actually going to use it towards A. Throwing bodies at the problem. Nafany's hearing this, and he's going to be segregated from his teammates. So the moonwalk. So Michael Jackson special right there. And they're just coming A now. So regrouping, bomb being picked up from Jax. This one here should be over pretty damn quick.
I reckon it's gone 6 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2... Not quite. Axel lives on.
Oh, he's going to really be a nuisance here, isn't he? Going to make him chase, going to make them throw more bodies if they want to take the MAC-10 away, and they don't need to.
I wouldn't bother, especially with your low HP AKs. Let's keep everything we possibly can for this impossible task ahead of us.
How many do you think they're going to get? 7?
Yeah, I mean, knowing Counter-Strike, it'll be, 11.
But remember Gambit against EG yesterday? They definitely not gave away big leads, but EG were able to grind their way back in until Gambit made the necessary adjustments. So I think for G2, they can work on a bit of a bag of rounds here now that they've set themselves up with this nice solid base of pistol and then the conversions. But yeah, it's not going to be, like, to have a 13-2 T-half of their own in response, that would be wild scenes. Absolutely wild scenes.
Unprecedented scenes. All right, let's get back into it. Let's get out of that replay that we're still watching and bring you the action for round 19. Folks, if possible, we'll get back into that game as soon as we can. Is anyone in the production room at all? Anyone at all?
All right, we're having a couple of issues in the back room, so we can give you the action with a bit of audio cast here. It is just going to be slightly delayed from what we're seeing to what you're seeing, and there you go. We're all fixed on up. Opening kill, Nafany's gone down over towards that A ramp, and we've been talking about his aggression, so immediately it's been met. And things are being slowed on down here by G2. Hunter lining up that smoke to help facilitate some room over towards scaffolding, and it's all a bit of a ruse, actually. They're now pivoting back towards middle, so they've pipped the gap, or forced the gap. Nobody towards B, just Axile towards middle here, and this is looking very good for G2.
It really is. Not only with the early absence of Nafany, but the same smoke. And they do cross through it. Up they go, and a wide open B site. That's business as expected.
And another round. So, yeah, okay, this is now starting to get a bit more interesting. They've quickly found themselves what will be the 6th round. The 7th shouldn't be too far away. We're talking about max loss bonus on the other side, so Gambit will be able to do the classic drop guns across, but that's if they're allowed to save. You can see they've already been cut off. They cannot push past this bridge position without going into the Cousins crossfire. This one wasn't meant to be drawn out at all. I think the fact that G2 is showing a bit of fight here speaks wonders for the series. If they just got blown out, the individual's not getting warmed up, we would have some bigger problems. And this hunt is actually on. They're really looking for these kills now, G2.
This is going to achieve an awful lot. If they can take Shiro's AWP away, which is easier said than done, Jax might have a chance to throw a bullet at Shiro. Go on, my son! Down to half. Shiro lives on. Okay. Okay. Gambit will have their AWPing presence into the next. And I'll actually take a timeout just to discuss probably the same things we've just been discussing. Don't want to let this one slip away. It's been a 13-2 half that we've witnessed G2 come out of the gates here swinging, finding 4 consecutive to start off their T campaign.
The thing is, this is only going to be, what, their second real... Actually, no. This isn't even really going to be a real gun round, right? So they haven't even been able to put up that much of a fight just due to the economic situation. And with the money, the discussion is what are we going to drop and who's going to make the sacrifice. Now, Inters can drop a rifle, Shiro can drop a rifle. So they can get 4 M4s, well, 3 M4s and an AWP out to play, and then maybe an SMG. And Nafany, well, he's bought in with a Deagle, so it looks like they're going for more of the half-buy option and seeing if they can get the most out of the 2 saved guns. Shiro with the 3400 can buy himself again in the next round. Same for Inters if they lose everything. So you can understand the decision-making here.
If G2 do come back with a 13T round comeback,
Vince will eat a boot.
He certainly might, but we might have to get that Vertigo T-sided up in arms pitchforks once again.
That's everyone's favorite. It's just Nafany towards A, so they're really trying to funnel them towards this mid and B area, and that's where G2 have been finding avenues mid to late round, but this time they're just heading straight over towards the B lobby.
Oh, look at that. That's a great camera to embody just how locked in this B site should be. They will react to the utility and be there at least a little bit. Oh, Hobbit. His first contact and it's a drive-by on next, and now Inters is chipping in. G2, oh, getting whittled away at. Oh, dear. Everyone's dead. 5 to find. Hunter, impossible task. Too many angles. It's Inters with 3. Locking it down. Weapons to be hoovered up as best they can. And there goes the first brick in the G2 wall. More to follow. Gambit make it 14.
Yeah, well, that was the unexpected round. The one that they weren't meant to win.
But they weren't even in the right place. It felt like G2 had done enough. They're just in, like, the CTs were in CT as that util was thrown onto B. But the fact that Hobbit starts catching the first on the cross into so many connections with his M4.
It's strange that there was no utility to dissuade the players a little bit more defensively, right? They focused it all on towards the side. Whoa, Axel jumps up. He gets Sneeko down to 4 HP here. So another opening for G2 in a gun round. They've been able to pip the gap before. Can they do it again? A very important round here. Cash was a little bit skimp for a few of the members as far as utility was going. They need to avoid going down to a multi-kill here of Gambit. They've left Nafany over towards A. He's got Shiro in tow. Hobbit dealing with mid, and Inters over towards B.
Oh, Vision, Stitz, holding the line. Shiro does lose his life. Nafany had a choice. Sandbags or back to sight. He opts for sight. And this is powerful. He can basically hold both sides of it. With Hobbit getting a frag, if Hunter didn't take that head off, we were talking. But now, 2-man advantage. G2 not going to try and throw this away. They are light on smokes. Flashes will have to suffice. It does seem to have served its purpose. The bomb's now down, and looks like G2 will recover after conceding their 14th.
Okay, so in 2 of the key gun rounds here, opening kills have gone their way. Nafany gave up a death, and then the same there for Axel. And we don't normally say that about Axel. So the fact he gets the dink and done, I think you see in the battle there of Nico in a big way. So that's a massive find. If G2 can continue to convert these offerings that Gambit are coming to the table with, you can continue to add a few more rounds to the board. This will be 7. Loss bonus 2,900. Taking a little bit of a look there. Nafany can buy, Axel can buy, Shiro plenty of cash. So another gun round. And Gambit, they're really just, this is like grinding it out, right? You know, they're not taking too many unnecessary risks. They're just going through the paces, saving when they have to, and then they're going to strike when they have the right chances. It feels labored, and it feels like, you know, that G2 are getting a couple of offerings to get back into the game, but Gambit are doing this by the book. And if they get another eco win in the future like they did just before with those 2 saved guns, well, that could be all they need. There you see that replay position. And it's interesting that Shiro hangs around, right? We know how powerful that one-way smoke is. We see Art use it. We've seen Nafany using it on the T side. Hunter's using it to great success as well here. And back they go, straight over. On towards the scaff. 17 kills for Hunter, and he's got a bit of pep in his step.
He does. Confirms no push out. Hobbit's lined up the incendiary to support Shiro when feeling under the thumb. Great molly to push Shiro away from that short line. If Hunter does peek, though, he may not be expecting the AWP to still be posted up. Who's going to break serve first? Or rather, sorry, break the silence. Good nade damage.
Oh, they're coming in to pick top ramp now. See him creeping forward.
This is what they're waiting for.
Molly missed.
Shiro crawling. Hunter just looks away, and they strike in unison. Gambit, 2 frags, problems. Amanek trying to dip through the gap. We saw how much damage Inters did when he slipped this gap late mid. And speaking of, Inters is the one to check it. Just in the nick of time, he slipped through silently. Exile exposes himself. That's a big frag to find. Maybe there's hope for G2 in round 22. A recovered AWP. He's fend and locked down the entire rotate. Inters might be jumping straight into Amanek's scope. Big frags from Amanek. Oh dear. Another needed. Nafany is contesting that plant. The bomb now down thanks to Jax. If he could just dump his util, he could buy some space. A release of the crouch key will seal the fate of Nafany. Oh, I say that. He lives on for a second longer. Now, surely the round is theirs. Okay, a sigh of relief for casters and players alike. G2 make it 8.
Well, and that's the one where they had the necessary opening kills. So G2 even making it work after giving up 2 big frags over towards A. That looked like that's all they needed for Gambit to secure 15. So Amanek, the heroics right there.
He completely saved them. And the fact he's staring at that generator, Axel just happens to expose himself.
Yeah, because Axel, like, moving around there, maybe he was thinking, I need to just have a quick look at mid, right? If he doesn't do that and Amanek slips through spawn, maybe Amanek gets caught at another point.
Yeah.
They don't end up in B like that.
What's he doing with a MAC-10 when flanking A? You know, you're in Sniper's Nest, what, peppering them on Crane? I mean, this was the best case scenario.
Gonna get another timeout taken here from Gambit.
G2 don't do this, do they?
Look.
13-2. I haven't seen many of those.
It's unlikely, right? And this is the thing. This is what I'm talking about, grinding out. So Gambit, in terms of some of their saves, they haven't gone for rounds where maybe they could have so far.
Sure.
So this is why I think if we get to round 25, right, and G2 have won the next 2 consecutively, then we can start getting, well, double digits. The classic rule, the one we always run with. When they get double digits, it's on, all right? Okay. So if G2 can convert 2 more rounds here, looking very, very good to be back in it, and I was not expecting this by any means.
What do you make of Nexa deliberately opting for a MAC-10?
Where's he spawned for right now? Let me have a little bit of a look.
I mean, they've got head armor. It's really not going to bang. He must want to do something with his spawn. He's got the bomb.
Yeah, he has enough money for an AK here, so this could be a quicker approach. They haven't really done anything too pacey just yet, G2. Could just be hard A.
He is a man on a mission. Kept honest by the incendiary.
Okay, well, now it becomes more curious. The close range of the MAC-10, sure, you're right. It's mainly head armor here, other than Inters. Jumping accuracy, I suppose, to help open up some angles, help open up some corners where they don't want to use that util.
It feels very loud on A. Like, there's no secret about this. Nico on the AWP this time. Smoke and Molotov buys a lot of space. Nexa sweeping in, and there's the MAC-10 combined with the AK. 2 frags. Shiro over the smoke on that headshot box. Amanek trying to evade, and it looks like Gambit are opting to save.
Yeah, this is just going to keep happening, right? The one round where they had the opportunity, they still lost the round. So when this happens, when the site's taken, they lose the opening kills, they will just continue to do this. G2, if they want, they can start chasing now, right? They can start hunting because Jax is dead. He has 6.6. You've got 8K on Nico, right? They can definitely throw a body or two at trying to take away some of these rifles here. Conservative stuff from G2, and well, I didn't think it was possible at all. Like, I can't believe they've kept Gambit just on 1 CT round so far. 13-2 to 14-9. Maybe because they have such a lead, right? Well, not maybe, definitely, because there's. It feels like there's no rush. If the scoreline ends 16-14, doesn't matter. They still win the game, right? So that's the thing. Gambit are just playing the fact that they have this huge buffer. But I feel like it's doing wonders for G2's confidence, maybe on a map that they weren't feeling too confident on in the first place.
Yeah, well, this is definitely doing wonders for them, regardless of the final result. A different G2 will be stepping into Ancient now. Ouch, that's going to hurt. A nade right between the cousins. Exile, he's got very well-drilled rituals here, and he does spot out Amanek on that Sandbags boost. It looks like they want to commit to this. Counter flash has forced him away. Exile gets away.
They just use a lot of util for not a whole lot here, G2. Now we're just looking for frags. That Nico AWP, it strikes. Axile's down. That's the B defender. Will they expect a second on the site?
Great find, great find. Inter's, flubbed his smoke. It's not the end of the world.
Channeling them back to Nafny.
Yo, this is unusual. You don't see a mid-return late. At least not commonly. Look, how often do you see 4Ts climbing up the ladder at 50 seconds?
This is the gap I think they've identified with their prep here, GT, because we've seen them go back to mid time and time again, but Shiro's posted up.
This time, there's an AWP to break, and you've got...
Oh, he just moved away. He's just moved away.
Are you serious? Are you serious?
The gap. They've got it again.
Ooh. Yeah, no one's looking. And CT smoked. Nafny will hear this. They're swinging elevator. He stands to deliver the first. 3 versus 3. G2 are more wounded, but it's only Shiro solo on A.
We can stop the plant from here.
He certainly could. Next are dead to Winters. Here we go. 10 seconds. How are they supposed to plant? In the smoke. Bodyguarded by Amanek. Uncontested. Inters jump straight past. G2 looking for a 10th here, and it's all onto Amanek. Can he come up clutch? And he's saving them again. 1-on-1. Shiro fakes it. Amanek trying to test his limits, and he jumps straight into the clutches of Shiro. 15, and it comes down to a 1v1.
Oh, that one right there. So flustered in the tail end. 30 seconds as they're trying to pivot through middle. Almost, Amanek almost gets them across the line.
Whoa, let's see how this one shaped up again. So not only does Inters jump past, but Amanek, he has to commit to that. He starts making so much noise. I think he wanted to just completely call the bluff, but no one wants to concede 15 to a diffused bomb 1v1.
Yeah, that's the rough part of that one right there. Just with how disconnected it is. And it's another one of those rounds that you remember in that first half where Jax killed the guy at Forklift and then Nafny was in A and everybody was everywhere. Yeah. This is another one of these situations. You don't find yourself in a post plant in that position very often. It's a tough one to play for G2. But once again, respectable scoreline that's being clawed back here. They've made Gambit sweat. And Gambit are pulling out the double AWPs again. So Axel and Shiro wielding those. The coach chipping on in. This is a timeout from G2, and you may as well use it. You're up against it here. 6 more to take us to OT. Just one more for Gambit to pick up their map choice and bring us over to Ancient. We're definitely getting that one in the series. Has been picked by G2, criticized by the desk. Cannot wait to see what Gambit have to offer on the newest map to the pool. Let's get this one underway.
Yeah. The only reason I'm excited for this one to end is because I'm excited for Ancient to start. Let's see if Gambit can throw a final blow.
I think they've heard a scope. They immediately backpedaled away from B, right? They flashed. They were looking like they wanted to leer on in towards the lobby position and then didn't even consider it. So maybe a scope heard over towards the B side. That's going to funnel them back towards A. And Uh-oh, Nafany.
You heard that, right? And Hunter just unloads his mag as it fades. G2 have been given a gift there. They've taken down the in-game leader. The one-way will not help if they cross. Oh, a chance shot. Just whistles past the hip. Smokes are going to pop. And his chance is very limited to contest here. Bomb going down. No one can nade.
You know what's going to happen here, Alex, don't you?
What?
That four-letter word.
Kill.
Save.
Oh, I don't want it to be that way. Just some wishful thinking from me. Yeah, I looked like I wanted to say save when I saw Shiro looking towards CT Sport. I just didn't have it in me at 5v4. Just didn't have it in me.
Oh, dear.
Okay.
The problem is...
You know exactly why.
Yeah.
They've got another 5 chances. And you'd rather have those chances with a full kit. Double up retake, just not going to happen.
We could have gone with love as a four-letter word there, I guess.
Yeah.
It's love, not war. Gambit are big proponents of that right now. Can't we settle this another way?
Let's meet in Versailles and let's sign a treaty.
Oh, dearie me. Okay. I'm going to quickly just look through how many rounds that we've had saved players so far. The pistol round, they saved. Well, round 4, they saved. Round 6, they saved. 7, 8. Round 10, they saved. They've had someone save in more rounds than not here in this second half. Coming back to the round they wanted to do last time.
Yeah, Axel didn't scope up this time, but it's still in play.
Well, Inters is filling that gap, and now that the second molly has been dropped, that's a lot of information. There at least were 2 players on that site. It looks like they're setting up for one of these B finishes again. 3 players over towards A. Axel passive AWPing middle, and Inters this time with all of it to do on the B side. Here we go.
He loves this spot because it's never mollied. He can just stand there, have conviction in that first fight. Oh, straight through! Amanek tries to sprint through the flames. Inters is ruining their day. Jax claws 1 back for G2, but it looks like Axel is here to finish Vertigo. Hunter partners up with Jax, a 2 versus 4. Oh, the elevated position of Nafany on the smoke could be a problem, and the smoke fades. Axel can connect. Now the smoke is the least of their troubles. Hunter to try and save G2's Vertigo. This is Gambit's pick, and they have demonstrated as to why. A 13-2 half, and it ends with a nade. There it is. Gambit take their map pick. The world #1 puts it 1-0. We'll be heading over to Ancient, the new addition to the map pool, baby, and it's coming to your screens right after the break before Frankie Ward, Kassad, and Yanko get you fully equipped.
Yeah, it's already dropped. Yep, I'm going.
2 of them here. I'll go plant the bomb.
That's a good idea, actually. Oh, bumping. There he is. Parachute bumpers. Oh, you killed one! Oh, and I served. What a victory.
I'm getting shot next to the silo with a shield on the right side. He's in between this. Wow. How did I pull that off? Holy moly. Going.
Pumps here.
Over here, I'm going. I'm getting shot at from behind, but I'm going for this guy. 2 guys down here where I'm landing. Rush.
Coming. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm on the other.
somewhere.
I'm on the other.
Nice. Oh, 2 guys. 2 guys on the team.
I'm going. I see him. Going for the back guy. Leaving him. Nice. Casbah through the front door. Oh, I see one fella.
Another one that can run away.
I'll go for that pressure. It's kind of okay. I have to reload mid-air though, which kind of sucks. Oh, I'm dead.
Oh. 99 in 1. Watch this, watch this. 99 damage on the goal.
Do you think you know everything about CSGO? Then stay alert and look out for the DHL drop quiz on the ESL CSGO Twitch channel. Because as soon as the question is asked during the stream, the clock starts ticking. You will have 60 seconds to type your answer in the chat using this format. And keep in mind, speed is important at DHL. So the faster you answer correctly, the more points you get. Keep track of how well you are performing on the leaderboard. Will you manage to make it to the top and win one of these amazing prizes?
Welcome back to IEM Summer, and it's probably no surprise given that Gambit had a 92% win rate on Vertigo that they were able to take the map off G2's hands without too much of a struggle. Now, we're going to be talking about this one shortly, but right now, Twitch chat, it is over to you because it is time for the penultimate DHL drop of the event. So I hope you're ready for the question, which is, FaZe have been the runner-up how many times in a row at IEM tournaments? Is it A2, B3, C4, or D5? So to enter, exclamation mark, DHL drop, space, and then your answer A, B, C, or D. And remember, if you're fast, you get more points, and those points rack up across the playoffs. So good luck, my friends. Now to introduce you to two other friends, I hope I can call them that, Kasad and Yanko. Oh, thank you. All right then. Let's talk then about the... Let's talk. I'm just going to ignore that you said that. Let's talk about the first half. Let's talk about that CT side from Gambit. Sorry, the T side from Gambit. Was there anything, do you think, that G2 could have done to kind of shut things down a little bit more?
Yeah.
Yanko?
Yanko, okay.
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, they didn't have a good start, obviously, like losing the pistol round the first gun round. But even without that, I think the plan for Gambit was clear in a sense of maybe they saw that G2 likes to over-rotate in some situations, so they tried in a couple of rounds. They put a lot of pressure early on one side, and then they had one player take a lot of map control on the opposite side. That happened in a couple of rounds, and it worked perfectly for Gambit.
Yeah, I feel like that was a standard openers from Gambit in terms of like getting control of the T-ramp, Nafani being annoying as always, Shiro covering with an op, and then they push them off. Obviously the rotation is caused, like Yanko mentioned, and that opens up a little bit of space when you have a confident player on the other side, like Exile. He's going to walk in and he's going to try to take a bell and he's going to win it. Obviously on CT side of G2, I feel like the openers in their like setups are not really something that is current with the meta right now on Vertigo. I feel like there is a better utility usage in a way, but we can talk about it for a long time. But I think that's essentially it was the two biggest takeaways from that first half.
Well, Inters himself was having a bit of a field day, especially in that first half. Yanko, you wanted to take us through round number 9, where Inters made some good moves.
Yeah, I think it was a crucial round in the first half. Gambit was up 6-0. G2 won 2 rounds in a row, and this is the round right after. You can see this is the Gambit's ability to adapt. Like, the first 2 guys going in are the 2 guys with the Tech 9. It was a mixed buy, right? Inters was the one with the AK, and you can see he, while everything was happening on A, he sneaks all the way into middle, takes a lot of map control, caused the rotation from his teammates, and despite Nexa probably expecting it a bit, like he still has the upper hand, and that frag basically enables Gambit to close out the round. They spent all their money for this round. If G2 won it, then they would have had to play against an Eco, so they could get some momentum and probably have, well, definitely a better half than 13-2.
Yeah, keep in mind that one of the one of those 2 rounds they won was on Nico, with Nico getting the triple deagle kill, and they had an AWP with Amanek because it was on the flank. But other than that, 1 gun round, and you can see like how confident and why Vertigo is the best map for Gambit, and it's an obvious and clear
but
pick.
it's the second best map for G2 as well. This should not have been a stomp.
Maybe by statistics, but I don't think I don't think they think it's a second best map for them.
Well, speaking of confidence, do you think, like the boys were saying on the cast, that G2 were able to build up some strength in that second half, or was it just a case of Gambit playing it too safe and kind of playing with their feet a little
That's
bit?
the silver lining for them, that they slowed, that they delayed the loss, basically, because that's all they could do, and kind of slow Gambit down a little bit, get maybe some of their confidence back. Gambit played it perfectly like you should. Big lead, you don't need to do anything crazy, just play the percentages, and it was a clinic from them.
Yeah, it was very important for GT if they want to stay in this game to win a couple of rounds at least. They won 8, which is a lot.
Respectable.
Yeah, respectable. And they can get some of their confidence back. It was like, oh yeah, we didn't get really demolished. Maybe it was that the CT half that we couldn't really
Slow
hold.
start.
It's like, just leave it in the past, and we played a decent T half. Maybe if we get some more rounds on the first one, we would be doing better. But we can go into our pick, which Yanko loves, with some more confidence.
Well, poor Jax was getting absolutely bullied on the A side, and he didn't have much of a better time on the T side for G2 either. So hopefully he'll be able to pick things up, because the rest of the team, they're not looking too bad. Amanek had some hero moments with the AWP, but Gambit, every single member is firing on all cylinders right now, and going into Ancient, given that we don't know what to expect from them in terms of a game plan, they could still be pretty deadly, Kassad.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Yanko discussed with me in the green room that fact that Gambit is the #1 team right now for a reason. They're the hardest workers, as he said, and I agree 100%. And they will be putting in time during this week because they don't want to leave anything to chance. There's also grand final after you win this, so you need to be ready for that map. You cannot have 2 maps permanently, vetoed or something that you cannot play.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the thing. I think Gambit definitely put in some work, and we'll have to just wait and see what happens. I hated it at the start, but who knows? Maybe this becomes the saving grace for G2.
Yeah, you sound really confident there.
What?
Yeah, I just want to know what's on your shirt before I do the DHL drop answer.
I'm not going to do that, Frank. You're not going to catch me live on air, like falling for that.
I don't know what's on your shirt. I was just asking. Anyway.
Why, you wanted to look down?
Drop. No.
I don't know what it is.
That wasn't a trick. That was just me asking about the details.
I don't trust anyone, Frankie. But back to the DHL drop.
I will help you out, Frankie, but you're dead to me.
Back to the DHL drop answer. Hopefully you guys got it right. It was C4. So make sure you tune in tomorrow for more DHL drop action, because your points are going to accumulate, and there'll be prizes for the best players. So keep an eye out for that one. There we go. Runner-up history. You can see it in the flesh. 2, 2, 2, and 2. I feel like this is kind of personal for you, Yanko.
I wasn't part of the team then. We only got number 1s or last place when I was there. Mostly last place.
There were no number 2s.
Mostly last place.
During IEMs when you were there. Okay, moving swiftly onwards. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, can G2 pull out the stops on Ancient and stop Gambit from stopping them from going home? Machine and Sponge will be here with some much better wordplay than that, so don't you worry. I'll see you in a bit.
Nico, quick tap of B, flash back in, he's waiting for it, and he's going to deal out death. Oh, high numbers. For me, their whole run was what was expected from them. I think they took care of business, so to speak. They were the favorite in each of those matchups. The FPX game was a little bit close on the second map. Obviously, they lost Ancient as well, but they did seem in control on the last 2 maps in that series. I think they won the veto, so this was just what they were supposed to do, basically, with the opponents they had in front of them.
G2 have managed to sail through the upper bracket, but how much of that is a product of the opponent that they could play? You know, they can only beat who's in front of them. And Fun Plus Phoenix, though they're a rising star, a 3-map brawl doesn't really fill me with confidence. And you throw on top of that a quick best of 1 against Extra Soul. Aside from that big game we saw versus Vitality for the semi-final bye. That was impressive. I mean, that's a big win, that's a big scalp, and they're definitely picking up steam. But G2, they haven't taken anyone down in that top 5 yet, and I think that's compulsory if they want to be, in pursuit of a trophy.
G2 and their style, it's pretty diverse because they have multiple, stars on the team, basically Nico and Hunter, so you want to have rounds where both of them can shine at different times, and I think they're doing a good job of that, but also not being too reliant on their star players, right? And still having good structure, a good system, still being able to simply counter what their opponents are doing and not just rely on the star power to carry them through some of those rounds.
This is definitely just a product of the G2 system having time. I mean, they've been, stuck with Amanek or Jax. They decide on both. Amanek's completely transitioning to a new role. I think this is something that would take time. You're still replacing Kenny S, remember. This is a legendary name. You can't replace Kenny S overnight. And I think that a tournament run like this now would be the perfect time for them and for the organization to feel like they're on the right path. I do think there's a part of them, there's a bit of pressure behind the players, where they have to justify the fact that they made one of the largest signings in Counter-Strike player history. That contract for Nico was so big, they are in hot pursuit of trophies to justify a decision like that and to justify a signing like that.
For me, actually, G2 is the favorite, and it also seems like everything is falling into place here. They also have the confidence now, and they've been through some of those situations, some of those tough losses where they now know how to approach those games. I feel that they are going to win IEM Summer.
Intel Extreme Masters Summer is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, 1xBet, and DHL.
Gambit 1-0 up in our second semi. IEM Summer, very good evening to all of you watching from around the world. G2 Esports are on the back foot, and this, as discussed at the desk, is a surprise to some. G2 picked the newest map in the pool, and I am absolutely joyous that it's a gift that we get to cast for you guys. Ancient, the new map to the pool. And our first look at world #1 on Ancient. So actually, let me say a quick hello to all of the Counter-Strike teams watching this VOD. So hello to the coaches and stats men. Enjoy the show. I'm sure a lot of people are going to be tuning in to check out how Gambit have taken to the new map.
Yeah, if anyone's going to define the meta on the newest map, it very well might be the best team in the world. The odds heavily favoring Gambit Esports so far. We've seen G2 on this one. They didn't pick up the map out the group stage, but
well, FPX did seem like the most well-trained Ancient so far in IEM Summer.
Very, very true. Now, look at all this util right now from G2 over in towards A main. They've dropped out a bit of a lurk smoke, and they're lining up some deeper smokes towards Temple and Spawn. They've got a molly to deal with the back bomb site box as well. They're boosting up and over. Shiro's ready for this.
Yeah, not much he can do about it other than calm. Oh, he can take 2 heads from the unchecked Cubby. Another chance onto Amanek. He is under a lot of scrutiny, and they're going to take the fight from Temple. Inters does not go down. The crossfire and that smoke on Cube won't last for forever. It's only Nico now in those A-halls. He had util and a couple of taps from his Glock. Will eventually lose out to Hobbit.
Okay, well, the bomb doesn't go down, and that's a bit of a problem. Now, there's been discussions, if you've been paying attention to those about the meta on Ancient, and A bomb site is very open when you go to plant. You got that cube position where they're able to spam you to the smoke, CT spawn as well, and Temple. So bear with us with the calls, guys. It's new to everybody. We'll try and keep things as uniform as humanly possible.
Yeah, absolutely. We are desperately trying to find some sort of uniformity. So I apologize if it doesn't quite sync up with the calls you're using in your PUG games. Maybe we'll get there a little later into this map's existence. Nico's lining up something interesting.
Yeah, just a bit of a pop flash there for them to team on out of middle, and Hobbit over towards the top red has to deal with this. Good weapon for the job with a famous bomb called. Hobbit with 2.
Oh, it's lovely work. You can see just that extra air of confidence in the A, the angle, and B, the repeats when he knows he's up against those Glocks. He just stands and delivers all 3 necessary to lock down mid, but it's time for the AKs, and that was, of course, a product of the absent plant in the first.
I'm really curious to see the way that Gambit apply themselves on the CT side. There's been so much discussion over towards this B side of the map. The CIS teams, however, when we did see Spirit versus Virtus Pro, they're a bit more A-heavy with their set pieces. Now, I think we'll be expecting an anchor over towards A, 1 to 2 players mid, and then the rest over towards the B bomb site to lock things down. Early util exchange from both teams. Nexus in front of it.
Ooh, interesting. So the contest for middle, a bit of a CT wall
like crisscross smokes.
Yeah, what? A very odd lay of the land now for Jax to stare at and try and push through. They could be Cubby. If they walk through, are they stairs as it fades? They stand, they hold. And it's bought time, at the very least. Don't forget, this is a very big bonus round from Gambit. They got 3 SMGs, 2 Famous. And Jax is wanting to take some space here on mid-red. Shiro flashed off. It's a hard line to force the fight.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be going in there versus an MP9.
No, thank you.
They're actually backpedaling now, so they're going to jump up ledge and pivot towards this B site. Nico all the way back through spawn, and so far it is just Inters over towards this cave position. Tucked in off this off angle. We've been seeing a lot of these late walks into B to trade.
You said you didn't want to go mid versus an MP9. I'm not sure I want to go cave versus an MP9. So the entire G2 squad goes ramp. This works. And Nafni will not be able to actively contest with only an MP9.
Oh,
what a perfect flash from Shiro. They got first blood here. Quick response. Nexa lines up 2. Inters has held cave safely and will find a weapon upgrade. Nexa can't take it away from him. This next duel is everything. The next body to drop will probably determine the round winner. Nexa is the one to put G2's name in that hat.
Axel's coming from the same position, though.
Oh, he's actually found one. Hobbit another. Oh dear, Nico heavily tagged. And there's plenty of time for Axel to work his magic, drop his util. Nico slinking across. The bomb's behind the pillar. The bomb is behind the pillar. He could struggle to question the hold.
He's just going to sit it. That's it.
3-0. Nothing Nico can do. Oh. That's a real nasty blow early to the G2 confidence.
Boy, that is a rough one to go right there. It looked great for G2.
It did, but Hobbit getting 2.
He's just sticking it. This is what we're talking about. This is the only place on the site that you can really stand and hide. Gets away with it. Oh, that was the bonus round. There was 3 bloody MP9s.
Yeah, that's really not going to be feeling good vibrations right now. Quite the opposite for G2. Armored Deagles is the solution, and a whole lot of util. So it's time to see how those B defenders handle early. So it looks like the standard util drop, Molly and Smoke, they're ahead of it. Blind as a bat, Team Flash, unfortunately. Inter's catching one of their own. He's hiding in that smoke. Jax, oh, he's going for the plant. They didn't clear the cubby. Just a wild spray straight through. Nafni denies, and the rest of them were so blind, they may not even know he's there.
Oh, nade.
Double nade. Actually, the underhand has converted, and Nafni from his little cubby is doing it all. Oh, the barrage of nades. Oh, that one sucks. for G2. That's no fun at all. You brought so much util into the fray, and it just felt like chaos all in favor of the CTs.
That's beautiful stuff there, so well handled. And this is where you start to worry, right? I know it's only 4-0, and the reason I say this is because it is the black box. Nobody knows what to expect from Gambit on this map, and that's why Yanko is being very vocal about this being a desperation pick. Nothing for G2 when they've gone up against Gambit has worked, right? They haven't won a series. So they've gone, well, let's throw the curveball of the newest map in the pool at them. Now, the problem is you can't counter any tendencies. They're learning live right now. Okay, Axile, he is the A anchor. All right, Nafany enters, they're holding B. Hobbit, he's crossfiring middle with Shiro. All right, we've just discovered their CT setup. That's all we know. That is all we know at this point. So what we have to throw at them is what we've been practicing and hope it pans on out. Who's going to react better in the mid rounds? Who's going to get more opening kills to convert into rounds? There's all to be answered here, and we get back underway.
You know, I am intrigued and interested that we haven't seen a lot of battle for that B lane control. You know, I thought this would be something that a lot of CTs would be contesting for, but so far, we haven't seen too much on the extremities of either side, to be honest. We haven't seen CTs getting early A hauls. It hasn't been a long default drawn-out round. We are only into our 5th. Let's see what happens here. Jax has actually dropped a preemptive smoke and swinging through this peculiar line and wall of smokes.
Hobbit's kind of committed to this, right? Like, how's he... Oh, that's how he pivots back, and only just.
You can see what that smoke, what purpose that smoke serves, right? It blocks off the tight line you can hold from mid for info on the swing. So Jax gets to go walkabout. He tucks in towards, what do we call this one?
Cube. Oh, wait, he's in cutout.
He's in cutout.
He's in cutout.
Because I'm tired of these cubbies. There's 12 cubbies on this map when I play matchmaking.
Well, this is Lamps. Nico has slight control. He's been smoked to the 9. It looks like they're setting up to pip the gap here through middle. Shiro super aggressive over towards A main with the AWP. Look at this slither gap he's holding.
Yeah, and I am intrigued as to how they house this, right? So Hobbit is the early warnings. Oh, wait, they might smoke the cross and just pincer A. This could be so nerdy.
This is through spawn.
Yeah, look, Hobbit's going to have nothing. He's going to go, I have it. I don't. I actually don't. He's throwing a smoke of his own, but they're wrapping A. Shiro, panic, stations. He's going to still focus on A main.
His booty's open.
Yeah. Nice defensive smoke drop by Axile. Keeps him safe. Oh, only for a second. Temple starts to make contact. Axile in the open on the headshot box. He's knocked off the triple. Oh, a very cool first gunny out of G2.
That is beautiful stuff right there. Fantastic work. You can see just how they can punish, right? The idea with that passive setup on B, you want to have that third man cheating over to help. Well, the smoke from middle to cut off the back alley position. Great work from G2, and now that's something the Gambit have to consider with their rotation. So, seeing the map evolve.
Now that is hot. That was something we've talked about, and it seems Nico's smoke gives us an answer.
So now what that will have to do is that middle player will have to play closer, either contesting a little bit more so, or he'll have to be in one of those nooks and crannies. Now, they won't get smoked off if he is, but it's going to be hard to get more than maybe 1.5, 2 kills, and that also makes the B bomb site more susceptible, right? So that is where you talking about a bit more aggression towards that B lane may have to come in here, because if Gambit aren't going to do that, G2 can play with these rotations in rounds to come. And you can see Shiro didn't know where to go, right? He would actually have been better off staying in A main, but unawares exactly of how the rotations are working, the timings, they're still learning all of that here. Guns can be dropped across and a timeout taken, so probably just to discuss what happened, right? Trying to plug these holes on the fly. The buy's coming on through, and surprisingly, I was going to say, Nafany, you know, not dropping an AWP, he does. They're getting out the guns that they're looking for here. Shiro's signature weapon, the util, pretty good. Axile can buy himself a boatload. Nafany won't have anything. There are kits in play, and maybe they won't let themselves get bullied off mid so much here in the future Gambit.
Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth. I want to keep a really close eye this time on how the T utility is reacted to in middle. Previously, it's just been Hobbit, right? He just calls for help when he loses vision. Jax tagged him up previously, and there is the aforementioned util drop. This is not the same top mid smoke as we normally see. This just covers that cross, the one I'm talking about there that was being jiggled by Hobbit. And it is, as you discussed, a bit more presence on lane. Nade for Nico.
Oof. Pops on the head there. Only chips him down a little bit. Playing in pocket is Nico. And he's got support. They could just go for a bit of a B-exec here.
They very well might. Flashes are good. Pillar needs to be cleared. Jax is the blunt object. He can't do anything. Oh, a complete CT lockdown. That's the other side of the coin. When you do throw the bodies up that choke point, you can see what the remnants of G2 Nexa starting his project towards Inters next, and oh, a swing and a miss. Here we go. Nexa starting to make things interesting. My God, the fights. His crosshair was there for every single one. Keeps them on their toes. Gambit 5, G2 1.
All right. Jeez, that right there was a lockdown and a half, though. The fact that both of them played behind that pillar in the site and pivoted, that was wild to see here. Nafany from the right, Shiro from the left. There's no real cover, right? And they're still able to lock out 4 and keep it relatively honest. Hobbit coming on through. He's only died one time. And G2 will be buying again.
Ooh, Shiro action in middle. Now we've got a bit of a change-up. So the second component of it, he only going to dip into Lara as that smoking. Oh, it does serve multiple purposes. Stops that post up on the lane fight as well. It's forced Hobbit close to the mid box.
They're contesting right now. He's going to jump up. Oh, the shadow advantage here is deadly.
Flash. Nico is going to have to be turning. He did successfully avoid that, and loud from Hobbit as he re-smokes mid.
I think they might think there's a lot more presence towards A. Sure, the bomb's there, but is this going to be like a late pincer off for the top? They're backing off now, and actually Shiro's pushing closer as well, so they are being very aggressive on middle here, Gambit.
I like what they're doing, at least from G2's perspective here. Lurk smoke, last time we saw that, it was the commit.
Oh, they've siphoned out a middle now. Just that one smoke alone has drawn a full rotation. Nafany's giving up B. Inters as well. Okay, they're selling a lot here with a little.
Yeah, Jack's bringing the bomb back B. This is great. Amanek to fully sell this. Shiro pressured. And the bomb is open for business. Oh, as I say that, Hunter's gone down. He'd have loved to have taken one with him, because now, regardless, you've got a 5v3 after plan. That's if the bomb goes down. Nexa battered by Nafany's rifle. He lives on for a little longer. Gambit might go for this one. Certainly see what they can find from Inters and Shiro's perspective. Hobbit working on a late cave flank. Oh, big find. They'll go now. Jax, multiple targets. Can't seem to get the bullets down range. And Nexa, the 4 HP is just insignificant. He'd have to be tapping away the heads ahead of the molly. Shiro denies. Gambit 6. And that's after they got pulled around the map like G2's puppet.
That was great work. The fact that they just deny that. They have all the info, right? Because of that Axile position, I didn't think it would get any play behind that box. But he's happy to wait for them to make contact out A main before he swings. Because you could see how passive he was. Shiro was actually rotating over. He killed Amanek first, and then Axile pivoted. I really thought that that box would just be, oh, okay, we know we can molly it. If you get stuck there, it's a bit rough. But now thinking about it a bit more, they can kind of use it like a sandbag position that we just saw on Vertigo. So interesting to see how Gambit applying their trade. And a timeout taken, Malik will be contributing. This is the second timeout in the first 7 rounds of play. There is enough money to buy. G2 did get that plant. The loss bonus is sitting pretty. But are they going to start running out of ideas here? Because the playbook can only be so deep on a new map like this. And here's a very curious question, right? One that I would love to know from Nafany or maybe even the coach over there at Gambit. When a new map comes into the pool, other than Shiro being the AWPer, how have you decided your CT positions, right? How have you decided who you want to put where? I would love to know how teams go about doing that.
I wonder, I'd imagine a lot of personal preference comes into it, especially when it's a brand new map. Shiro comfortable as he meets Hunter. Hobbit's ahead of this unusual lay of the land over the double smoke. Nico takes lamps early. What is Axile up to? That's super aggressive through the A halls. Nexa, just with some housekeeping, has managed to claw back a 4v4.
Okay, this is getting interesting now. It's going to be Hobbit tasked with holding middle from Cube as well as A. They've lent 3 towards B, and Inters is actually pushing forward. Not an easy fight once they're established.
I know it's too late now, but I would have loved Nexa to just get a couple of footsteps into A halls. Instead, Nafany's aggression that's met by Amanek's first frag, and he might want to go on that. The flash indicates something of that ilk. Here they come. Shiro flashed off. Inters not checked. This can't be criminally underchecked. It's such a naughty crossfire. Now Nico feels the feed. Oh, a chance onto Shiro, and he keeps getting these peaks. Solid defense. Gambit will make good on 7, and another G2 catastrophe on that B site.
No plant this time means Amanek and Hunter are just shy of that 4K mark. We could see them go for Galils in lieu of the AK-47s, but starting to feel an awful lot like Vertigo here, just being blanked. And it's not that these rounds aren't closer, than some of the ones that we did have in that first half of Vertigo. It's just, like I mentioned before, if you're Gambit, you could have looked into where did G2 play and at least what was their general approach to the map. They've played it once, so at least you have a little bit of information. For Gambit, like, I don't know. What are you meant to? Nobody knew anything until we started this game. So this is why Yanko was so critical. I want to keep ramming this point home. If G2 came out the gates and they were looking hot to trot, they were hitting every shot, then yeah, it could be justified. But now we're 7-1 in the hole. They need to win. We don't even really know. Let's say 5, maybe 6. Let's go with 5. Let's set the bar as low as possible. Let's just go with 5. And another timeout. Yeah, just really chunking through them now. And they are going to buy again. Amanek into a MAC-10. Hunter with the Galil. AK's out.
So fast smoke from the fast spawn. That T-smoke to contest. And he's flashing Hunter's cross, so we are going to be seeing a bit more of an aggressive stance towards that ledge position. And they abandon middle. Nexa will start to work through that with his rifle.
Oh, this is a lamp slash. It is very, very potent. There's nobody in there to receive it, but they should be able to get control off the back of that.
Interesting. Like, they've made no secret of all of this B presence.
Look at the passive line Shiro's holding, though, right? He's just over towards Cube, so it's a very tight mid line. He can call that cross, but they're coming through lamps. Inters could be good for a few here.
Hard clear. They jiggle nicely, but he does control his spray, at least for the first. Re-aggressing was Nafany. Smokes are down, 3v3. Game time for Hobbit. He's alone now. Rotates surely on its way. They're so blind, they haven't spotted him. Yeah, I don't think they know. Now they do. Tucked in on this triangle, jumping for the fight. Draws the crosshair away, and they convert. A bomb plant from Amanek. He's gone above and beyond.
Normally this should be a save, but I just think the fact it's a new map, maybe they'll have a look in here.
What util do they have? They can't smoke off the bedroom side. Starting to give it up. Bomb half ticked. Shiro. Seems to just try and keep and house the G2 boys towards the site. Doesn't look like anyone's going to go down.
Okay, there we go. Second round. Has to be the save, of course. It is Gambit, and their money has been getting whittled away.
Ooh, here's some good info for you. Okay, so if you've got over 59 points of health, you'll be absolutely fine in the back of that. Well, not Cube, on back of long. On B.
Okay, yep.
B long, B short. Get it in my brain.
It's just, there's so many spots that, like, everything's a new name. It's just crazy.
Ooh. Hadn't noticed the sketchbook before. And a very sharp pencil.
Hard to keep the pencil sharp.
As soon as my pencil looks like that, the first second you push it on the paper, it's gone.
When was the last time you used a pencil?
Good question. Ooh, Nico, this time he uses Molotov's out of position. They respond with a smoke to extinguish. Nafany, does he fancy a walk up here? Shiro.
That molly's a bit short, isn't it?
Yeah, he fancies his chances. They're walking. This has failed every time for G2 so far. Can they change the outcome around the pillar? This time it's an even trade. That's a change. Inter's unchecked. And Shiro, what? Did he hit that? Straight into Jax. Oh, is Inter's going to just get a freebie? Yes, he is. Just sitting, staring. The smoke fades. Hunter a little late on the plant, and this round falls apart. Nexa, however, he's pushed through red. Axel may not be anticipating this. He will now, and the trade is instant. Hobbit looking for info. Doesn't even need his teammates' help, and he will get the weapon upgrade for his time. G2 cannot break B. They cannot break through.
It's very rough with the way, because we're seeing Gambit play more often than not 3 players over there. I think when we've seen it by other teams, maybe it's just 2. And I haven't been seeing teams dedicate a player to holding on to Cave the way that Inters is doing it quite consistently.
Yeah.
It feels like it's a power position. Because if you take the bomb site and all you have is short and long and you have to fight towards that big block towards the back of the site, someone's always going to be lingering. So if you're not clearing out Inters and he's holding onto that territory, it's going to be a rough one. And a rough buy again. Mac 10, Deagle, 3 AKs. The scoreline 8-2, and what B hasn't been working. I think they've got the memo as they start to pivot back towards this A site.
Yeah, also, I don't know if I'd fancy going A against Gambit when it's Shiro and Axal you have to contend with. I think when you ask the question, who decided or how did you decide, when it's a solo site on a brand new map, you are going to dispatch Axal, aren't you?
Yeah, and he just plays a bit cheeky, like he's hiding behind a box again. So they've limped out that lurk smoke one more time, and look at this, he's playing very reactionary.
Just going to peek on the back of that, just going to flash back plat on contact. Look how many smokes
everybody
there are.
here.
They're in exactly the right place. Mollied out of plateau. He is a bit of a bait. Still gets them. Oh, no. 2 down. G2 starting to fall apart. Nexa, that's big. Maybe he can make a round out of this now. Taking the AWPing presence down and out of cube, but it just keeps coming. One by one, these duels. Hunter and Nexa.
Oh, pip the gap here, Hobbit.
Boost a little bit. Nexa caught out by Nafany just on the lip, and there it goes. Another round by the wayside. Gambit just look very comfortable here on Ancient.
Yeah. I think this
I don't know why my expectation was anything different. I don't know why.
They're playing like, I love the way that their link setups between the CT players are, right? Like, they understand what territory they need to contest for, and then they've read it beautifully, right? They haven't had that same level of impact over towards, I can't believe Hobbit here, just the self boost.
What do you think is the pro take on why G2 are doing like a lurk, smoke, and swing as opposed to like any sort of like just A execute smokes?
Yeah, that's curious, right? And maybe the lurk smoke is a tell, right? If the smokes are coming through the sky and you have some good flashes and you feel that you can entry off of like that type of approach.
Because it's we haven't seen them throw it when they aren't all hitting A.
Yeah, it's giving away a lot of info. I don't know. The A site is still a bit of a quandary, right?
Yeah.
And I think the thing is, because they're not aggressive, Gambit aren't aggressing B, so you don't have anybody who you can really bait and keep far away. They're not super aggressive on middle, so even if they went for one of these standard approaches with all the smokes, I feel like they're still cooked.
We're going to get what we asked for. Axal, excuse me, let me try again. Amanek was heading towards A with a smoke, so if they just keep this beast control quiet, we might get Amanek to try and sell somewhat of a fake. An AK's been spotted B, though. And damage has been dealt. Nexa, in fact, cut down to 45. So if Amanek could somehow sell this, he's cleared out the A halls. Axal is lingering around his own smoke. Inters has been forced to drop his util early.
And Nafany might even push down B ramp here.
He is. Oh, into Nico's Deagle, though, and he is just about getting around the corner. Red Nexa like a book.
And now Hunter with the bomb in lamps. He wants to proceed forward. Inters has dropped back towards triangle in a passive position, and they're doubling Cubby, where they currently can't be spammed.
Okay, he has done the lurk smoke. Surely, surely Amanek is going to get nothing out of this. Axal's in the perfect little dead spot. And this one's going to peter out into nothingness. Nice smoke. Jax, big find. However, the rifle falls. Hunter defends their honor, and Hobbit's still there. That damn Cubby comes back to haunt them once again.
That position, once it is spammable, right, it's going to be much easier to deal with, but still, just the way that they played that. Imagine that. Let's make a comparison for everybody at home. Let's think about Dark Spot on Inferno B site when the T's are playing retake. You know, one guy hides in the corner, the other guy takes contact. You're not going to clear it, right?
Yeah.
So Gambit are being very cheeky.
But they did the same thing on A when they were hitting A. Hobbit joined Axal on big box and swung wide plat so that Axal could be the baited-in member. Oh, the battle for mid this time. Let's see. Let's see. Shiro's been here every time. Maybe he actually gets a bit of a test. Ooh, what just happened to Nico? Dunked on by the Nafany push. And they walk straight into Shiro. He's got a lovely gap. Oh my God, Hunter evaporates.
Amanek's got the bomb. He's stuck.
Yeah, he's bailed himself out of trouble, perhaps. Oh,
he can only go forward.
Not ideal. Maybe Nafany will not expect him to have crawled this far. Yes. No. There goes the bomb.
That is almost delivery to CD Spawn right there. Could not be in a worse position for Nexa, who's left with 53 points of health. A minute on the clock. Even a bunch of utility, but just imagine getting past this. Shiro's coming. He takes him down, the third in the round at 11-2.
Gambit have been sandbagging their ancient scrims. You heard it here first.
Oh, dearie me. This is looking like a very cohesive unit. Who would have thought?
Well, you know what I said hello to all of the Counter-Strike professional team coaches. I'm just going to say it again. I hope you're enjoying the show. I'm sure a lot of people are going to be scrubbing through this one just to see exactly what's working oh so well. Yeah, he's hit a couple of those this game. Makes it 3. You can see the third locked in for the 11th. Gambit speed running to the grand finals here. OG Gambit?
Sounds juicy, but also sounds like a Gambit 3-0.
I'm sure OG might be having similar thoughts. Here's Shiro. Ooh, he's at least let one through. And he's smoked off now. God, it does seem on the fly, doesn't it?
This worked for them before, but look where Hobbit's positioned now. He's actually in the back of CT spawn, and Nafany's spamming through the smoke. So this is the play that got them around.
Yeah, pushing A-halls. Axel's aggressive this time. Oh, no. Just pushing in for the bomb and everything. It's all falling apart. G2-2. Gambit 12.
Oh, they adjusted so beautifully. Hobbit is in one of the deepest angles in spawn. So what happens is you round that spawn corner, if you get past, right, you're looking towards the temple line, and Hobbit is in an off angle from that temple line, just mowing him down. So they've adjusted. Gambit lost that one round. They took a timeout. They adjusted. And this is just looking beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Everybody contributing. 15 is the high end on Hobbit, and the low end is 11 with Axel. Like, everybody is just getting it done.
It's a perfect embodiment of Nico's mental state there as the Molly he tried to extinguish still burns in for 50. Brave to take fights like that. Shiro is posted up, but Hunter lives to tell the tale.
Is Nafany going to push again? Looks like he's leering down that B ramp as they're pushing B lane to top mid, so he's going to have all the info. Red smoked off. Hobbit's pushed back. He will now have to dip over towards A to deal with Cube.
He'll get there in time. Perfectly in time. Smoked off on the fly. Back to B.
Yeah, and they didn't move. Look where Nafany is. He's still pushed up.
Oh, what an adjustment. Nico's head knocked from his shoulders, and Shiro, this is an aggressive line. If he's brave enough to hold it before it fades, he's got at least 2. Oh, perfect. Nafany and Shiro click their mouse in unison.
30 seconds, what are they going to do?
I don't even know. Shiro even hit that. Is he going to survive? Look at him jumping with his back turned, just trying to survive. Pre-fires will come in. Jax reveals he's coming from the bedroom. Bomb to be planted. It needs to be. Inters can't maybe deny it from the booty. Shots, yeah. Tagged up. Bomb down. And Jax the last to fall. They are crumbling under this pressure. It's 13 again. 13-2, the same scoreline that Vertigo was left with on the half here on Ancient. We could be 3 rounds away from a locked-in grand final.
We name it numerous things and we just call it seamlessly numerous things.
We can
so
say
we call it
donut, we say ring, we say, I don't know.
We say dot
ring.
as well, as a shorten for donut, because dot is a callout from another map that we have. So we just call it as a dot, as it appears one giant dot on a radar, right? But
Number 3, we call it connector.
This is dildo.
What dildo is using? This is square fucking rock, bro.
We can call it candles. Candles is probably better, right?
Ponchuk. It's like, let me translate. Donut. Ponchuk.
Oh, the donut. Yeah, we got this from just someone else just called it donut, so you're like, why not? So I call it donut.
Yeah,
that's
if you check the map, it just looks like a big donut. So I've heard a lot of people call it Q, but we actually named it donut on our team because it's like round. So that's the call out we went with.
Chasing love in an empty bar. Pour a drink till I make it past. The midnight hour seems to come and go, but I know. Walk on up with a drink in hand, sipping mixers 'cause you can. And all the lights begin to switch off. You're chasing the light, holding on for life.
Ancient, baby. Semi-finals of IEM Summer, and it is our second map, likely our last after this case has been made by Gambit. G2 are in their boot camp, and it looks like the majority of Gambit are as well. Just Hobbit playing from home on the road to recovery himself. And so we've returned to the fray, and G2 are going to be feeling pretty hard done by with only 2 rounds posted on their attack. Nico has the audacity to ask them, you guys like Ancient, question mark, as we get into the second half.
Oh, those odds as well. Look at that. It's blown out completely here. And actually, straight over towards A. So keeping with the CIS tradition we got from VP versus Spirit.
That's my smoke. I throw that one. That's going CT. I can say that. And I'm not wrong. Okay, phew. Jax, a couple to deal with. 3, in fact, crossing in. Holding from Temple, but they've lost the site completely, and the rotate seems so slow.
Oh, the bomb can go down with ease.
Yeah, and this is supposed to be the hard part. No one to contest. The CT smoke is pretty solid, at least to enable them to set up. Hunter catching one with that CZ on the pistol. Okay. Okay, Nexa and Hunter, at least individually, keeping up.
No kit for this.
Intis wants to push the smoke as well. They're going to take back Temple control. Shiro from main. He's going to be swung on. If he could just take down Nico. Too hard. Too many targets. Oh, the back of the head. Notoriously difficult, but G2 will at least promise a little bit more of the second half. We get to see a bit more out of Gambit's T side, bare minimum.
I'm happy for this one to go 15-15 and then overtime. Just
Sure.
give me some more Ancient. I really want to sink my teeth into this one as much as possible, but I think that Gambit, after what happened on Vertigo, letting him come back a little bit, probably going to hope to close this one out. Lickety split, and I think that's indicated in the buy. 2 MAC-10s. Make that 3 MAC-10s, a Tech-9, a CZ, and some utility, and they look like they're heading over towards the B bomb site here. Nico's lobbed out a smoke from spawn to get to those doors very quickly, but they can disrespect that. They know that they have the better position, and they're already lining up site smokes.
Whoa. Yeah, here they come. Oh, and Nexa says no. Capitals on this node. N. And there comes the last. Straight through. Shiro makes it a little more costly than they'd have liked, but the primary weapons are maintained. Okay, well, that was a quick one. Got to respect Gambit for getting it done quickly. Just throwing their entire squad into that B meat grinder. Nexa converting off of his util.
Very banana-esque, isn't it? It's going to be such a battle from both teams with util as we see that side of the map continue to evolve. We'd love to see what changes Valve are going to bring as well. We do expect Ancient to change a little bit as we continue to learn more about it. But
can you remember what A-site looked like before Temple?
Yeah, just no Temple.
Just no Temple.
Yeah, and you couldn't self-boost.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. Jax, he's locked one in there with him.
I don't think he's going to clear. He's lost. Hobbit can just slink on through. Oh.
Not like this, though. Not the unarmored Deagles, right?
They can give that now to Nafny and everybody will have an upgraded weapon. And they're actually just going to do a very Gambit-esque maneuver, which is walk on back without any sound cues. If Nexa calls all this clear and doesn't check the doors, this actually works a little bit in Gambit's favor. They will probably just leave Nexa here committed, and everybody's walking back on over. Quiet through spawn. Nexa not watching the doors, and that smoke's going to start to fade in about 10 seconds. Hobbit has a flash. If they flash and pop, they'll get the bomb site for free.
Here comes the test for Nexa. Oh, lovely finds. Lovely from Nexa. Stops them in their tracks. He was the only one here, and it's all he needs. He takes the ace. Anti-eco or not. It's a morale booster. 5 put on the board for G2, and the AKs are coming back out.
Okay, now this is where we get to see what a default from Gambit looks like. We didn't see a huge amount of successful B lane presence into site takes from G2 in their first half. Let's see what Gambit have been cooking up here. You love that. Next is up to 21 kills. Lovely little... Wait, Nex is on 21. The closest on his team is 7. Didn't spot that one, but that smoke there is covering off the lane. Not the doors. Could be missed.
Hobbit. He's actually got a chance there, at least for 2. He didn't spot Nico, though, and so enables a trade. Advancing through the smoke. Nafany walking into Nico and bests him again. Oh, Nafany is so deadly today. Round winning from him on the T side. He's got the whole B site. Bombs on its way back, and it's only Amanek. A FAMAS and a dream and a flash to the face. Nicely turned. If he could somehow catch Shiro prior to Inter's arrival in the site, they are crossing their T's, dotting their I's, a deep flash for the cross. Can you deny from here? That is the question. The answer is no. We'll tag up one, looking for the swing, and the pre-fire was there, but it's all fallen apart now. Just Jax. He's not been having a lot of fun here on Ancient. And the pain continues. Gambit, here we go. First look at it, and it doesn't look like we're going to get to see much of their T-side. This was a great second find. First bullet out of his AK onto Hunter.
Agile stuff as well. Just keeping moving. Nafany, love to see it. G2 have gone all in with this, and yeah, we're running out of rounds, so they have to. Amanek's been gifted the AWP. Thank you very much, Nexa. Jax with the Deagle, MP9 for Hunter. The rest have rifles and util. No defuse kits if we get into another post-plant scenario here, so keep that in the back of your mind.
Jax actively holding these A-halls. It did bite him previously. I don't think he's going to get caught by another one of those from Hobbit. Mid control is theirs. They confirm it with the Molotov. So full B lane, full middle. No info A-halls.
Nice little nade from downtown there. Shiro going to be dropping back out of mid after that one, and it does look like they want to pivot for a B finish here. So Axel's just been dealing with this A push the entire time. Amanek might not see any action at all from Cube. And Axel, by pushing back that aggression, means that, well, Hunter needs to stay put towards this mid position. It will just be Nexa and Nico over towards the B bomb site, both with rifles. So there's the biggest positive I've got for G2 in a round like this.
Second flash to fly in.
Oh, shallow on the molly.
Yeah, very shallow. It does, I guess, obscure vision. A quasi-smoke for 6 seconds. And they're coming in thick and fast. First, immediately out of Nafany. He's even shoulder peeked perfectly. Nexa being played with. Nico defensive, and he still can't handle Gambit. The frag's just always converted. And no fun for Amanek. I mean, he's holding on to this AWP, and he's kind of just hoping Jax could pull him into a convincing retake. I don't think he's interested, though. You can see he's already maneuvered away. So this will be the 15th for Gambit. It's a quick one towards the finish line. But definitely seeing the confirmation. Nice shot. He will manage to scavenge a weapon. But confirmation of what the analyst's worst fears were. You know, Yanko, he, as soon as he saw it, was waving a red flag for G2 fans, and we're starting to see that manifest here in the server. Starting to, he says.
With one round remaining.
We've witnessed it in the server.
And there's no money left for G2 to buy either. Yeah, with that first half, this was another one of these that was just a matter of time, right? We've had 2 maps back-to-back, which have been the complete case. G2 haven't been here. They haven't even really been in contention for this. This is a semi-final that is Gambit just showing us what they've got, scaring the old boys of OG who are waiting for them in that grand final. This is how much it means to Gambit. They want to grab another title here this year.
Oh, hey, instant trade. Amanek was hanging just out of Shiro's vision. Hobbit's on 17 and 7. I wonder if he'll check Nexa. Well, they go for that close duel. Sound cue. A very wide swing does bait the AWP shot. They're going A. It's the right call. Jax. First test for him. We'll see how he handles it. That's info as well. The fact Hunter spotted that B presence trying to get mid. Jax especially stomaching a lot of util, a lot of sound. Swings out. Can't get a second. He's going to be miffed about that. And the 4 HP long-range MP9 hinging on G2's hopes and dreams. Nexa does finish off Hobbit. Now he's got a weapon to play with for the clutch. Shiro plants for cube side. He's just choosing to stick around, and Nico's ready. We go again. Saved by that AWP. We'll save it as well with that AK. Nexa and Nico a frag apiece. It's 22 on Nexa. Everyone else barely making it to the double digits so far. Not the even kill distribution. It seems like the in-game lead is definitely comfortable on it. Oof. Great shot.
Yeah, Shiro felt good for that, and it would be a nice way to Gambit to finish things off here. But they will be able to buy again. There's not any dramas. I'm sure they have a whole bunch of different looks. They haven't even had to pull out a lot on their T side in terms of strategies or showing too much of their hand in the approach. But the coach, keeping them honest here, will be another timeout called, just to make sure they can close this one down as quickly as possible. Double AWPs out for G2. Jax has actually got one equipped, so not bad to lock down that A site. We saw VP, I think Kickit was doing some secondary AWPing for them. I think that A bomb site to pivot between cube if you lose mid control to AWP into the A holes. It is definitely very, very viable. Inters will be into a Galil. Shiro's been gifted an AWP, and the buy, well, it's all come together for Gambit. How are they going to finish this one off, or at least attempt to? 5 seconds left. Conversations completed. Now it's time to put the plan to action. And a heavy A lean here. Axel setting up that same B smoke that we've been seeing time and time again to lock off lamps.
Oh, aggressive AWPing from Amanek. Oh, it's a recipe for success. Exactly what G2 would have wanted. They send 2 AWPs early A, and what do they find? 2 aggressive Ts in that A hall.
Interesting approach to have both AWPs over towards the same section of the map like that, but can't argue when it works. And now, well, the ripcord's been pulled back towards the B bomb site. They're bailing on out on whatever the A approach was. Amanek and Hunter clearing middle. They're getting a lot of information here. They know it can't be mid. Nexa and Nico now need to be on high alert for this one.
Oh, it comes too easy to him. Just a gap in the fading smoke, and Nico's head is found. Amanek's right behind them. And he does strike. Shiro gone. Quick flank. Nexa unchecked. Bombs being delivered now by Inters. Hobbit has to clear this cubby hole. He will. 2 versus 3. Hunter can deny it all, and he will. G2 extend play once more.
Okay, well now we're starting to get cooking. This is one of those situations where we say double digits, 3 more required for G2 to get there, but they're going to have a little bit of an easier round in round number 23. And the proactive maneuvers on the CT side, get 2 opening kills, continue to move around, stay in a pack. It can be risky. Most times you do see CT teams just dropping back and resting with that number advantage. G2 took the fight to Gambit, and why not? You're up against the ropes. You drop 1 round, it's done. You may as well be the ones dictating the play as opposed to just losing to that aggression. Amanek, tricky little flash. And if I'm Gambit right now, we're probably going to see this percentage play where they try and milk out the util. They keep it as costly as possible. Amanek has just slinked on in to cover off this top ledge position. Hunter's his bodyguard, who's dropped on back over towards A now. And a bit of map control established early here from Gambit. Hobbit's in lamps. Shiro just passively lingering around in case there is a long push. And yeah, this just looks like, okay, we'll wait out all that early CT util, and then we'll regroup and see if we can snowball with the pistols and get ourselves a plant, maybe a bit of sight control. Nico's going over towards that cubby now. Nexa in that triangle position, and they are set up in a pretty good formation to defend B.
Seems like our standard crossfire, right?
Yeah, this seems like one of the... When you run up these angles, from long, there's so many positions to clear, and it's a 180 to deal with both positions at the same time.
Perfectly timed smoke.
They should go through it.
Clearing on the flash. Axel gone. They can focus their attention now almost exclusively on towards lights and towards that cave. They're still there. Nexa just ready to strike, and they will. No bomb plant today. So now the double AWP setup into this buy round is going to be really interesting to me. You're not going to be sending 2A, I know that for a fact. Definitely not going to be getting those same fights that you got on the previous gun rounds. So what do you do with Amanek, and what do you do with Jax? Let's find out.
Looking like a default spread here. Axel's heading over towards the A bomb site. The pack of 3, Hobbit, Nafany, and Shiro doing their default over towards B. Doors smoked off. Maybe some aggression down long here. Oh, Hobbit's still burning.
Yes, he does fall to the Molotov. Nico taking a lot of licks as well. Smoke will fade in about 5. But they're happy to take the man advantage, right? I mean, why wouldn't you? No need to force the issue.
And there's no pressure points across the map. Jax is not feeling anything over towards A. Amanek in middle just gets to stand tall. It's really just Nafany here with any map control to speak of, and he's making his presence known. More util thrown out in towards lamps. He's flashed, he's mollied, he's cleared. Bomb's going back through T-spawn. Axel's taking control of A main. Inters is here as well, and I think the biggest problem is they just have this one smoke on Shiro. He could opt to smoke out towards CT spawn again, but Jax from Temple will be open with a line of sight. Hunter can pivot from behind that bomb box on the lip. They're really hoping that Nafany can maybe sell something on B here.
Yeah, with his HE grenade.
So this one is looking a bit rough for Gambit now.
Jax has got a lot to prove now. Oh, and a missed shot. Axel's in. Nice find from Hunter. And now Amanek can spring to life as well. It's Shiro Zorp that's still managing to hold this line. If he peeks in again, Jax will greet him. Only Nafany remaining. He was supposed to be the one to sell B. Arrives nicely with the first and straight through the smoke onto Nico. No.
No time for this, surely.
No.
All right, G2, they're staying alive. They're staying alive. Look, this is exactly like Vertigo. It's so hard to get excited about this. If they can bring it back and we're in double digits, so it's one more round necessary and another round that they probably should convert, then we can really start having the conversation. But this is smelling almost exactly like Vertigo. Gambit have such a dominant first half. They make G2 look silly. Then, they're playing a bunch of rounds. They're grinding it out. They're going for some saves. They're trying a couple of different approaches.
Ooh, so that's the smoke we discussed and have shown. Cover off towards lights.
They're going for a full exec onto A, okay? They've got 3 smokes for this.
Okay, so one needs to go Temple, 1 cube, and 1 on that CT L bend.
Jax is on his own. He might get overrun here.
Takes the line, does find the bomb, and immediately confirms Nafany has slipped the net. He will be smoked off. From cube, they arrive. The cavalry smoked off as well, though. Great molly to stop any planting, and Jax has lost his duel to Nafany. Straight through their own smoke they push. They can't lose this one, though, Chad. They can't afford to lose this one. For pride alone, they can't. And Gambit have got themselves the bomb down before the smokes do fade. Even an AWP now in play. Shiro's desperate for it, but Nafany's the one to hit the shots. He might even peek into Nexa. Go on, my son. He's ready to finish the game right here. Peeking in. This feels like a guarantee. Nico spot him spanked. And G2 depending on Nexa to somehow get 29 frags. No time really on the clock for this one. He'd have to fake it and they'd have to line up. He still can't find them.
It's a nightmare.
He's swapping weapons with them in the middle of a clutch. Oh, and Gambit will take it. Shiro confirms he's not on the bomb. All you have to do is survive, and the bomb will take it. There you have it. Ancient concludes. Gambit to the grand finals. OG quaking in their boots. And Ancient to finish. G2 definitely back to the drawing board on that one. And now we'll be breaking it down. Winners and losers interviews all coming up after the break as our semi-finals are wrapped up and another day in the office for IEM Summer.
All right. I don't think we should.
What do you mean? It's called Africa.
All right, we call this Africa.
It's like a big cup here. Usually, it's Africa for us. We have it on Overpass. We have it on like behind main on Nuke. It's called Africa. Once we named one of the cubbies Africa, we just transferred it to all the maps.
Number 4, it's Phuket for us.
We call Delpan, like on Mirage, in middle. Yes, after the old 1.6 player.
This is corner, right?
Yeah, this is definitely a.
This is copy? Copy or corner?
Yeah.
Copy.
Let me remember it. Get right, I think.
Yeah, Riz, what do we call this? I have no idea actually. I don't know actually. I don't know.
We have to talk to the team after this.
We watch the waves wash over the shore. The horizon was blinding. This could be the end of the world as we know it. Or this could be the end of the world as we know it.
Well, Gambit might have looked a bit tired last week in the group stage, but they clearly come into the playoffs completely revitalized. And now they've made it their fourth big event final of 2020. And boys, we're only halfway through the year. So OG probably watching this right now, quaking in their boots just a little bit. But let's talk Ancient right now, because in the way it was Vertigo all over again. A near flawless first half from Gambit, this time on their CT side. Yet G2 weren't necessarily even playing badly, Yanko.
Well, I don't know about that. They did lose 13-2. What would be them playing badly?
Yeah,
I think for that
you
is
just can't do anything against Gambit playing like that. I mean, no one can in the world right now.
I think the problem is this. Like, you don't know how Gambit plays. Like, what Gambit did a bit more than other teams is they were giving middle a lot. Like, giving it substantially and always focusing on the B-bomb side. Mid-round, late round, whatever. They were almost always like 3B. And you could see G2 was trying to do, after a while, some of these B pops or this or that. Take mid, go back to B. Right? Probably from their scrims. They maybe saw, you know, that worked for them the best. And Gambit probably saw, well, all the teams are just going B. So let's just, like, go for that stack.
Anyway, the Gambit just went for a lot of, like, a 2-2-1, you know, or 2-1-2, one middle, 2A, 2B. Yeah. Just a classic kind of setup that teams are running right now. What I saw from G2 is multiple things, right? And it's like a fast mid take, a couple of strats that, you know, they've wrapped around the CT and everything. That's all fine. What they lacked of is, like, a closing protocols. You know, when we're walking into B, we need to have like at least two protocols. Like, we're going to smoke right side or left side, and we're going to molly deep right or smoke cave, some kind of a, you know, combination of nades.
Ending,
yeah, just combination of nades, and we need to know. They were just all over the place on that B side. You know, the mid take was working for them because the Gambit was not fighting, and then the later part of the rounds where they need to like have those kind of coordinated executes with different protocols, they didn't work, and Gambit just ran over them completely.
So, Yanko, essentially your fears about G2 picking Ancient as a desperate pick kind of came true. G2 were dead in the water after that veto in a way.
The worst thing is, you know, it's not to me as much about the map itself. They could have been amazing on Ancient, right? For me, it's about the state of mind of the team or whoever made that decision, right? Like, you're on an upwards trend. We say that all week. A couple of top 4 finishes. You've been looking good in this tournament. How are you not confident enough to go for an Inferno or even a Dust, right? Like, I mean, it's hard against Gambit. You look at their stats, every map is good for them. Dust 2 is the worst one, but they've been picking it themselves in some games, right? So, but you have to, at this point, as a team, if you're not feeling confident enough to pick a normal map in a semi-final, if it was like an upper bracket game in the groups or anything, okay, I understand. But you're in the semi-final and you're going for this, like, I don't know how they're not more confident at this point in time as a team.
Like I said, I feel like maybe they thought in the previous week they had something like going on good for them on that map. They felt pretty confident. You know, it doesn't have to be the insecurity in the other maps. Maybe it was just they were super confident on Asia. They just picked it, backfire completely. I don't think they're going to be doing that again, you know, in the future. But overall, when you look at their performance, you have to say they're still very, very much better than they used to be in the beginning of the year.
Well, hopefully we might get a chance to talk to Malik, the coach from G2, in a bit. But right now we need to talk to Hobbit, who is a grand finalist here at IEM Summer. Hobbit, we've got to get your opinions, congratulations, by the way, on Ancient. How did you find playing your first official match on it versus G2 tonight?
Yeah, first of all, hello again. Thank you. Yeah, that was a kind of funny game, to be honest, because the information was hard. I mean, in my opinion, the map wasn't ready for competition. I don't know, a lot of mistakes there, in my opinion. So I wasn't bluffing yesterday.
Nobody thought you were bluffing.
Yeah. I'm just saying, yeah. So we were practicing this map. It's kind of interesting map, to be honest. It's all about information and banana fight, right? It's near B side somewhere.
Yeah.
It's hard to fight there because it's hard to hide there. There is no place to stay without any damage, you know?
Yeah,
if you lose this fight, you lose the map control. So that's why I think it's not this map is not ready for the competitive.
Yeah, definitely, I do agree with you. And the banana fight, there is nowhere to hide. It's simply like on Inferno, where you have a cubby, and the other side where you can avoid nades and go up half wall. This map doesn't provide that. But I was going to ask you, first of all, congratulations, and I hope you're feeling better health-wise than the past few days. You sound a little bit more, more cheerful than yesterday. What I want to ask you is, did you expect at any point, or to what percentage did you expect G2 to go for this Ancient pick?
First of all, big respect and thanks to our analyst and coach. They expected it for like 80%. And they said us like, it's okay if they're gonna pick this map, we are ready. And we felt confident about this map because we were practicing and we understood some things to play easier. So yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I have a question. Yeah, again, congrats. I hope you're going to feel even better for tomorrow. But my question is similar to that one. So how much this game